On a crisp morning, two men walk down a road, conversing. Will we really be able to survive if we go there? Yes, that's right. If it's Ryan of the Lime Temple, he might be able to save you. The blonde-haired man continued. You're asking about someone like Ryan, right? He's a healer who was able to save Master Ted and Cecilia when they were on the verge of death. He pointed emphatically, stating that as long as she was involved, even the most hopeless patient could be saved. The young man in the horse cloak spoke up as if he too knew of Ryan. In fact, there's no one on the entire continent who doesn't know Ryan. Suddenly, the blonde man pointed in the opposite direction. It's right over there. The Lemita Temple is here. At that moment, the temple was crowded with people. Next, please allow me to introduce you to Ryan, the human world's only goddess. Oh my God, his heart has been pierced. His hands are entangled in fluttering red threads. At this level of entanglement, this is no light injury. The young man in the horse cloak confessed. She was injured by a venomous frog goblin, and now I'm not sure if I'll lose both my arms. The goddess, Ryan, thought to herself. In her eyes, all she could see were the red threads of fate. The threads of life that sprout from the sun at the center of this world, or from the bush of life, are the lifelines. The red threads signify a critical state. She continued her thoughts. The more they are entangled, the closer life is to death. The red threads invade the body, disrupting its functions and then destroying the internal organs. In this world, only I can see them, and only I can remove them. She quickly dismissed the thought. But then again, who knows? Maybe there are others like me out there. The protagonist of this reverse harem novel is Saint Lucia. She continued, that's right, this is the world within the novel. It seemed complicated to explain, she thought. She remembered the story from 5 years ago. Back then, due to a sudden eye disease, she had to follow her doctor's advice to stay away from her smartphone and spend all her time reading. After a while, the doctor confirmed that her eyesight had fully recovered. You can take off the eye patch now and resume your normal activities, the doctor continued. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. At that moment, she felt liberated, finally free from being a doll and able to live like a human being. Suddenly, she saw something wrapped around her wrist. What is this? She walked gingerly, looking at the long, red string wrapped around her hand. A red thread of fate. She rubbed her eyes. What's going on? How about my eyes heal? Now her wrist was tied with a red string, just like in the novel, Red Threads of Fate, that she had read before. Threads of fate. She wondered how long it would continue, this endless red string. She couldn't seem to grasp it. She looked at the string. It was so vivid. She ran as fast as she could, shouting, "Why is this happening to me?" She kept running, yelling, "Why, oh God, why?" She stepped on a manhole cover and then, with a despairing scream, fell into the sewer. That's how she ended up here. When she woke up, she was still screaming futilely. She found herself here. This was the story within the world of the novel, Red Threads. It sounded like a fictional tale, she thought, but it was all too real. Everything that has happened in the past 5 years, I've adapted to this world and saved countless lives. People call me the Miracle Doctor, and the proof of that name is their survival. At this moment, the goddess Ryan spoke to the patient. It's all done. Your skin has regained its vitality, and the strength in your hands will return soon. The centaur was astonished and elated. She could hardly believe they were healed. The rumors were true. The human priestess, the goddess of healing. A sudden thought struck her. At first, she didn't think she would be Lucia, the protagonist of this novel, because in the novel, only Lucia had the ability to see the red threads. But when she arrived here, everything was different from the very first scene. When she fell into this world, things were drastically different. She'd been rescued by a remarkable man named Ascent. But by the time she arrived, it was already 6 years after Ascent had broken the seal and escaped. And this was Ascent, the first fish in Lucia's net of love, the female protagonist of this reverse harem novel. He was truly handsome and amazing, though, of course. She hadn't seen his face yet. Her thoughts continued. Besides Ascent, there were other fish. The second was Cain, the third was Abel, and so on. There were about 5 men in total. And, unlike Saint Lucia, the moment she fell into this world, she was taken to the Lemita Temple. She was even tied up like a piece of meat on a skewer. She almost died. If she hadn't quickly saved the priestess, Sokovia, she would have been done for. She was still trembling, still dizzy. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Suddenly, Sokovia appeared out of nowhere. Ryan, what's wrong? Ryan, startled, jumped back. Nothing, sir. Looking at that face, it was clear she still hadn't adjusted. Oh, she almost forgot about the protagonists. In the novel, They were good men and women, but most of the characters here were actually demons. Goddess Ryan turned around. "I'm sorry," Sokovia said with a smile. "It's been exactly 5 years since Ryan came to this place. Let's have a cozy anniversary party." "All right." Ryan hesitated. "No, sir. If there are no other patients, I'd like to leave early." She thought to herself, "I can't eat monster food." Sokovia continued. "Well," just then, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, in that case, please take the dried frogs and blood cherries the priest prepared for you." He flitted about, saying, "You're our treasure. If eating makes you weak, that's serious. The others shouldn't freeload either, but they don't have amazing healing abilities like Ryan, so there's no other way." Sokovia continued, smiling, "But power is still power, isn't it?" By this time, Ryan had vanished. "Hey, Ryan." She ran out. Sid Sokovia was actually a good person, or rather, a good spider, but every time he opened his mouth, he only spouted nonsense. She laughed out loud. "Just me, after all. Just an insignificant girl in that world." She looked up at the sky, at the tiny stars, and said, "Even so, I'm still happy." In the cold night breeze, Ryan murmured, "I miss everyone. Oh, Mom and Dad." Suddenly, she looked ahead. "Oh, there's someone there. No, that's a human-shaped demon," she thought. Could this be the end? She waved to the man. "Hey, you." Suddenly, he grabbed her wrist. Is he still alive? She wondered. In that moment, between gasps and thoughts, he's still alive. She touched the red threads wrapped around the young man. In truth, removing these red threads wasn't easy at all. While removing the threads, you could feel the other person's pain. She could fully feel the unbearable pain of wounds being cut, stabbed, and festering. However, precisely because of this healing ability, she couldn't ignore a life on the verge of death. No matter how much pain there is, I can't ignore it, she told herself. She reached out to the young man. Okay, he's still alive. She thought groggily, I'm about to collapse. It's been a busy day, with so many patients. A little while later, she returned, elated, thinking she definitely had to crack open and eat the cockatoo seeds Priest Vasco had given her. When she arrived back home, something suddenly seemed to grab her wrist. What's this? She turned around. Is it the red thread from that man's heart connected here? Oh my God, what is going on? Who is this man? The red thread was actually a symbol of death, but if connected to someone, it became a shared fate. This meant that if the host's life ceased, the person connected by the red thread would also die. That was it. What was the meaning of this? Oh my God, no. It's just low blood sugar giving me hallucinations. She rubbed her hands vigorously. If I rub like this, it will disappear. But it was still there. Gods. She hated being bound to a demon she didn't even know. The next morning, she stared at the red thread, unable to sleep. It was still tied there. Suddenly, Cecilia appeared. Priestess Ryan, is something wrong? I'm just a little tired. Cecilia continued. When you're tired, fresh human blood is the best. Just a quick sip. This was just drawn. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind Ryan. Ryan, the servant continued, you should come out and see. Someone is looking for you. Looking for me? She didn't know anyone. Oh wait, she doesn't know any demons, right? The servant replied cheerfully. Such a handsome demon. Even if you search the entire continent, there would only be 1 or 2 like him. Who could it be, she wondered. In principle, only Lucia had a bevy of handsome men. She suddenly lifted her head. Could it be Ascent? She stared blankly ahead. The man had red pupils. My gods, if someone has pupils as red as blood rubies, it must be a member of the visionary harem. Is it Abel? But why? Why am I bound to him? Abel looked at her and asked, We've met before, haven't we? With a look of apprehension, she replied, Let me think. He continued, You saved me yesterday, didn't you? Could this be the man covered in blood, she thought? Damn it, I'm going crazy. Why didn't she recognize his face? Anyone who saw that would have saved him. She still didn't understand why she was bound to him by the red thread. He looked at her and said, You're the great healer they speak of, aren't you? She thought anyone should strive to save a life if they can, but she still didn't understand why fate would bind her to him. She spoke. Oh no, what did he say about me? He drew his sword from behind his back. Panic flared within her. He wasn't the Grim Reaper, so why would he suddenly slash at someone? I'm even his savior. With a loud hiss, he stabbed himself in the chest. Threads of fate emerged from his heart. He pulled her closer, reorienting himself. He grabbed her hand tightly, pressing it against his freshly wounded chest. The wound vanished instantly. Miraculously healed, he looked at her and said, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. He wrapped his arm around her waist. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. He said, You must come with me. Ahead lay a dark path to wickedness, brimming with the evil of Lucia's third nurtured fish. He acted normal, but when he broke down, he'd become a demon. He was both the Grim Reaper and a pitiful half-immortal. He had been searching for the power of immortality. And just like that, due to a follower's betrayal, he joined the path of righteousness, and the temple collapsed. The one hidden within Ascent's heart, by the place he spoke of, quickly made the male character Ascent the most pitiful person within the red threads. Why is your hand here now? And telling me to go with him? What is he talking about? Ryan thought as she waved her arm to push Abel away. I'm living like I'm dead in this temple. Ryan shouted, this won't do. I'm a priestess here. She turned and ran, unwilling to entrust her life to that foolish fellow, especially not to one of her fated men. Gasps mingled with fear. Why of all people am I bound to him? Just now, she was being led by that dying man. No, absolutely not. She hid behind a wall of the temple, thinking that if she quietly stayed in the Limita temple until Lucia resolved everything, she could safely return home. That was her dream. Therefore, impossible. At that moment, she snapped, absolutely not. I can't go near him. But she didn't realize he was standing right beside her. Suddenly, he smiled faintly. Ryan ran quickly and tripped, falling to the floor. Everyone rushed over. Are you all right, Ryan? Are you hurt anywhere? Finally, how many times had this happened in a single day? One near disaster after another, nearly chopped down by a madman, almost swept away by a fierce wind, and yet he'd saved her each and every time. This time was no different. Shoving Abel away, Ryan burst out. What is going on? How can you save me every single time? She gritted her teeth. This is another one of your stop-and-go tricks, isn't it? Isn't it? What stop and go? He retorted sharply. It's in my nature to sense when you're in danger. So tell me, what should she do now? Ryan was taken aback. He opened his shirt, saying, anyway, she told you to look at this. Ryan, her inner monologue a flurry of applause, explained softly, look at those abs, they're amazing. Abel continued, yesterday this spot on me was completely torn, but as you can see, it's perfectly fine now. He moved closer to Ryan. What do you think? Well, it's because I'm a healing priest. Yes, that's it. No matter how you look at it, I'm a goddess, right? No priest could heal so quickly and perfectly. However, since you've comforted me, Ryan quickly covered Abel's mouth. How is that possible? Her face flushed crimson, but she was speechless. Suddenly, Abel grabbed her hand. The red thread of fate, what is that? You clearly mentioned it yesterday, she thought. Did I really say that? Abel turned away, then added, well, you still have to come with me. Regardless, if you stay by my side, I'll make sure you're clothed, fed, and live a carefree life. Ryan thought, no way, I don't want to be dragged off by the Grim Reaper. No way, think of an excuse to get out of this. Come on, brain, think, she cried internally. Aloud, she said, I actually have a lifetime contract. That's right, I signed a contract for life, so I can't leave this monastery. Abel turned back to look at her. What? There's such a thing? You should have told me that from the beginning. Ryan, bewildered, understood nothing. Footsteps approached, and an elderly voice spoke. Listen, High Priest, she must take that mortal girl. Abel responded, do you have any objections? Or do you want to negotiate? Of course, sir. Take her for as long as you wish. My master. Abel turned to Ryan. You heard that, right? He pulled her up. Please, master. Ryan cried desperately. High Priest, she saved your life. Even so, you should try. The chief priest and everyone else silently apologized to Ryan. At this moment, in this immortal monastery that embraced death, the cawing of crows mingled with the howling wind. Ryan thought, finally, I've arrived. The gates of hell, she cried, knowing her life would now be intertwined with this jerk. She absolutely loathed it. Abel noticed, and a strange laugh suddenly echoed. It's skeletons. Skeletons are approaching. Mr. Abel, you're back. She trembled with fear. Look, the whole skeleton is moving. A group of talking skeletons walked towards her. Look, a human, a little girl. Abel turned and glared at them, completely paralyzing them. Abel declared, this human girl is mine. Anyone who dares to touch her, I'll break every bone in their body. Understood? Do you understand? The group of skeletons remained silent for a long moment. What's going on? Two skeletons whispered to each other. Is he planning to eat her all by himself? The skeleton beside him replied, if there's food, we should share it, eat it together. Comein. As soon as he finished speaking, Abel took off his shirt. Now, human, let's recreate that moment you spoke of, where you said you were connected to my heart. If the owner of that heart is unfortunate, she will suffer the same fate. Feigning confusion, Ryan replied, "No, I never said that." Abel moved closer to her. "Well, what about before? That jerk almost tricked me, didn't he?" "No, absolutely not. That's what you mentioned yesterday. You can't possibly not remember." Ryan thought, what did I misremember from the original story? This character wasn't like this. He slammed his hand against the wall, leaning in close to Ryan. How could she know I'm about to die? Tell me now. Ryan thought, why is this so different from the original? Abel cornered Ryan. Tell me what's going on. Trembling with fear, Ryan silently pleaded to herself, "Please, don't come any closer with that face." In reality, he was breathtakingly handsome, far more than she had imagined. Just tell the whole truth. But that's not convincing at all. First, we need an excuse to get out of here. The goddess of fate, the task of tying the red thread falls to the three goddesses. You must at least know that much. We're connected by the red thread of fate. That's why, she blurted out. He responded with a confused, "The thread of fate?" "The thread of fate," Ryan continued. "On the day she saved you, the thread of fate woven by the three goddesses connected you to me. So if she dies, you'll go with me too. So, be quiet and send me back to the Limita temple." Abel remained silent, and then live as if nothing happened. Abel sat down, bound by the red thread of fate. Ryan chuckled inwardly, hoping he was fooled, praying he would believe her. But how can you fool Abel? So we absolutely can't let her go. Ryan, startled, said, "Compared to everything else, she still needs your healing ability. As you can see, she has an imperfect body." As Abel spoke, he took a knife and cut his hand. "You're crazy. She never intended to use my abilities to heal you." Abel gripped Ryan tightly. "Naturally, if what you say is true, then if she dies, won't you also perish with me? Fate cannot be one-sided. You have to try your best to save me, don't you?" Ryan's face flushed crimson. She didn't like this. The closer Abel got, the more Ryan wanted to retreat. He grabbed her arm. "I'm not sure how much you know about me, but there's a place within me that no one knows. Even if I'm injured here, they can't take my life. The blood on my hand has already stopped. However, if you inflict a bleeding wound with a sharp blade, the light priestess's healing won't work on me at all. Since then, no priestess has possessed such perfect healing." He cupped Ryan's small face in his hands. "That's why she's my perfect match." Ryan felt uneasy, wondering, why is everything so different from the original? What should I do now to survive and go back? The picture she had painted in her mind was so different from reality. Tell him once, and he understands 10 times. He grasps every nuance I mention. You call him foolish, but he's actually incredibly clever. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miss Ryan, it's Cain. I've come to escort you back to your room." Cain, the second lead in the Empress's harem. He's both Abel's friend and his loyal subordinate. She followed Cain, thinking how interesting. But another unfortunate thing is that he's the first one to leave that harem. "It seems my days are numbered," she thought. "That's why this red thread is so thick, Cain. Because he fell in love with the ruler's daughter, he couldn't maintain his resolve for long. Even at the end of his life, he couldn't confess his feelings." Tears and snot welling up, Cain spoke. "This room, Mississippi. Then please rest well." Ryan truly adored Cain's appearance. She secretly thought, to me, love is the most adorable. She imagined how wonderful it would be if Cain had a pair of white wings on his back. Suddenly, Cain turned and looked at her. Startled, Ryan quickly ran away. Night fell upon the palace. At this moment, she was sleeping in her room. Someone went there. It was Abel. "Hey you, wake up now. Wake up, human." The words jolted Ryan awake. "Kaya," she cried out, sitting up. "What's going on?" "Suddenly appeared? What do you mean?" "She just came to check on some things." Abel muttered, ripping his shirt open. "Tajda." Ryan clapped her hands over her eyes. "Are you insane? Why are you ripping your shirt open like that?" "Touch me," Abel urged. Ryan recoiled. "I'm in pain here." "Really?" Ryan exclaimed, exasperation lacing her voice. "Would you even go, coming back like this every day? Aren't you tired?" The metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air. "Just be yourself," Abel replied softly, his tone shifting from playful to something more serious. "Or rather, you also have to consider my role as a healer." Abel chuckled, a low sound that sent a shiver down Ryan's spine. "A healing tool, huh? Seems you're well aware of your position." Ryan bristled. "Oh yes. Why did you do that back then? Why did you save me that day?" Abel asked, his gaze intense. "You could have just pretended not to see and walked away. Then you wouldn't be tied to me by that red thread." Ryan hesitated. Could it be considered a sense of duty? "I am a priest dedicated to healing, after all." Abel stood, pulling his shirt back on. She knew she had to heal me. Unhappy. She can send you away anytime. Then what about you? She didn't know what fear was. Ryan glanced at Abel. Are you worried about me? No, she just found it strange. Ryan looked sullen. Aren't you afraid of me? If she wasn't afraid of him, why would she still be here? Impossible, she said aloud. Why leave like that? She called out as Abel turned to walk away. He looked back at her, his expression unreadable. The healing is almost finished, she called out. Abel remained silent. At that moment, Abel was conversing with his servant. Recently, Abel had noticed an increase in the number of lost souls. The weakening aura of death caused a demonic barrier to emanate unease. Ryan pondered, thinking, what does that even mean? Right? This is the temple of death. If a certain number of souls aren't bound, this temple can't be maintained. So that guy has to wander around hunting and return before his energy runs out. However, you shouldn't trust those guys too much, as he's always out there struggling to maintain his own power. We have no choice but to hunt. The servant continued, Yes, Lord Abel, we need to become stronger and possess more souls. Impossible, Ryan blurted out. The servant and Abel stared at her in bewilderment. She froze, thinking, oh no, why am I getting dragged into this again? However, we need to address this quickly. Your wounds from yesterday haven't fully healed, so further treatment is needed. Your shoulders are all stiff now, like they're actual stones out there. It looks normal, but your insides are a mess. She placed her hands on Abel's shoulders as she spoke. Abel spoke. What's wrong? Would it be better if she wasn't here? Ryan replied. You go out and come back covered in wounds. I hate healing you. Even a god has to endure pain. Abel abruptly stood up. Are you leaving again? Ryan asked. Actually, more treatment is needed. You brainless idiot, she yelled. Even if you're a god, it eventually heals within a human body, but it still feels like death. Ryan lay down. Forget it. Every healing strengthens the thread that binds me to his heart, making it clearer, never fading. Why is this happening? Why hasn't the string disappeared? She jumped up. That's right. Artificial heart. Abel's real heart is hidden somewhere. What's in his chest is a fake heart. Actually, this red thread is connected to Abel's real heart. As long as the heart isn't weakened, we can find the truth. She was ecstatic. I just need to find the real heart, and once I find it, I'll be free, she ran, shouting with joy. Ryan paused, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow, as if something had caught her attention. It's obviously hidden somewhere in the temple. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the death god is safest within the temple walls, she thought, tiptoeing. I'll search his room first, press a stone in the wall, and maybe a secret chest will appear. It's already open. Inside, she opened the door, speechless. She gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my God, what happened? Abel, can you get up? Can you walk into the room? Abel apologized, his voice strained with pain. I am sorry. I'm so sorry, my lady, Abel groaned. It hurts so much. She soothed him. All right, I understand. Lie down now, so I can heal you properly. Abel's body was covered in wounds. As Abel rested, Ryan thought, I can't just let this go. I need to ask him where he's hidden his real heart. She touched Abel gently. His pain was evident. How could she just ignore it, as if it were someone else's burden? With Abel still unconscious, Ryan tried to compose herself. She fetched a basin of warm water and a towel to clean Abel's wounds. Watching him as she worked, she murmured, the external injuries are taken care of. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Suddenly, Abel grasped her hand. Don't go. Ryan stared, startled. Are you awake? Or are you sleepwalking? Abel's plea was weak. Ryan began to explain. He continued, his voice barely a whisper. Even though it hurts, I won't make a sound. She gazed at him, her heart aching. Abel exhausted. I kept my eyes tightly shut. Ryan embraced him, gently stroking his back. Understanding dawned. I'll stay with you. Don't worry anymore. Abel seemed to relax. Then a sudden thought struck her. But this guy's taking up the whole bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Even the chair is occupied. She glanced around the room. Suddenly, a bang. What's going on? Abel pulled her down, holding her close. Don't go, my love, he murmured. So warm, Ryan thought. Not enough that I'm his doctor, now I'm his pillow too. Abel's warmth radiated against her. Of my neck, she thought. His breath is on my neck. She blushed, feeling the heat. Even though he's the death god, his breath is surprisingly warm. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Anyone he loves is destined to die. Silently, she repeated his name in her heart. Becoming the death god wasn't Abel's choice. He fell in love with the goddess Lucia because she could live forever, free free from the red thread that sprouted from his heart. Lucia was the only one he truly loved. A wave of unease washed over her. Could it be here? I'm also immortal. Abel spoke, his voice thick with sleep. Human. Ryan jolted. What's wrong? Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Don't go, he pleaded, gripping her arm. Don't disappear. Human. Ryan touched his forehead. He was burning up. His body felt like a furnace. All right, she replied. No matter what happens, I won't leave. So let go of me, so I can get you a cool cloth. She brought her hand to his face. He whispered, I won't let myself get hurt anymore, so please stay by my side. I understand now, Ryan answered. Just lie here. She lowered her voice. Just bear with it. Someone will come for you soon. Lucia, until she arrives, I'll stay with you and heal your wounds. The next morning, a servant brought Abel his breakfast. Good morning, Master Abel. Your breakfast is here, he announced. The servant's voice choked off in surprise. Miss Ryan, he exclaimed, flustered. Word spread quickly through the royal palace. Whispers filled the air. Oh my God, Master Abel and Miss Ryan. Yes, they were lying in each other's arms. Oh no, how did their relationship get to this point? Obi chuckled softly. He embraced Ryan after a passionate night, feeling so relaxed and comfortable, right? Hey, Ryan shouted. Say that again, and I won't let you get away with it. She clamped a hand over his mouth. The whispers followed them like a shadow. Look at them, inseparable even after just leaving their room together. Ryan cried out, clamping a hand over Abel's mouth. It's not like that all. A table laden with food sat before her, a bewildering array of dishes. What is all this? She muttered. Looking up at Abel, she explained, I was worried you'd be bored. Slamming her hands down on the table, she exclaimed, It's good that you're focusing on your work instead of hunting, but why do I have to be cooped up here like a prisoner? Abel reached out and caressed Ryan's chin, sending a blush creeping up her neck. Because I want to be with you, he murmured. Later, Ryan lay quietly reading. Glancing at Abel, she whispered, I'm sorry you got hurt last night. Guilt gnawed at her. Is it really because of me that he stopped hunting? She bolted upright. No, where are you going? Abel asked. She had been trapped inside all day. I have a bit of a headache, she lied. I just need some fresh air. Abel shot to his feet, his voice laced with concern. You have a headache? She forced a smile. Just a little one. Really, just a tiny one. The truth was, she was suffocating. Outside, she breathed deeply. It should have happened by now, she thought. Why is it still so quiet? Is it because he hasn't been hunting? Aloud, she mused. What's the point of a rebellion if you lock yourself in the temple all day? Have you heard anything? Snippets of conversation drifted to her ears. Lord Abel is completely obsessed with that human girl. They're practically glued at the hip. Another voice chimed in, laced with discontent. I hear he hasn't been hunting lately. Everyone's complaining. A low growl followed. Where did this vixen come from? Bewitching our death god. She's not even that pretty. The demons muttered amongst themselves, their voices thick with frustration. Anger flared within Ryan. She stormed towards the voices. Hey! The word escaped her lips just as a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly knocking her off her feet. Back in the palace, she opened her book, a strange unease settling over her. I've been feeling odd lately. What's going on? Even with healing, the pain is getting worse. Time to study, she murmured. If I get sick, who will take care of me? I need to be able to heal myself. Let's see how to make this pain go away, she thought, flipping through the pages. A gentle hand brushed her hair. Studying, she looked up. Abel stood beside her. What are you doing with that medical text? Planning on sneaking off to heal someone? I told you not to touch anyone but me. Ryan jumped to her feet. Am I your personal first aid kit? She demanded, pointing at him. Oh, that's right. Plenty of people adore you. Why don't you go hang out with them? Abel's face flushed crimson. He stammered. Who told you something like that? Really? You're not exactly unpleasant to look at, Ryan retorted, arms crossed. I figured you must have plenty of admirers. Aren't you jealous? Ryan whirled around, bewildered. What? Surely, in this kind of situation, she should be jealous. Abel's words hung in the air, leaving her speechless. No, why would I be jealous? Abel stared at her, stunned. Ryan, equally stunned by her own words, stood frozen. She stared blankly at him for a moment before turning and walking away. Why does he look hurt? She wondered. Knocking on a door, she announced, I've come to return the book. Was it helpful? A voice asked. Oh, yes, Ryan replied. A scream echoed through the air. She ran, her feet pounding against the ground, until she stumbled to a halt. Miss Ryan, thank goodness you're here. Please come to the central office immediately. Fear clawed at her throat, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. Her eyes widened in horror at the sight of a mangled body. This is the first time I've seen such a severe injury, she whispered, her her voice trembling. Her hand shook. How could this happen? A hollow laugh escaped her lips. Clutching the red thread, a sharp pain shot through her. It hurts so much, she thought. Abel's words echoed in her mind. Don't touch anyone but me. She gritted her teeth. But how can I ignore someone else's life or death? Suddenly, she stumbled, the world tilting precariously around her. She fainted, Miss Ryan. The news reached Abel's room. What? He roared. Ryan, startled, learned from a servant that Abel had been informed. Immediately, there was no choice. Because someone was seriously injured, we asked Miss Ryan for help, but she collapsed midway. If Ryan doesn't wake up, I'll send you all to the eternal lands. Prepare yourselves. She'll kill everyone. No one will be spared. That fool. Abel rushed to where Ryan lay, a sudden pang of concern gripping his heart. Ryan blinked, her consciousness returning. Why isn't she awake yet? Abel bellowed. Do something before we kill you all. He grabbed his servant by the collar. Stop. I am all right. It's Ryan. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Abel pulled Ryan into a tight embrace. I was so worried, afraid I'd done something wrong. He poured her some tea. He sat down and asked, what happened here? As she tended to a patient, she replied, the patient's pain, it transfers to me. It fades quickly, but she suffers just as the patient does. Abel's jaw tightened. Why? Why didn't you tell me? How foolish. He jumped to his feet. She didn't know anything about it. This isn't something you can just brush off. So you've been enduring this all along. He spun around, stubborn and ignorant. Her temper flared. Who are you calling foolish? You're the real fool. The next day, she remembered Abel's words, a deep worry gnawing at her. Lost in thought, she suddenly hugged herself, startled by her own action. Then she saw Cain. Is that Cain? She approached him. Are you injured, Miss Ryan? Cain asked. She was horrified. Oh my goodness, your wounds. Cain responded. It's nothing special. She was curious. That smile again. Cain, how can you smile like that? Even if it's for the Sand Kingdom mission, losing your family because of Abel, and then pretending to be an honest friend, a comrade. Just being in this temple must be torture. She reached out, telling him not to suppress it or endure it alone. Cain waved his hand. No, it's not like that, Miss Ryan. If Lord Abel finds out, you don't need to worry about me, Ryan replied. Abel isn't here anyway. When he's not around, there's no need to be concerned. Even so, she had been unconscious for days, only just waking up. She can't do that. Mr. Abel is very worried about Ryan. Ryan continued. Can we please stop talking about Abel? What is he anyway? After saying this, she showed clear signs of exhaustion. She can't just ignore this. Abel looked worried. The two walked and talked. Surprisingly, she knew you were a healing priest, but she didn't expect you to heal him completely. The leader's praise is always well-deserved, she replied with a smile. Not all. I have no talent. She laughed. Abel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What? This was the first time she heard him sound so meek. Ryan cried out in surprise, unsure where he'd come from or how he'd appeared. So suddenly, Ryan was lifted into the air and she yelped. He carried her over his shoulder, ignoring her struggles. Put me down, she protested. He muttered, try treating Cain with that attitude again, and I'll kill you. Are you really that cruel? After all, we can't live without each other, Abel replied. She wasn't trying to kill you. It's Cain. She stared at him in silent confusion. He opened a door and carried her inside. She slid down from his shoulder, bewildered. Where are we? Bring the box. She has something to show you. The box was opened, releasing a blinding light. Ryan had to shield her eyes from the glare. This is my true core, the red thread. If it struck, we're finished. She saw that he wasn't immortal, but rather considered semi-immortal. For all of this heart that I can't keep inside me, Ryan thought. The novel also said that Abel was born without a heart, bound by the red string curse of the sun. So he didn't know what feelings were, mistaking attachment for love. And his attachment to Saint Lucia, because she gave him eternal life, ultimately made him mistake that attachment for love at first sight, all because of that cursed heart. And this heart, bound by the red string, is connected to my life, and I can cut these strings to escape. She placed her hand on her chest and said, you will meet someone who can solve this problem for you. Ryan immediately thought, that's right, I'll stay by his side until Lucia helps him achieve immortality. Once that's done, I can go home. Suddenly, Abel approached Ryan. Why would she think that? He kept asking himself, why did she think she hadn't met that person yet? I showed her my true heart, so why did she reject me in the end? Did she just want to use me and then leave? Please, to be honest, it's you who's been using me, Abel added. He stared silently at Ryan. She thought that at first, she was indeed useful. Her healing ability could heal any wound, no matter how severe, and it would be healed by the next day. But now the situation was different. He gritted his teeth, clearly enraged, and angrily smashed the bottle on the floor. Ryan was startled, unsure what she had done to make him so furious. She spoke first. Calm down, that's enough. I'll help you until you get the immortality you want. In return, you must protect me, Abel replied. Is that all? What more do you want? Do you really have no feelings for me? Once again, that wounded face. They stared at each other in silence. Abel smiled and turned away. Where was he going? The door slammed shut. Ryan stood there, lost in a whirlwind of confused thoughts, wondering what she should do. Tell me, what do you really want me to do? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the door. Lady Ryan, a servant rushed in, screaming, "Please stop, Abel. If this continues, the temple will collapse." Right now, Abel is furiously destroying everything around him. Abel is destroying everything. His eyes blazed with fury as he swung his arms, slashing at everything around him. The servant shrieked, "Abel, please calm down." Ryan, terrified, froze, silently chanting his name. Abel. "Stop! What are you doing?" she shouted, rushing forward, trying to gather the wounded, who were covered in injuries from gathering souls for her. Wasn't it for her? She trembled with rage, her body already covered in wounds. Abel sighed, remaining silent. He continued to lash out. "Ryan, look out!" Cain rushed forward, intercepting something that might have injured her. Abel suddenly turned to look at the two of them. "Abel." Ryan looked at Abel, saying he was furious. "Get out of here before she slits your throat." "Abel, there's blood. Don't worry. She won't let you heal me either." Cain said, "Please calm down, Lord Abel." Ryan saw something. She turned and borrowed a bow from a servant. "I'll borrow this." She raised the bow, aiming it at Abel. There was no other way to stop his rampage. "Miss Ryan, you can't do that. That bow. Cain is trying to stop you." She released the arrow towards Abel. Drops of blood splattered on the floor. "Blood, blood. It's the smell of blood," she said, trembling. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Abel turned around helplessly and, ignoring her bewildered expression, scooped her up into his arms. The two of them soared into the sky. Ryan cried out in fear. "Are we going to fall?" "We won't fall," Abel said, "so just hold on tight to me." At this moment, the two returned to the palace. He still held her in his arms as he flew into his room. Inside the palace, Abel placed Ryan on the bed and silently watched her. "It's just a small wound. There's no need to make such a fuss," Ryan said. Abel held a vial of some sort of medicine. "Stop complaining and swallow this," Abel said, tossing something into Ryan's mouth. "Swallow it quickly." The arrowhead was coated with frog poison. Abel looked at Ryan with concern. "She thinks I'm not from this world, so I'm not affected by the central energy, and no poison can harm me," she thought, but couldn't say it aloud. "Except for the red string that binds us," he said, lifting his hand to cup Ryan's chin. "Look, the blood vessels aren't ruptured. That's a relief. Damn, this is really killing me. Everything's become a mess since I met her. It's so frustrating." She grabbed Abel. "Death God, rest for a bit now. Save your anger for later. You're covered in wounds, you know?" His face flushed crimson. He grabbed Ryan's hand and pushed her down. I wonder if he genuinely doesn't know, or if he knows and is pretending not to. "What's wrong with you?" she replied. Of course, the provided text translation into English could be, "She blushed deeply." Not entirely, though, because it was a bit embarrassing to say. She asked Abel, "Do you like me?" An awkward silence fell between them. Honestly, she even felt embarrassed saying it. "Forget it." Abel blushed. They stared at each other, both faces flushed. "Do you like me?" Abel blushed and remained silent. The two looked at each other in silence. Both their faces were red. Ryan's now like a tomato. She sat up, grabbed Abel's hand, and said, "We need to start the treatment." Abel replied, "Wait, we're not finished talking yet." "I already said we need to start the treatment," Ryan added. "Get out now." As she spoke, she pushed Abel down, touching his stomach. Golden threads whispered in the wind. She continued to fumble around. Abel lay there awkwardly, speechless. Suddenly, she saw something. "Ah, yes, oh, my goodness, what is Ryan looking at? Get out now." Abel shouted angrily, sitting up. His breathing was ragged, his face flushed with anger. That guy's a man after all. Ryan's face turned crimson. At that moment, outside, Cain rode in on a horse. He dismounted and patted his horse gently. "You've worked hard." Suddenly, he saw Ryan. Miss Ryan, are you all right? Ryan turned to Cain with a bright expression. I'm revived, she thought. That warm smile. Cain continued. Is your hand, the one injured by Napper, any better? Yes. Abel gave me the antidote right away. The atmosphere between them was quite pleasant and relaxed. Suddenly, she remembered Abel. Oh my goodness, that image. She blushed, then calmly continued her conversation with Cain. What is this? She asked Cain. This is a spirited horse named Cinderella. Would you like to try riding her? He nudged the horse, and the two climbed into the saddle. Her mane is magical, like fireworks. Ah, these are fireworks. But it won't burn any living creature, so don't worry. Mississippi, feel free to touch it. Ryan stroked the horse's mane. It's so soft, black, and smooth. She marveled, her eyes filled with wonder. No wonder it looks just like Baru. She hugged the horse. Baru. She lay reading, thinking of Baru. Abel approached, his footsteps echoing. Now you don't even want to look at me? Are you going to keep ignoring me like this? Ryan asked. Just leave me alone for a while. You're really annoying, Abel replied to Ryan, a blush warming his cheeks. About that day, whatever it was, just forget it, please. Forget everything. She was determined to put out her mind. I'm reminiscing about Baru, Abel thought. Baru. Although he was male, he was incredibly cute, and he taught me what a kiss was. Abel's thoughts churned. Akish, male? You're telling me you don't even want to look at me, that your mind is on another man? Who is it? Is it Cain? He gritted his teeth and continued. No wonder she's always apprehensive around you. You're always smiling, carefree. I'll deal with him. Ryan jumped up, exclaiming, Hey, it's not like that. It was just a cat. My cat. He turned, a furious glare in his eyes. Yours? What do you mean, yours? Despite Ryan pulling him back, Abel raged, threatening to kill the other if he were released. He's gone. He doesn't exist in this world anymore. So even if you miss him, you can't see him. He's gone forever. I'm not sure either, Abel replied. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Abel slammed his hand on the table. Describe the cat. I'll see if it's dead or alive. Ryan sobbed. How can you call Baru that cat? She described Baru to Abel. He's completely black, but the tip of his tail and all four paws are white, like he's wearing socks. His pupils are yellow. Usually he's a sweet cat, but he gets really haughty when he's angry. Abel cut her off, irritated by the excessive detail. That's unnecessary. Suddenly, a rustling sound. Oh no. And just then, Baru appeared before her. She was overjoyed. Abel said, Since it's not dead, we can't bring it back. Abel responded, clutching Baru tightly. She cried out his name, Baru. He was bewildered. It really is a cat? She loves it that much. When it died, she should have brought it to me. Are you crazy? She squealed. Baru turned and walked towards Abel, rubbing against him. Looks like he likes you now, Ryan said, laughing. He reached out to pet Baru. This is the Temple of Death. Creatures from another world can't stay here for long, Abel replied unexpectedly. Thank you, Abel. She just needed to know Baru was alive and well. Thank you so much, Abel, she said, making Abel's heart pound. The two continued to sit and chat pleasantly. For the moment, troubled thoughts seemed to dissipate. Outside, two demons were discussing Abel and Ryan. He's become too entangled with that human girl. Isn't this our chance? Yes. Everyone, execute the plan carefully. We can't work like dogs forever for such a fickle subordinate. Lying in bed, Ryan thought it strange. Whenever Abel is gone for a few nights, I feel uneasy and can't sleep. She tossed and turned. The temple was supposed to be quiet, but every night without Abel, the silence felt amplified. Suddenly, she heard whispers coming from somewhere. What's going on? She opened the door. Are you sure the heart is kept there? A voice echoed in the distance. Yes, sir, I'm sure. The day before Mr. Abel went mad, she saw him come out of that place. Didn't you feel a surge of spiritual energy at that time? Of course. It seems he's finally lost his mind. What's the point of keeping a monster who's already dead if we crush his heart? The demon chuckled softly. Nothing has changed. Ryan was terrified. It was like a rebellion from a novel. She took a deep breath and yelled, His heart. She ran as fast as she could. She had to protect it. She had to get there before they did. If Abel dies, I have to go with him. The sound of a door closing. Trembling, she opened something. Here. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. So, what exactly are we supposed to be looking for? She sat down, hiding from the nearby creatures. They were whispering, A sock? No, we need to find a box. Ryan thought, I'm so lucky they're idiots. She had a chance to escape. They kept searching. Are you sure it's here? Did you search thoroughly? Meanwhile, Ryan slipped away, the box containing Abel's heart clutched tightly in her hands. Even if they had their reasons, she couldn't let them do that to Abel, she reassured herself. The demons seemed to have spotted something. They turned. What's that? Someone. They saw someone. Stop. Stop right there. She glanced at them, and before they could fully register her presence, she spun around and dove for cover. Where did that guy go? What happened? He was clearly heading this way. They panicked, searching frantically. Ryan ran, bursting through a door. A group was already waiting. The leader shouted, "Why is there a human here? Lord Judah, look what she's holding." Damn! She whirled around and sprinted. "Catch that human," he roared. She clutched the heart. "Catch her." She ran desperately, unable to believe how many monsters were involved in this rebellion. How had Abel survived in a place like this? Suddenly, a bright light appeared before Ryan. "What's going on, human?" The horse in front of her spoke. She was there, the demon's screams echoing. They were staging a rebellion. "Please, help me," she told the horse, realizing from context it was likely Cain's horse, Cinderella. "Stay away from that human. They stole Lord Abel's heart and are running away," the demons yelled. Ryan retorted, "Lies. You're the ones who want to steal Abel's heart." It was clear she'd overheard their conversation in the hallway. "Once you extract Abel through his heart, what will you do next?" "Human, calm down," the horse soothed. "This is the person my master cares about most, so my master will judge this situation." The horse's words gave the demons pause. "She'll take this person away," Ryan said, mounting the horse. The lead demon stood dumbfounded. "She doesn't care. Let the horse take her away from that place." Ryan marveled. "Wow, you're amazing. There's nothing you can't do." The monsters shouted, "Catch them. Don't let them get away. We can't lose that heart. We'll catch up. I'm doing my best, human." The horse replied, "Hold on tight." Hooves thundered. The two of them ran to a place where the monsters couldn't seem to find them. "Are you all right, human?" the horse asked Ryan. Ryan replied, "I'm fine, but it seems like they're catching up to us. They found our way here." She never thought she'd be in this kind of situation. "I'm done for," Ryan thought. The demons appeared, yelling, "Hand over the heart. Foolish to think you could escape again." Abel appeared. "Shut up, my lord, my lord." The surrounding demons panicked. "What are you doing here?" Abel asked. "My lord, we were pursuing the human who dared to steal your heart," the lead demon said. "Did you steal my heart, Ryan? Pray tell, isn't that my heart in the box you're holding?" "Ryan, answer me," Abel demanded. "We all saw it, my lord." The demons' voices echoed. "She tricked you. Perhaps this is why she approached you in the first place. Just say no, Ryan. Tell me you weren't trying to leave me." Abel waited silently for her response. Ryan remained silent for a long moment. "Just say no, Ryan. Tell me you weren't trying to leave me." Abel waited silently for her response. Ryan remained silent for a long moment. "No," Ryan answered. "She told you she would make you immortal. She was trying to protect your heart because they were after it. She's lying. She was trying to run away with your heart." The lead demon shouted. Abel swung his sword, severing his neck. "Speak. You say you weren't running. Then let them know too. Ryan, say it loud and clear so everyone here can hear." The demons flinched. "She didn't run away. She never tried to run from you, nor does she intend to." This, of course, was translated. "Is that so? Sir, why would you say such a thing? Didn't she steal your heart?" Sometimes, you need to trust a person's words more than what you see. "So you believe a mere mortal over us?" A demon spoke. He brandished his sword towards Abel. Even if it wasn't part of the plan, there seemed to be no other choice. "How dare you point your sword at Lord Abel?" a skeleton cried out. The demon continued, "Shut up if you don't want to lose your head right now. Out of the way. Speaking of which, it is said that your fate is somehow linked to this human woman. If we torture her, you'll die suffering the same pain as her," he sneered. "What did you just say?" Abel's fierce glare was evident. "Seize her. If we capture her, we can defeat him." "Kill her first," the demon commanded. "How dare you?" Abel retorted. "Who do you think you're up against?" Abel swung his sword first. The demon turned in annoyance and flew towards Ryan. Fortunately, Abel saw it. Suddenly, Cain appeared, knocking the sword from the demon's hand. "Cain!" Ryan exclaimed. "Are you all right, Lord Abel? Where have you been?" Abel replied, "Never mind. It doesn't matter. Get Ryan out of here." However, Ryan hesitated. "Don't argue with me. Just hurry. You can't help here either. Go rest, you fool." "Miss Ryan, let's go." Cain grabbed Ryan as he spoke. She screamed, "No, Ryan, there's no time, human. Hurry, Cain. You know, if anything happens to Ryan, you'll be the first person she chops down." Abel warned Cain. "I'll keep that in mind. Hold on tight, Ryan, and you too, Abel. She can't leave you here alone, Abel. Ryan's calling for you." Abel still looks cool, defying the demons. "It's all right," Cain reassured her. "As long as we keep his heart safe. He won't die in the novel. He'll be driven to the brink of death while trying to escape," Ryan recalled. The brink of death. Cain fell silent. Cain and Ryan were now surrounded by bats. "We're surrounded. There's no way out." "Impossible," Ryan replied. "Ryan," Cain called to her, then jumped off his horse. Wait, how can you face these monsters alone? Ryan worried. Cain stepped into the air. He spread his wings. Your opponent is me. Ryan was confused, thinking, white wings are proof of heaven. Cain must have revealed his true form to Lucia by now. Sione, get Ryan out of here. This isn't like the novel anymore, Ryan thought. She stared blankly at Cain. Please keep this a secret from Lord Abel, Cain told Ryan. You were born in loose. It seems we're not the only traitors. Break his wings. Don't let them escape, the demon shouted. Don't look back. I know you're worried about those too, but, child, she comforted Ryan, he and Cain aren't weak. The horse continued, but they can still feel it. There's blood everywhere, regardless. They can still feel pain, even if Abel hasn't lost, because his true heart is still with him. But that doesn't mean he doesn't feel any pain. I know Abel is in pain right now. It seems we've escaped now, Sione. Thank you for everything you did back there, but first, please come back. What did you just say? As she expected, she couldn't leave them behind. So let's go back, Sione. This is the fastest way to reach the main temple. The sound of hooves echoed. Can't you run any faster? Don't talk as if I have 6 legs. You humans. I see him. Abel. Ryan looked anxiously at Abel. He was still fighting fiercely. Clashing swords rang out with sharp clangs. Hooves pounded. Abel. Ryan. Ryan was running towards Abel. The demon was ecstatic, its laughter sly. Abel realized something. You idiot, he spat. Why did you come back here? Abel roared. Just then, the demon lunged at Ryan, attacking her. Damn it, Abel cried in fury. Ryan, terrified, clung to him tightly. The demon, its name unspoken, coughed up a torrent of blood. My lord, the demon choked out. Thank you. Ryan cried. Are you crazy? Why did you come back? I told you to run, but you also said not to leave you. Ryan sobbed. Another demon spoke. My lord, we will hold them off. Please, leave this place. Am I supposed to just run away now? Abel retorted. Leave everything to you? Trust you? The demon, now gasping for breath, cursed. Since it's come to this, the demon rasped, his hand trembling as he raised it. I'll take everything with me. Ryan looked up, crying out Abel's name. Ryan, move. Abel yelled. She's already injured. Abel, another voice cried. Don't worry, Ryan reassured him. The poison doesn't work on me. But she was already covered in blood. Panic seized Abel. He held Ryan close. It'll destroy you. Don't look, Abel, Ryan pleaded, still unaware of what it was. She closed her eyes. A roar, a crash, the sound of the crumbling fallen altar. The memory flooded back, the spirits within the shrine, obliterated in an instant by the surge of Abel's power. Abel, please open your eyes, Ryan cried, her voice filled with terror, trying to rouse him. Despair crushing her, she sat numbly beside his still form. He was bleeding profusely. Fear gnawed at her. Realizing he wasn't breathing, she placed her hand near his nose, then over the place where his true heart resided. She opened the heart-shaped box. If Lucia were here instead of me, she whispered, her voice thick with regret, maybe things would have turned out differently. If I hadn't interfered with the original plan, you wouldn't have had to leave this place. He gave up everything for me. Abel, you can't just leave like this. Agony laced her words. Please breathe, breathe. She kissed him, crying his name. It seemed Abel stirred. The chirping of birds filled the forest air. She was waking from unconsciousness. Abel sat by a fire near a horse. Ryan slowly opened her eyes. Abel, she murmured. Startled, Abel turned, then rushed to her side, embracing her tightly. I'm all right now, Ryan reassured him. Thank you. Because of you, I'm alive. You saved me. They both blushed, remembering the events. Right, she continued. I told Cain to keep you safe. Did he abandon you? He didn't run. He fought to let me escape, she explained, a hint of pride in her voice. So where is he now? Abel asked. He's all right. I went back to see him. She revealed my identity to the monsters. She can't return to me until I've dealt with them all, Abel said, then addressed someone named Son. Thank you for returning, Korean. He said he'll follow me once all the traitors are eliminated. Abel, let's go back to the village she used to live in. Abel spoke to Ryan. Ryan had returned. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Lady Ryan, you're back. You're alive. How is he, priest? Someone asked. Oh, even her voice is like Ryan's, another responded. A figure, referred to as Spider-Man, seemed confused. Oh, look, you brought that man back too. Do we still have souls to collect in our temple? He asked, his voice trembling. Let me see. Do you really think I'm some kind of villain? Abel retorted, anger flaring. No, sir. She didn't mean it that way. You're always welcome, my lord. Calm down, priest, Spider-Man stammered, clearly flustered. Take me to Ryan's room. Spider. Yes, right away. All right, you can go back now, priest. Birds filled the sky. Since she escorted you here, I'll be going now. Goodbye. She said you had a place to stay, right? If she can find fruit on the mountain, that is. My home can be anywhere. Goodbye, goodbye, she said to the master and the humans. What are these twilight flowers? They're flowers of mourning for the deceased. What do you want? Are you going to destroy them all? She couldn't. Ryan turned to him and asked. Abel looked perplexed. The door's open. Let's go in, Ryan said. Wow, I'm back in my beloved bed. Oh, this is so nice, she said, then flopped onto the bed. She likes your room too. Abel lay down and held Ryan tightly. Ryan pushed Abel away and said, Go sleep on the sofa. How dare you tell me to sleep on the sofa? Abel said, reaching out and touching something. This is your translation. This is your heart. The two looked at the box in silence. This is your heart. Oh, the sorrowful silence. Keep it. Why is it yours? Ryan wondered. But if someone finds out, you'll be in danger, right? So you should keep it. Of course. This is the translated text. Well, since we'll be together anyway, I'll hide it under the bed. By the way, are you hungry, Abel? Abel suddenly fell silent, lost in thought, remembering that Abel had no home to return to, just like her. Ryan thought, taking his hand. Are you all right? She asked Abel. She waited quietly for his response. He looked at her silently. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, accompanied by a frantic voice calling for Ryan. Ryan, defense. Ryan heard. You're injured, so I brought these herbs. They're anti-inflammatory medicinal plants, Defense said, looking around to see where Ryan was hurt. I also brought your favorite cockroach fruit. Well, Defense said as Abel walked in, staring straight ahead. She looked at Defense coldly. You have a guest. Hello, I'm Beishan, the pineapple sprite, Ryan's friend. Nice to meet you. Abel smiled warmly and extended his hand. Abel remained silent. Suddenly, as the two shook hands, fire erupted. It was caused by Abel. Abel, what should we do? You're burned, Ryan said, holding Beishan's hand to examine it. Abel glanced at Ryan. She has to go now. My hand is fine, Beishan. Ryan turned to look at Abel. Why did you do that to Beishan? He came here because he was worried about me. What did she do? You did that on purpose. She doesn't like him. You don't like what? Tell me what's wrong. She just doesn't like you flirting with others, he said, blushing. She was confused, unable to understand. She doesn't want you to be friends with anyone. She doesn't want you to treat anyone, he said, grabbing Ryan. The important thing is she doesn't want you to get hurt. She really doesn't like that, Abel. She doesn't want you to treat anyone. She doesn't want you to get hurt. The two of us together, okay. Ryan hesitated before answering, still silent like that. I'm Fina. She won't let herself get hurt again. He looked at her silently. Suddenly, a voice called out. Oh, it's Beishan. Sorry, Ryan. I came here because she has a few words to say. They're going to a party. Ah, she doesn't want to go. What kind of party? She hates it. She's not interested in associating with those kinds of people. Abel replied, they're good people. I'm sure you'll like them. Ryan answered Abel, wait. Before Abel could react, Ryan dragged him away. It's been a while since I've seen everyone. Ryan greeted the people around her cheerfully. They clinked glasses, congratulating Ryan on her return. When I heard she was taken by the Grim Reaper, I thought I'd never see her again, a young woman said, sobbing. Ryan, she'll always remember you. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't be able to live with my child, Uncle Dinosaur confessed. Ryan was well trusted in this village, it seemed. If it were anyone else, in the eyes of the monsters, they'd be nothing more than prey. It's astonishing that she's able to live here and maintain this relationship. She's no ordinary person. The horse continued, explaining that Ryan was crucial to the Lima Temple. Abel fell into deep thought. Sione, someone is calling for you. Another horse spoke up. I've heard of you for a long time. You're an idol of our tribe, the white horse declared. You flatter me, Sione replied. The two horses, now a little shy, chatted pleasantly, while Abel remained lost in his own thoughts. I'm the villain, he muttered to himself. A child who was once happy to eat, drink, and sleep, forced to join in, having to endure all of this. Guilt gnawed at him. What are you muttering about? Ryan appeared. Well, having fun, Noah. Of course, Abel replied, realizing she'd misheard his name. That's the translation. Are you having fun? He asked, since you're the one muttering to yourself. Dance with me, Abel, Ryan said, pulling him to his feet. Abel blushed. Well, it's simple. 2 steps this way, 2 steps that way, then twirl. This is a traditional dance from Linda Village. It's exciting. You look happy, Abel said, holding Ryan's hand. Yes, Ryan replied cheerfully. I am happy. Abel watched her with a joyful expression. Wow, Ryan exclaimed, pointing at the sky. The stars are so beautiful. Beautiful, aren't they? Ryan asked. No, I wouldn't know, Abel replied. At this point, Abel was carrying Ryan on his back. So what is beauty? What is beauty in your eyes? Ryan asked, a hint of playful annoyance in her voice. Nothing, Abel answered. Oh, I don't think so. She has something, Abel said cryptically. Really? What is it? What is it? You don't need to know. Liar, Ryan retorted. I'm not lying. It's true. Ryan had now fallen asleep. You were beautiful when you danced, Abel murmured, lifting a hand to brush a stray hair from Ryan's face. She slept on, completely oblivious. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Abel's leg, startling him. She remained fast asleep, unaware of her actions. No, Abel whispered, his face flushing crimson. The 10 Commandment from hell, remember that. First, damn it, she can't sleep. Abel fumed silently for the rest of the night. The next morning, Ryan woke with a splitting headache, feeling like her head was about to explode. She mumbled to herself, realizing she'd gone a bit overboard the previous day. Hadn't I? She said, sitting up abruptly. Abel was in the kitchen, cooking. Abel, she called out. What is it? What are you burning? Nothing, Abel replied. What did you make? Are you cooking for me? Not really. Suddenly, she bumped into Abel. She glanced at what was simmering on the stove. Ryan burst out laughing. When did you start to enjoy cooking? Then, taking Abel's hand, she said, Let's go, Abel. We need to leave the village and search for more. Where are we going? Abel asked. Well, we can't stay here forever. We'll go together to find a peaceful land, the location of the new temple. Together, Abel blushed, asking, If that's the case, should we also search for the goddess Lucia? We can search for both, Ryan thought with a smile. The two continued walking. Abel nervously scanned their surroundings. If finding goddess Lucia takes too long, we'll have no choice but to go find her ourselves. Abel had been banished from Lucy, so he couldn't enter the central area, but perhaps he could wander around its edges. Oh, Ryan, a man called out suddenly. Are you here to order shoes? Yes, I'm planning a journey, so I wanted to order a durable pair, Ryan replied. Is the Grim Reaper next to you? He said with a laugh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Abel, taken aback, remained silent. The man rummaged through his shelves, looking for a ready-made pair that might fit Ryan. A perfect fit. What do you think? Ryan responded excitedly. Wow, these are exactly the shoes I've been dreaming of. Do you want to make a pair of shoes, Mr. Grim Reaper? Well, not all day anyway, Abel replied. The shoemaker chuckled. Of course you are the Grim Reaper. Ryan glanced at Abel surreptitiously. The shoemaker, Dinan, is renowned throughout Linda for his exquisite craftsmanship. He's a remarkably skilled artisan, but people are wary of his appearance. It's a shame, truly a shame that the old man's abilities aren't recognized. Abel remained silent, offering no response. I think so too, Abel replied, leaving Ryan perplexed. Since childhood, I've had no one. Because of that damned death aura, Abel. Ryan walked past, lost in thought. Abel remembered. It had been killed. He had killed it. Everyone was gone. That child is the Grim Reaper, she'd heard them whisper. If we touch that death aura emanating from that child, we'll all die. In that moment, Abel had been lost, utterly alone. No, she told you that wasn't true. He cried out in despair. It wasn't like that. Back then, it was like that. Abel was hurting deeply, Ryan thought. Be strong, Abel, she comforted him. I'm always by your side. Abel gazed at her silently. Truly, you're by my side, he thought happily, a small smile gracing his lips. I'm still here, he said. She had smiled at him in the palace. She said she was leaving, didn't she? It's a long journey, so I have to make a lot of preparations. Once I'm ready, I'll leave immediately, Ryan replied excitedly. Ryan, Spider-Man appeared. Do you remember when we first met? You almost died from some illness? Of course I remember. You were so angry at your ungrateful son for running away from home that you nearly died, she answered cheerfully. But suddenly, she remembered something and raised a hand to cover her mouth. That's right, that heartless child. He went to the city because he hated this old village temple. If you happen to come across him while you're wandering around, please let me know, the priest continued. Then he handed her a small, round box with a mirror, saying, This belongs to my son. Ryan stared intently at the cord for a long moment. Suddenly afraid that the red string inside her would reach out, she had to sit up abruptly. The cord in her hand fell to the ground. Panicked, she wondered why the red string connected her to this. Is his fate tied to mine as well? Just like my life is tied to Abel's. Ryan, why is your face so pale? She quickly schooled her expression. I know. I'll do my best to help you find him, she said, despite the turmoil within her. If that's the case, we need to figure out why, Ryan. Although I don't know what you're leaving to search for, don't trust too much in what you see, for fate is always changing anywhere, anytime. There are 3 fates, and even supreme beings cannot easily decide their own destiny. He reminded Ryan. Ryan replied with a smile. If I meet the goddess of fate, I will definitely take control of my own destiny. But in her heart, she wondered whose fate this was. I heard you have the ability to change other people's fates, he continued. She could change her own fate too. Ryan stared at him blankly. He looked at the Grim Reaper, the aura emanating from her different from when they first met. At Lima Temple, Abel remained silent. What's with your face? What did that spider say? Ryan held the cord. What's that? Abel asked. Nothing, just a charm for a safe return, Ryan replied with a smile, concealing it. She suddenly thought that if he knew it was a picture of a male demon, he would freak out. She suddenly remembered Mr. Spider saying she had the ability to change other people's fates. The power to change fate, to command the power of the goddess of fate. She thought, that's right, she wouldn't let things go according to the rules. Abel is also following me. Abel, she called. Come here. Yes. As she walked towards Abel, she thought she had a good feeling that everything would be all right by then. In this moment, within a village, 2 figures stood regarding one another. Ryan broke the silence. Let's go, she said. Suddenly, a voice called out, Ryan, it's Beishan, Beishan. Beishan approached, her voice full of concern. How's your hand? She asked. It's much better now, Ryan replied. Beishan's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it's completely healed. How did it recover so quickly? It's amazing, Ryan said, glancing at Abel, who feigned ignorance. In that moment, he plucked a single hair from his head and let it drift away on the wind. If you're ever in a tough spot, hold on to this. It might be useful. He extended a shimmering seed, formed from the hair he'd just released. What is this? Is it a seed for a beanstalk to the sky? Ryan asked, her curiosity piqued. Leaning closer, Abel whispered in her ear, the truth is, that night, the Grim Reaper came and healed my wounds. Really? Beishan questioned, her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Ryan nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. Oh. Ryan turned to look at Abel, her face alight with pride. Abel hesitated, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Ryan smiled brightly. It's nothing, she said, smoothly changing the subject. You 2 riders, when did you arrive, Beishan? Abel froze, taken aback. Ryan embraced him tightly. Well done, she exclaimed, her voice filled with enthusiastic encouragement. Abel flustered under her praise. They had reached the next village, their 10th so far. I'm going to the monastery to see the priest, so you find a place to rest, Ryan instructed. Why there? Abel questioned. She needs to go to the monastery to see many patients and heal them, Ryan explained. Abel's frustration boiled over. What? Why would you do that? Coming all this way. Do we have any money now? What do we have on hand? We still need to find a place to sleep and some food, regardless. Yes, you need money. Wait a minute. Ryan quickly embraced Abel, pleading with him to be kind. Then, she put on an innocent facade to coax him. Abel, you're really kind, aren't you? Just bear with me a little, okay? Is that Ryan? A voice called. It's me, she replied. Where's the patient? She turned and gestured sweetly towards Abel. Please wait, come with me. A bird-like person led her away, leaving Abel fuming. As Ryan tended to a horse's wounds, her thoughts drifted to Abel. She realized, with a quiet pang, that she couldn't seem to erase him from her mind. It was clear that when he first left Lima Temple, he seemed all right, but that shadowy look in his eyes had deepened with time. Who am I even suffering for? She wondered silently. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears, causing her heart to skip a beat. She glanced at Abel, who seemed oblivious. Unexpectedly, he turned to her. Where are you going? He asked. To the restroom, she replied, already hurrying away. She ran outside, gasping for breath. Why is it getting more painful? She muttered to herself. The horse's wounds felt as though they had seeped into her own body. If it weren't for the herbs Beishan had given her, things would have been much worse. The sun was beginning to set, and the situation was becoming dire. We might not find a village before nightfall, she thought anxiously. Abel lifted Ryan down from her horse. We'll have to camp out tonight. There's no other way, he stated matter-of-factly. They settled down by the fire. Ryan thought clearly. He had changed. She had the feeling that things had gone off track. The heroine needs to awaken a sand, but to do that, she must first find a way to meet Abel. Ryan pondered silently. Suddenly, something shifted in her pocket. Realization dawned on her. She pressed her hands to her ears, steeling herself against despair. She just needed to find the goddess Lucia. If she could do that, she meticulously planned each step. First, approach the girl struggling to adapt to this world. Then, approach the heroine and share information. Finally, she would explain the situation and implore her to help him achieve immortality. A perfect plan. Ryan, Abel's voice startled her. She forced a smile. What is it? Something's been bothering me, he replied. You said that when we become immortal, the threat to our connected fates would be lifted, right? Yes, that's right, Ryan confirmed. You don't have to do this, he murmured shyly. Ryan looked perplexed. She bounced on the balls of her feet. What are you talking about? You have to get treated. You could die from this. Don't worry. If it wasn't me, someone else would have helped you. You just have to find them. Abel looked doubtful. How can you be so sure? Intuition, she replied quickly. Yes, it's this intuition, a kind of power, like foreseeing threats of fate. She continued, anyway, you just need to trust me. How could she possibly hurt you? Abel gritted his teeth. Damn it. He grabbed Ryan's shoulders. What are you looking at? You haven't looked me in the eye once. Abel demanded. Who are you looking at? No, who are you thinking about? She had. Ryan was terrified. No, Abel, it's not like that. Calm down, she thought. Lucia. I'm thinking about Lucia, my guardian angel. And yours too, Abel replied calmly. Because she was afraid of making him uncomfortable, she tried to be polite. How long are you going to test my patience? How long are you going to pretend you don't know? He said, reaching out to touch Ryan's face. Even as he expressed himself this way, Ryan consoled herself. No, she can't do this, she thought silently. You should be with Goddess Lucia. You should be saying these things to Lucia, not to me. She pushed him away, shouting, Stop. It seems just one kiss made him misunderstand something. It's not what you think. She only did it to save you. That's all. I understand, Abel replied quickly. Ryan looked at him silently, and he too remained silent. Abel took Ryan's hand and said, Even so, you can think whatever you want. He leaned closer to her face, and suddenly the two kissed. A rustling sound came from somewhere. Oh, a voice said out of nowhere, breaking the rather romantic atmosphere. Ryan blushed, confused, unsure who was speaking. It sounded like a man. He continued, Don't mind me. Continue what you were doing. Abel turned towards him. Why are you here? A tall, handsome man stepped out. I'm here to see you, he replied confidently. No, she's not here for you. She needs to see that person. Then he reached out and toyed with 2 dice in his hand. If those are dice, it's truly the end of the world, she thought. She called out, Hey, Abel. Abel turned around, smiling. Don't talk to him. Let's go. The blond man leaned towards Ryan. Where are you going? He then grabbed Ryan's hand. She told you. We have things to discuss, human. Abel shouted angrily. You bastard. The blond man continued to Ryan. This one gets hurt if we half-demons get too excited. Ola, take her away. Let's go, Ryan. Someone grabbed her. He ordered a bald man with 3 heads to restrain her. Oh, wow. This scent makes me want to take a bite. Not allowed, the blond man on the left said. Yeah, no eating, he continued. This one is very useful to us. Abel said nothing, swinging his sword at the blond man. He raised his dice, lightly blocking the tip of the blade. Listen, you half-demons better behave, he declared boldly. If you make a move, I'll take her somewhere you'll never find her. You know Orwell's power, right? Shut your mouth before she kills you. Abel was furious. Ryan spoke up. Stop, Abel. Listen to him first. He's interesting, clever, You've said too much already. It's tiring, so let's get to the point. That person, we need you. Ryan listened, bewildered. It was something to do with the goddess of fate. We need your help. He turned, smiling. So, you'll come with us, right? Abel roared in fury. Who gave you permission? Absolutely not. Ryan rushed forward, placing herself in front of the blond man. Abel. Her attempts to soothe Abel, urging him to calm down and insisting that this time was different, only seemed to inflame his anger. I'm begging you, she pleaded, but her words fell on deaf ears. The blond man toyed with the die, his thoughts drifting. The red string in that box is more fragile than silk, he mused. Oh, he stopped abruptly, a new thought striking him. Caesar won't die here. The die rolled and tumbled in his hand again, landing on the number 2. No matter how many times he threw it, the result was always the same. The lucky character in the red string, he murmured, holding up the die. Then, with a subtle shift in his expression, he changed his plans. I want both of you to come with me, he announced. Abel roared in fury. What are you muttering about? Do you think she's easy prey? Ryan quickly grabbed Abel's arm, fearing he might start a fight. What do we get if we go with you? She asked, her voice steady despite the tension. The information you seek, the blond man replied. About Ascent, he added. The name hit Ryan like a jolt. Is he following us? She wondered, her mind racing. This was the secret investigation she'd been conducting, fearful of Abel's reaction if he ever found out. Ascent, Abel echoed, his voice laced with suspicion. Why him? Ryan didn't respond, her thoughts consumed by Ascent's whereabouts and Lucia's potential involvement. Abel, she began, her voice barely a whisper. I'll tell you later, she promised, her grip tightening on his hand. Abel started to speak again, but Ryan cut him off, her plea in his eyes giving him pause. Yes, I need that information, she admitted, her gaze fixed on the blonde man. But we don't have to go with you. The blonde man raised a hand dismissively. How heartless, he sighed. Our negotiations have failed. Then you both must die, he declared boldly. A figure named Orwell, previously unmentioned, suddenly reached out to grab Ryan. We've got him, Orwell exclaimed. Ryan gasped, terrified, as Abel, his face a mask of rage, drew his sword and charged. Orwell trembled. Which head should we chop off first? He stammered nervously. A voice, presumably addressing Abel, urged him to calm down. Mr. Abel, please calm down. Stop before things get worse. The blond man spoke again, his voice laced with a chilling amusement. A wager with the other fellow. Let's have a duel to the death. Only one of us will survive. No, Ryan cried out, but Abel's response was swift and resolute. Deal. The blond man produced an hourglass. Seeing it, a memory flashed through Ryan's mind. He mended his hourglass. The blond man continued, explaining the terms of their deadly game. If you capture my soul before the sand runs out, you win. Otherwise, she wins. Without hesitation, Abel brandished his sword. As you wish, he roared. She will shatter your soul and cast it into hell. The blond man remained unfazed, even goading Abel further. Then you'll have to try harder. His confidence was unnerving. That's it, he wants to kill me, Abel realized and lunged forward. Even as Abel attacked, the blond man remained impassive, a smirk playing on his lips. The first human to deceive the gods, a descendant of Sisyphus, he taunted. Careful ahead, Ryan shouted, her voice filled with worry. Abel raised his arms to shield himself from something unseen. AAA, my eyes, where did this sandstorm come from? It dawned on him then. The blond man had conjured it. The blond man smirked. Where did the sandstorm come from? To hinder the influence of the gods, of course. Blessed by Babylon, the god of gambling and probability. When he wants something, he gets it, no matter what. The hourglass is empty now, Abel, he called out, his voice laced with amusement. Time's up. Useless, you sly bastard, he continued, turning towards Ryan. Too late, Abel, he added with a triumphant grin. This hourglass is filled with sand dredged from the bottom of the river Styx. Once it witnesses a promise, even the gods cannot retract the wager. Do you understand? Abel let out a chilling laugh. So she'll destroy the river Styx. Before she could respond, he pulled out something. This is the death card, he announced. You will certainly die with that human girl. That's right, the red string has been constantly lengthening. He gloated, clearly enjoying Abel's increasing agitation. Every time Abel gets too excited from before. So your answer is? Ryan hesitated for a moment, then responded with a forced calmness. Understand. I agree for now. Glad you compromised, he replied, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Orwell, get ready. Let's go, Abel. Ryan. Cha-cha. Come in, Orwell chimed in. Ryan turned back to the blond man. But Caesar, she said, her voice laced with a hint of defiance. It seems you're not the mastermind behind all this. We'll make a separate treaty next time. Caesar, puzzled, remained silent for a moment, a small smile playing on his lips. She was certainly clever. Welcome, he announced, to the Darklands. A magnificent castle, wouldn't you say? Finally, the boss's lair, Ryan thought. So what do you think? Impressive, right? Caesar asked Abel. It's freezing, Abel replied. And why is it so dark? Is this where the Lord of the Apocalypse resides? Caesar chuckled. I've simply brought you two here. I wish you luck in your negotiations with humanity. A door slammed shut, leaving an eerie silence in the vast expanse of the castle. At last, a voice boomed. You have arrived. I am the Lord. I have been expecting you, Selena. Ryan was taken aback. The name sparked a sudden memory of Lucia. Wait, she stammered. Selena, she has been watching you. Where you live, what you do, everything aligns with the prophecy, even with what she seeks. The Lord continued, you must be searching for Ascent to free him from his seal, just as the prophecy foretold. Ryan spoke up. You've truly mistaken me for someone else. Indeed, she continued, according to the prophecy, Shouldn't Selena have golden hair and blue eyes? She gestured to her own features, pulling a strand of hair forward. See? Anyone who looks at me can see I have brown eyes and black hair. The Lord's voice remained calm. You are correct. Your appearance is distinctive. Ryan nodded in agreement. Yes, exactly. The Lord continued, undeterred, but Selena's body still rests and loose. Therefore, she cannot inhabit another vessel. Abel and Ryan exchanged glances of disbelief. Just then, the Lord swore by Styx. I'm not her. The Lord continued. Even if you are not Selena, your abilities are precisely what we require. You need only remain within my sight until our plans are complete. Abel stepped forward, protectively positioning himself in front of Ryan. Do you really think I'll let you do that? He retorted, his voice laced with suspicion. Styx replied, now let's see. Grim Reaper, I hear you were driven from your village. Is that correct? You require a substantial number of souls to restore your power. The apocalypse would be the perfect place for that, wouldn't you agree? That's my business, Abel growled. Dark energy began to swirl around Abel. Stop playing games, he continued. This is just to break free from the shackles your servant, Caesar, placed upon us. Styx extended a hand and gestured dismissively. Ryan suddenly remembered. Whenever Abel's deathly aura expanded and contracted, the main storyline would thicken and thin accordingly. There was nothing she could do. In the end, Abel would still join the apocalypse, just like in the original novel. Asterisk, how can I change this? Asterisk, she wondered silently. Abel spoke. If you don't like it, just say so. If you don't want to hand it over to me. Styx abruptly stood. You will regret this. You will be begging my forgiveness soon enough. He lit a cigarette, placed it between his lips, took a drag, and exhaled slowly. I suppose that will happen soon enough. Ryan interrupted. Promise me, when the real Selena appears, you will let us go. Very well. And one more thing. Ensure our safety while we are here. Ryan continued. Aside from our lives, you could do whatever you want with the information you obtain from us. Styx echoed her words thoughtfully. We replicate a god of death, yearning for immortality, while a human possesses but a fleeting lifespan. Intriguing, isn't it? Certainly, she agreed. Abel and Ryan turned to speak to each other, relieved. Things were going more smoothly than she had anticipated. That bastard. Wait, a new voice spoke up. I received word from the Lord. He says he has arranged accommodations for you two near the castle. Would you prefer to stay separately, Ryan? Abel put his arm around her. No, it's too dangerous here. It's not safe for anyone to be alone. That makes a certain amount of sense, even if he is quiet in front of the Lord. Ryan thought, noticing Abel's flushed face. And besides, a large house for just one person is a bit of a waste, isn't it? Ryan spoke up. He's right. Having separate houses for everyone is too extravagant. Just one place for the two of us will do. We'll stay together. Abel startled, blushing as he looked at Ryan. Ryan and Caesar entered the house provided by the Lord. Ryan looked around, delighted and surprised. Wow, this place is beautiful. She took in the surroundings, the mountains, the river, and the incredible location. Her gaze fell upon the garden, filled with poisonous mushrooms and herbs. Ryan suddenly spotted a very familiar horse and exclaimed, "Oh, look, Mr. Theone, you're here. I was wondering where you were. Doki is my hometown." Seeing, she trailed off. Ryan turned excitedly and walked into the house. Your, translator is here too, lying on the bed. It felt like she hadn't done this in ages. She rolled around on the bed, enjoying the feeling. Suddenly, Ryan shuddered on the bed. The moment she saw Abel staring intently at her, she abruptly fell silent. It would be foolish to stir up trouble now, she thought. "Good night, Abel," she said. "Wake me up when you need to talk." Abel responded immediately, but Ryan pretended to be asleep. "Ryan," Abel called out. "I already know what you want to say," she thought. "Of course, this is the translated text. You must want to continue the conversation we couldn't finish earlier before Caesar and Orwell interrupted us, right?" "No, can't do it. So, isn't it a good idea not to go to that place?" Orwell sat down with her to talk. "Since we forced the door open today, the spirits have been in a paused state. You surely agree that you have to take responsibility for this, right?" Orwell asked pointedly. Abel exclaimed, "Why does she have to deal with it? You brought me here. You will recover your power and rebuild the temple. Not a bad offer, right?" Ryan asked if Abel wanted him to go with her. "Wouldn't it be better to leave that place rather than sit here worrying about demons devouring us? I'll set up a barrier around this house so no one can approach you." Abel replied that she would go alone. Orwell quickly interjected, "Then let's go together." Abel sat up abruptly and held out his hand. He had already spread his powerful wings. He glanced at Ryan. "Come here, Ryan." she startled, replying, "What?" There was a biting sound. Ryan flinched. Abel held up his hand, having bitten his own finger. She was bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Lick it," Abel said to Ryan. She exclaimed abruptly. "What?" "Lick it." She kept exclaiming. Oh my God, are you crazy?" Help me," he gently explained to Ryan. "I'm trying to give you some of my power because she knows you'll ignore what she says and wander around this place." "Power?" Ryan thought. She laughed aloud. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have just taken a light bite then." Red lines coiled around Abel's wound. Ryan looked puzzled. She placed her lips on Abel's hand. Abel's face was now completely red. Ryan, with an innocent look, made him blush and tremble. Abel yelled, "Hey," and pulled his hand away from Ryan. "What are you trying to achieve by doing that?" "She told you not to test my patience." Ryan, startled, was confused. "No, it's just that I was worried your hand would get dirty if I licked it, and you'd heal instantly if I touched you." "Oh my God, what's wrong with him?" she thought. Abel sighed. "Now you possess a part of my power." He carefully instructed her. "Even so, you should only move around near Daisy." Ryan remained silent, looking perplexed. Suddenly, strange objects began to float in the air. Ryan was surprised. She asked Abel excitedly. "What are these?" "They're so cute." She caught one. Are they related to Abel?" Ryan wondered. Ryan stared intently at the object in her hand, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. She struggled to recall what it was. "Feels so familiar." "Wazoki." She smiled brightly and named it. "From now on, you're Wazoki." Abel turned to Orwell. "Let's go." A quiet smile played on Abel's lips, tinged with happiness. Ryan, clutching Wazoki, waved goodbye to Abel. "Take care," she said. After Abel departed, a sly grin spread across Ryan's face. Still holding Wazoki close, she chuckled. "Now that I have his power," she mused, "I should get going." Ignoring the stares of the surrounding creatures, she walked away, Wazoki in her arms. Suddenly, hushed whispers arose from the creatures. "Hey, that human smells delicious. It's driving me crazy. Do you really want to be turned to ash?" They muttered amongst themselves. "Have you forgotten what happened when they first arrived? Stay alert unless you want death to take you." "Ryan, good heavens. Abel turned those demons to ash when they try to get near us, so stay away from me." She continued walking, then stumbled upon something. "Oh, it's Ping Ping." She approached and started a conversation. "Hey, Ryan," Ping Ping greeted her. "Our sleeping area is so warm. Thank you for keeping the fire going for us." Ping Ping shifted awkwardly. "It's my duty." Ryan leaned closer, observing Ping Ping's burden. "That looks heavy. Let me help you carry it." Ryan lifted the coal bucket and walked ahead, Ping Ping trailing behind. "Thank you so much." After walking for a while, Ryan thought aloud. "Is this Ping Ping's home?" "Hello," she called out. Ryan sat down abruptly, clutching her head in pain. "Ouch." An old man emerged. "Is anyone there? Is this a place you can just barge into without permission?" He glared at Ryan. "You reek of human. You should be here with death. This is no place for you to play. Get out." Ryan looked up, sudden recognition dawning on her. The blacksmith, that enormous staff, and those shoes. She pointed at the old man. "Bacon." The old man furiously drew his sword. "How dare you address me as if you know me?" Wait, she blurted out, remembering that Boken was the blacksmith who forged the staff, the artifact that could restore Lucia's spirit. If she had that weapon, perhaps she wouldn't have to rely so heavily on Abel. Not entirely. She might even be able to help him. Ryan began to apologize. The old man, assuming she had left, turned around angrily. "You're still here?" Fearful, Ryan stammered. "I have a request. I'll pay you. Please forge a weapon for me." The old man struck Ryan on the head repeatedly. "You think she would forge an artifact for an insignificant being like you?" he roared. "Get out." Ryan regretted her approach. She knew he was easily angered. "But that's not enough to make me turn back." She looked at Wazoki and said, "Can you stop feeling sorry for me?" The next day, Ryan returned to the old man's home, only to be met with a shout. "Get out." The following day, the old man bellowed in fury. "Get out, you troublesome girl." The day after that, the old man angrily struck Ryan. "You're as persistent as a leech." The next day, exasperated, he sighed. "You're here again. This little girl," the man muttered, swinging his stick at Ryan. But, having learned from the previous day's beatings, she dodged every blow. Panting, she retorted, "Now I can dodge all your sticks." Out of breath, the old man asked, "Then what do you want? Why do you keep coming here every day?" She insisted, "I told you, I want you to forge a weapon for me." The old man spun around. "Then how much are you going to pay me? Do you think she lacks treasure?" Ryan responded with a look. Clasping her hands together in supplication, Ryan pleaded, "I will heal your eyes." The old man seemed despondent. The Lord has already tried. Who can heal them? Ryan spoke with confidence. I can. The old man sighed. You sound confident, but it's just wishful thinking. He turned to Ryan. Even if you heal me, the Lord won't let this go. Well, this is the translation you requested, but fine, I'll hear you out. What do you want? Ryan beamed, answering without hesitation. A weapon. I want a weapon. The old man swung his stick quickly, a familiar gesture. And what kind of weapon would that be? Ryan looked around, searching for something. Wait a second, she said. Then, she pulled out a feather. I knew Abel's magic feather would come in handy someday. Now, draw it just as you imagine it. She used the tip of the feather to draw on a piece of paper. Holding it up to the old man, she said, I want this. Basically, it's like a suit of armor, indestructible, and it can fly around. Oh, and it can shoot beams of light from the palms. The old man snatched the paper from Ryan's hand. Let me see. He tossed the paper into the fire. Ryan panicked. Oh no, why did you burn it? Oh my gosh. The old man stood there, watching the fire as if waiting for something. The crackling of the flames was indeed pleasant to the ear. The fire's burning brightly. It seems it needs more fuel, he suddenly said. No way. Ryan was bewildered. He presented the paper to Ryan. Choose one. Written on the paper were 4 options. A charm belt that could bewitch anyone, a healing staff, and strength-enhancing gloves. Ryan pondered. The healing staff is really tempting, but that's Lucia's thing. Pointing at the paper, she said, make me this. The old man was puzzled. A shield? Why not the charm belt or the strength gloves? Ryan replied with a smile. Because it can help me protect myself without hurting anyone. The old man replied. You don't seem as selfish as you act. The old man agreed to Ryan's request. All right, I'll make it. Ryan bowed deeply, thanking him repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Suddenly, someone came running in. He flung the door open and glared at the old man. At that moment, Ryan was trying her best to shield him. This old geezer, he began. He threw his sword to the ground with a clang. What the heck? Why is the sword that was just fixed a few days ago broken again? The man, apparently named Bartman, complained. He kept shouting, Hey, do you know who she is? Ryan exclaimed. Hey, hands on her hips. She walked up to him. Don't you think you're being too much? He looked confused. Who are you? What's someone like you doing here? He was excited. Oh, your death's little plaything. Ryan shouted angrily. What? Let me see. He reached out, touching Ryan's face, wondering what made her so special to have caught Death's attention. Get your hands off me now. He put on a sly expression. Now that he's not here, we should have a taste of you. Suddenly, something rushed in. What's that? Ryan stared, tried to see what it was. It's Wazoki. They swarmed in and started beating him relentlessly. He yelled, what's going on? Ouch. Ugh. His cries mingled with the sounds of punches and kicks. The red line is too thick. Bang. He was severely injured. Abel appeared. Abel raised his staff. You dare touch mine? You want to die? Hoof. Today's your lucky day. He was finished. The sound of dripping blood. Ryan was too scared to speak. Abel turned to Ryan. He held Ryan's hand. Why are you bleeding? Can't you heal yourself? Well, I can't heal myself, Ryan said. The old man grabbed a box. Thank you, Ryan said to the old man with a smile. Let me see. Abel lifted his hand and gently grasped Ryan's small chin, checking for any other injuries. It seems you won't feel pain anymore, Abel said as he reached out to touch the wound on Ryan's forehead. Ryan was about to say goodbye to the old man and thank him for his help when she said, Now, let's go, the old man replied. She'll be fine, Ryan replied cheerfully. Yes. The two walked down the road, talking. What's wrong? Bartman said. This seems like a continuity error, as Bartman should be injured. Maintaining original text. He made me a shield. Abel was surprised at the old man. Ryan smiled. Yeah, I guess he was moved by my sincerity and all the gems I gave him. Abel replied, Gems are plentiful. Consider it free labor. Really? Ryan responded quickly. I wonder what about you captivated him. Abel thought Ryan was teasing him playfully, perhaps charmed by her. Obia chuckled, curious. But why a shield? He mused. She can't land a blow, can she? Ryan thought, at least I can protect myself. Abel replied to her unspoken thought. Even with me around? Abel took Ryan's hand. She thought, you want me to protect you? You can't protect me forever, Ryan said. Ryan, the two gazed at each other. Ryan thought, because eventually she'll leave you, Brian interjected. You never know what will happen. Anything is possible, just like before, Abel replied. She began to think back to when she surfaced. What is truly important to me? Becoming an all-powerful god, or having you stay by my side? Ryan stared at Abel. If she can't become a god, she can still be with you for a long time, Ryan replied sadly. I'm sorry. Abel asked Ryan, "Why have you been avoiding me? She will grow old. She will die." She answered, loving God. Abel listened to her words in silence. "It's unimaginable for me." Abel, disappointed by Ryan's apology, said, "I'm sorry, brother." "You let go of Ryan's hand, right?" Abel turned away, despite Ryan calling after him. Heartbroken and with no other choice, Ryan sat on her bed in the palace and sighed. She couldn't stop thinking about it. She sat up, pulled back the curtains, and looked out. "I should forget about this and go to sleep," Ryan consoled herself. She seemed to see something outside. Abel was with a girl. Ryan wondered who she was. "She's beautiful. She seems well suited for Abel." He looked surprised to see the girl. "Ah, Kaylee." The girl suddenly approached and gently stroked Theony. "Long time no see, Theony." Kaylee, I've heard that name somewhere," Ryan suddenly thought. Suddenly, as if remembering something, "Ah, she's the moon goddess," Ryan realized. "Is that her? The healing priestess?" Carlin asked. "Hello, I'm Kaylee." Ryan stared silently out the window. "Ryan," a voice called Abel's. Ryan turned around. In that moment, their eyes met. Ryan didn't respond to Kaylee's greeting. She turned to Ma and said, "Theony, can you take a town?" "You don't want to be near me for even a moment," Abel said. "She made breakfast for you. You can eat it with your guest," Ryan said sadly. Abel shouted, "Ryan." Carlin was utterly astonished. She wondered, what's with this atmosphere? "It seems I'm not welcome." "Ryan," a voice came from a box. I heard she needs you at Black Castle. There's a great battle going on. Many are injured, and they need our help." Abel gripped Ryan's hand tightly. "No!" Abel shouted. Hey, Grim Reaper, now's not the time to play lovers." "Ryan, you're hurting, but what choice does she have?" "I'm the healing priestess," Ryan replied. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Abel helped Ryan onto the horse. "Damn, are you going too?" Kaylee wondered. "We need to see the Lord." Abel replied, "Not forced to go anywhere." Then they all went to the Lord. Ryan thought, "Why do I feel so disappointed?" Kaylee, the moon goddess, is the only female member of the apocalypse who can captivate both men and women. Most importantly, they're both gods, so she can be with Abel forever. Unlike me, by now, the two had reached the palace. Or rather, this was the situation. "Hey, we brought the goddess, Silverwing, guardian of the desert. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said to Ryan. The god knelt down and kissed Ryan's hand. She wondered if today was some kind of special occasion. Kaylee, Silverwing, all the major figures are gathered here. She thanked the god. "Ah, thank you," Ryan said with a smile. "Let me see your wounds." The wings spread open. Ryan looked at the man's wounds. She reached out her hand. The god stood up happily. "Well, the wound has completely disappeared. Thank you very much, goddess." Ryan replied, "Oh, I'm not a goddess, Damien. Where are you?" "The goddess is calling for someone here. Everyone is waiting for you, Damien." Ryan was surprised. She thought, Damien, the third Lucia's fan, Damien. Suddenly, a shout answered back. "Shut up. You never said the goddess was human. She doesn't want to be treated like that damn man." Ryan cheerfully replied, "Oh, all right, I'll go with you." The god rushed over and pulled Damien back to Ryan's side. "Stop messing around. Come with me." As they stood face to face, Ryan thought, he's younger than I imagined. The story doesn't mention him much, so she doesn't know him very well either. Damien said, "What are you looking at?" "But it's too young for him to die like this." He spoke with a hint of disdain. Ryan thought, "You think an ordinary person can heal me?" As he spoke, he showed the wound on his forehead to Ryan. The two stood face to face. Damien said irritably, "What are you looking at? Are you disgusted by me? Is this your first time seeing a spider, demon, or something?" Ryan said, "Don't underestimate people. The first person she healed after arriving here was a spider demon." She continued. As she touched Damien, he was surprised. "The star spider demon?" "Yes, but he was much friendlier than you." Ryan replied, "If you don't accept treatment, your eyes will swell and burst." The necklace around Ryan's neck suddenly appeared. Damien grabbed it. "How did you get this?" "Where did you get this pendant?" Damien yanked the cord from Ryan's neck. "Ouch!" The red string on her hand suddenly connected to Damien. Ryan realized something. She stared intently at the string in her hand. The red string connected to the pendant has moved to Damien's heart. At that moment, she remembered Mr. Nunn's words, "My son, human, he is Vitoscopia II. The book you borrowed, along with the red string. Herman's classic work about Damien." "It's him," Ryan thought. "That's the right name." She wondered. Ryan confessed. "My father gave it to me, told me to see how you were doing if she ever met you." Damien was surprised. "You know my father?" "It's a long story. It's been 5 years." Hearing this, Damien seemed to realize his mistake and replied, "So, you're the one who saved my father." "I'm sorry. No wonder you weren't surprised when you saw me. Because you've already met my father," Ryan replied. "For example, if she hadn't met your father before, she would have been surprised to see you, Just because you have 3 eyes, you even have an advantage in snowball fights. Ryan teased Damien playfully. Damien replied sadly, "You're the first person to say that." He approached Ryan cheerfully. "Just call me if you need help. I'm willing to do anything." Ryan looked at him in bewilderment. The red string had now deepened in color. "Got it. The translator is here." Ryan replied, "Of course, but Damien, I'm not feeling very well. So maybe next time. You're not feeling well? Do you need my help?" Damien asked, his smile widening. "I'm Fine." Outside the palace, Ryan was now exhausted. She collapsed into a chair. She was wrong. Cupping her face in her hands, she continued to think she was completely wrong. She recalled, what is a human girl doing here? Even the high priest, Scofia, Limba's role was never mentioned in the original story. So she thought that if she just lived there peacefully, without affecting the plot, she could go home. Things have been a mess ever since she got involved with Abel. She's been marked by death. Actually, I'm just blaming Abel. But she was wrong. From the moment she arrived here, she's been affecting the storyline and being affected by it. But all she's doing is blaming Abel. What? Ryan's thoughts were interrupted by a voice. A blond man spoke listlessly, toying with the dice in his hand. In situations like this, he said, tossing something towards Ryan, a drink is the best answer. He continued speaking as Ryan settled onto a bar stool. The blond man, holding a glass of wine, stared at her. "Thank you," Ryan said suddenly. "Do you like it here?" Ryan silently raised the glass to her lips, her gaze fixed on a chessboard. He placed the chessboard on the table between them. "You know how to play, right?" he asked Ryan. "The most important piece on the board, the beginning and the end. Without the king, she can't start the game," he continued. "And once the king's forces fall, the game is over." He knocked over one of Ryan's pieces. "But if a pawn dies," he continued, toppling several more pieces. "If these pieces die, it doesn't matter. But if the king dies..." Ryan watched and listened intently. He overturned the board. They stared at each other in silence for a moment. "Game over," the blond man said. "I trust you can imagine that. Are you a pawn or a king?" Ryan walked away, lost in thought, pondering the blond man's words. Was she a pawn or a king? No, she didn't think it began with a chessboard. Suddenly, someone called her name. Ryan. Abel stood there, looking at her with concern. "Abel," she breathed. "You must be Ryan?" Ryan's eyes welled up, tears threatening to spill. "Ryan," Abel repeated. "Why are you crying?" "I'm sorry. We can talk later," Ryan replied. "Why are you crying?" Abel pressed. "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing. It's Obia. Nothing to worry about." She turned away as she answered. Abel caught Ryan's shoulder. "But you're crying. Your necklace, it flew off." "Are you crying?" he asked again, his voice laced with worry, gently gripping her shoulder. Ryan remained silent, just looking at him. Then Abel noticed the broken cord lying on the ground. Ryan, equally surprised, wondered why it was there and not around her neck. He picked it up and asked, "What's this?" Abel held up the pendant, examining it closely. It was a portrait of a man. "Ryan," he asked, "why do you have a picture of Damien? Are you crying because of him?" "Because of that damned Damien." Ryan replied, "Not at all." They stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then Abel suddenly pulled Ryan into a tight embrace. "I don't care who you are, where you came from, or who you love," he whispered. "Even if there are things we have to let go of, I will never let you go. Never." Ryan's heart pounded in her chest, but she quickly regained her composure, trying to deny her own feelings. Ryan pushed Abel away. "Listen to me carefully. Do you remember my cat, Barrow? I'm going back. I have to go back at any moment. You can't stop me. You can't hold me back. You'll end up alone again," Ryan said, tears in her eyes. Abel wouldn't let her finish. He reached out and held her close again, but she continued, forcing the words out. "He'll leave you to fend for yourself and then disappear. If that happens, will you still feel the same? Does that mean you'll stay with me from now on, right?" Ryan remained silent, offering no reply. Abel continued to hold her tightly. Ryan reached up and touched Abel's face. She looked at him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Abel looked tenderly at Ryan. "Promise me one thing," he said. "Promise me that while we're together, you'll be honest. Promise me you won't deceive me or play games with me." "Of course, this is the translated text, all right?" Ryan responded cheerfully, having agreed. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Abel placed his hand on Ryan's face and said, "Close your eyes." "What's wrong?" Ryan asked, caught up in the atmosphere. "Shouldn't you be saying something?" Ryan shyly raised her hands to cover her mouth. "Nothing," she replied. Abel leaned closer. "Don't joke around. You just promise to be honest with me." Blushing, Ryan tightly closed her eyes. Their lips met, and they lingered in the kiss, both shyly gazing at each other, lost in the depths of each other's gaze. Abel continued to kiss Ryan, her eyes fluttering open to look at him. Ryan wrapped her arms around Abel's neck, both of them basking in the blissful moment. "I love you, Ryan," Abel whispered tenderly. "Stop caressing me," Ryan murmured to Abel. He replied affectionately, "But you're mine." He bent down and kissed Ryan's foot. "This is mine, and this is mine, and this too. Everything here belongs to me. How can you say such things so seriously?" Ryan giggled, standing up. Together, they opened Abel's heart box. Ryan suddenly looked at the box and asked, "Is the heart reacting?" Abel held her close. "Of course, she's my heart," he said, kissing Ryan's hair. They began to kiss again. He kissed Ryan's chest. Their eyes met, and the inevitable happened. "Close your eyes, Ryan." The quiet space held only Ryan and Abel. They awoke later, holding each other tightly. "Ryan, why do we need a heart?" Abel asked, sitting up. She replied playfully, "Maybe to feel alive when you're happy, sad, angry, or feeling any emotion. That's the first thing that comes to mind." "I see," Abel responded. A sadness crept into his voice. "She was born without a heart, so whether I'm happy, sad, or angry, she can't feel anything. Like a corpse." Abel looked at Ryan and continued, "Whenever you see people sharing joy, fear, or extreme anger, she doesn't care anymore." As he spoke, he lifted Ryan's chin. Caressing Ryan's lips, he continued, "I was jealous." He traced the outline of her lips. They continued to kiss passionately, lost in their love. Suddenly, Ryan sat up. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat something." Abel's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He grabbed her hand, holding Ryan close, wondering why. Ryan looked confused. "Why? You're pushing me back down on the bed again," Ryan exclaimed. "Did you think you could get further?" Just then, Abell appeared, shouting, "Lord Death." Both Ryan and Abel were bewildered and astonished. Mortified by the interruption, Abell, his face burning red, quickly apologized and hurried away, leaving the two stunned. "What was that all about?" Abel asked, perplexed. Just then, Abell returned to Carlin and blurted out, "So fast." A flustered Abell stammered. "Well, about that," the right head quickly replied. "They were doing that." Carlin was surprised. "Huh, doing that?" Just then, her expression shifted, as if she understood what had transpired. She burst into laughter, leaving Sean confused. Still chuckling, she said, "So he succeeded?" Abell's middle head asked, "What do you mean?" Carlin replied gleefully, "Abel has been complaining about being crazy for a stubborn girl, so I used my charm to provoke her, to help you realize your feelings. Nothing works better than jealousy." "Abell." It was Abel, bursting through the door, furious. "How dare you just barge into our house?" Abell began to explain, "I'm sorry, but it's an emergency. There's a battle with demons from the surface." Abel was livid. "So what? Silverwing and Damien are both fighting, so we need you," Abell continued. "Get out." Abel roared. "Hey, now's not the time to sulk. You haven't forgotten Caesar's power, have you?" "That bastard," Abel raged. Carlin and Ryan stood face to face. "Goddess," Carlin said, "I know you want to enjoy your time with Abel, but we really need him today." Carlin continued his apologies politely. Ryan replied that she understood, but there was nothing she could do when Abel acted that way. Carlin whispered in Ryan's ear, "Just go for it." Ryan's face flushed crimson. Surprised by Carlin's sudden shove and a cheerful "good luck," Ryan stumbled right into Abel's arms. Abel spoke, and Ryan, momentarily stunned, managed only a sound. "Ah, don't you want to leave now?" he asked. Unsure what to say, Ryan leaned gently against his chest. "Go," she murmured, "and come back soon, my dear." The words out, her face burned with embarrassment. Abel was genuinely surprised. "Ah," he breathed. Ryan, with an adorably earnest expression, turned to him. "Come back soon, my love." Carlin, watching from afar, pumped his fist. "Well done, girl." Abel silently turned away as Abell called out, "Lord Abel." Abel unfurled his wings, his powerful staff gripped tightly in his hand. "What are you waiting for?" he boomed. "Let's go." Abell responded excitedly, "Yes, sir." Before leaving, he turned to Ryan. "I'll be back soon," he promised. "Don't go anywhere dangerous without me by your side." Ryan didn't reply, but she noticed the tips of Abel's ears had turned red. How utterly adorable, she thought to herself, a shy smile playing on her lips. Later, as Ryan was reading, a spectral figure appeared before her. "Silverwing is hurt," it announced. "Yes, you know the wound healed thanks to your treatment, but somehow she feels it has suddenly worsened. Ryan closed her book. All right, I'll go right away. The sky above teemed with birds. Ryan scanned the sky, searching. Spotting Silverwing, she called out. Silverwing turned and looked at her. Are you all right? She asked. Yes, Silverwing replied. He flew towards Ryan. Where are you hurt? Ryan asked, though she couldn't sense any energy of battle from him. She doesn't want to eat and can't sleep. Ryan reached out and touched Silverwing. Suddenly, thick strands of mistletoe wrapped tightly around him. Why are the threads of love so thick today? Ryan wondered. Mentioning his flank would make his feathers stand on end. She mused, and his eyes looked so lifeless. If he's like this, and it's not from an injury, that means... Silverwing, Ryan began. Is something troubling you? Has anything happened recently? The anxious bird replied. Why so troubled? To be honest, the recent battle was the first time in years I surfaced, but the sunlight was too intense. I couldn't bear it. Can you believe it? A desert guardian who can't stand the sun. Holding his head, Silverwing continued. So, since then, I've been having a hard time returning to the ground. Ryan looked at Silverwing carefully. At that moment, in the Lord's palace, he suddenly asked, Do you want to go to the surface with Silverwing? Ryan replied, Yes, he's ill and needs sunlight. The Lord responded, I've never heard of such a thing. The Lord stood up. Why does Silverwing seem so easily defeated? He questioned. Or have you already made a pact with death to meet on the surface? Ryan answered boldly, Mental illness is more terrifying than physical illness, you know. It festers inside, but no one can sense it except for them, until the illness silently kills them completely. Ryan continued confidently, As a healing priestess, I request permission for Silverwing and me to ascend to the surface. The Lord remained silent. Lord, Ryan pressed, it seems I'm also awaiting your reply. The Lord smiled gently. Very well, he conceded. I grant you permission. Ryan smiled, satisfied. Before leaving, she didn't forget to offer the Lord some advice. You should go out more from now on, instead of locking yourself in your room all day. Otherwise, you might end up with mental problems too. The Lord watched her leave in silence. Ryan suddenly remembered his last words. She still wants to see the light you wanted Caesar to see, so it should be all right to intervene now, right? Ryan and Silverwing are in the air. Hold on tight, or you might fall. Silverwing cautioned Ryan. How does it feel? Ryan asked. Feels like flying, Silverwing replied, exhilarated. A burst of laughter escaped Silverwing. Wait, I really am flying. She continued, offering advice. Remember to get some sun often from now on. She made the promise to Silverwing. Ryan's thoughts drifted to Abel. Abel had wings, so perhaps he could fly too. Next time, she'd have to ask him to take her flying. The sky stretched out, a vibrant blue, above the rustling canopy of the forest. Suddenly, something happened. A red thread of fate wrapped itself around Ryan's hand. Surprise jolted through her. What is this? Another red string is tightly wrapped around me. Whose is this? She wondered, pointing ahead, urging Silverwing towards the source. Silverwing, it's close. A sense of unease settled over her, a knot of anticipation tightening in her stomach. Who would be there? The two were just about to fly to where they needed to go. Ryan let out a sudden cry. It seemed she had seen a very familiar person. She stood there, bewildered and uncertain. Carlin. She rushed to his side, helping him up. Stay calm, hold on. Her thoughts raced. What happened to him? What's he doing here? Why is Carlin connected to me like this by this red string? Nothing happened between us when we were together before. Ryan turned to Silverwing. We can't just leave him here. He'll die if we do. We have to take him back to the Dark Era. Silverwing replied. But isn't he a god? Ryan's voice sharpened. I don't care. He saved my life once. Silverwing looked at her, confused and unsure. Then, Silverwing said to Ryan, well, if you owe him your life, there's nothing else to be done. Ryan looked at Carlin, a quiet memory surfacing. Carlin is still the same person he used to be. Carlin had told her to stay as far away from this place as possible, saying she would follow the dead, follow her. She, Silverwing, and Carlin were already airborne. A thought kept returning. Could he have been looking for me all this time? All this time, he had been tracking them, just as he promised, risking his life to find them. In that moment, a silent thank you went out to Carlin, a deep and heartfelt gratitude. At the palace, they entered. Ryan spoke, thanking Silverwing. Silverwing replied, I don't know if the Lord will allow it. Ryan's voice was firm. I still have to try. At that moment, in the Lord's chambers, he spoke. Are you all insane? Ryan thought to herself. So you want to protect a god here? Normally Carlin would be seen as a spy, having to come here to persuade the Dark Lord. But now this is my responsibility, so I have to convince him, no matter what. Aloud, Ryan said, he needs help. The Lord replied, his light form is fading. He's badly injured. Ryan pressed on. He's a capable servant. The Lord, his voice cold, replied, throw him out. Ryan countered, no, I'm fulfilling the duties you asked of me. In my position, the Lord said, yes, can't you do this for me, as a gesture of goodwill? Ryan spoke, her voice pleading. She continued, if you stop me from healing him, I won't be able to keep my promise to you anymore. The Lord looked at Ryan, silent. The girl spoke, saying she was just a little girl favored by death, and she wanted to help a god. Are you sure he's a god? He told you I'm not a god. Ryan exclaimed, if you were a god, you shouldn't say such things. The Lord remembered her last words. You should go out more often from now on, or you'll end up with a mental illness too. The Lord spoke. Think about it. Do you still care about me? The Dark Lord. Fine, I'll give you 5 days. If he's caught after 5 days, he'll be killed. At that moment, Ryan brought Carlin to his lodgings. Can you give me a first aid kit and a bowl of water? She looked at Carlin, her thoughts troubled. Why those strings? No matter how many times I've tried to get rid of it, it kept making Wazoki sounds. Beep, beep, beep. She turned to Wazoki, smiling, and said, it's all right, Wazoki. You don't have to worry. Ryan is drinking water. She sighed, looking exhausted. She kept glancing at Carlin. The red lines around his heart had lessened. So things should get better, right? A persistent rumbling sound continued. She opened the door, and Sione was standing there. What happened? She asked Sione. She replied that she felt a familiar energy nearby. Is it Kareem? She asked Ryan. Ryan, let Sione in. She led Sione into the room. She thinks he's been following us ever since we parted ways. It's not just Kareem. She's also here because she's worried about you. Ryan suddenly turned to look at Sione. She said, Sione continued. The Lord knows his temper. If he lets you and Kareem go, then we need to stay here, she continued. Is it her? The beeping sound continued. Ryan turned around. What's wrong? Something's happened. She suddenly realized something. Wait. She ran towards the already open door, blinding light flooding in. Ryan, Carlin shouted and slammed the door shut. Carlin had woken up and was standing before her. Ryan suddenly looked at Carlin and said, Miss Ryan. Carlin threw his staff to the ground. He stumbled towards Ryan. Carlin hugged Ryan tightly. He said, I'm so glad you're all right. Carlin, having quickly embraced Ryan, suddenly realized something was amiss. A cold sweat broke out on Carlin's skin. He quickly released Ryan, not forgetting to say, I'm sorry. Seeing Carlin's face turn as red as a tomato, Ryan wondered if she was imagining things. Why did Carlin seem so different than before? The way he looked at me. Carlin lowered his eyes and looked at Ryan. He slowly said, I thought something terrible had happened to you. She sensed a faint killing intent emanating from Abel, so she took a gamble and followed Ryan. Tears welled up, and she apologized profusely. Carlin was utterly bewildered by Ryan's reaction. He replied awkwardly, You have nothing to apologize for. He quickly glanced around, speculating. But what is she doing here? Is she trapped? Ryan, startled, quickly said, No, it's not like that. Please sit down first. Ryan calmly stated, As long as she keeps her promise, she can leave this place, right? Carlin replied, It seems Abel is in trouble again. Ryan was completely lost. She asked Carlin, What do you mean? He said nothing, just stared intently at Ryan, his gaze heavy with meaning. She simply pursed her lips and looked back at him, silent. After a moment, she spoke. I don't think so. The ones who deceive us are rotten to the core. It's not Abel's fault. Something tugged at Ryan's suspicions. She frowned, thoughts swirling, refusing to dissipate no matter how hard she tried to shake them off. But why? Or perhaps because Carlin is from Luce, his recovery would be slower. Without light, she couldn't bring him to a bright place like she did with Silverwing. If she did, the Lord would immediately send him away. Is there anything that emits light that could help him? Something that emits light. Ryan suddenly thought of something and quickly turned around. She hurriedly explained to Carlin that she would be right back. Ryan's voice echoed as she called for Bakkin. Bakkin, having lost his patience, flung the door open and yelled, Is it a person again? What is it this time? Ryan, undeterred by Bakkin's attitude, quickly apologized for disturbing him. Do you have anything that can gather light? She'd barely finished her sentence when Bakkin's staff whacked her squarely on the head, tears springing to her eyes. Bakkin began lecturing Ryan, pointing at her accusingly. I helped you once, and now, every time there's a problem, you come to me to solve it. In the Dark Era, what use is asking about light? Ryan looked earnestly at Bakken, explaining that she knew it sounded absurd, but the situation was dire. Even something like a magnifying glass would do, anything that could gather light. She pleaded with him for help. Bakken, seeing through Ryan's charade, muttered, "It's because of that ridiculous god, isn't it?" Ryan, embarrassed, managed a weak smile, but firmly insisted that she had to save him. Wazoki, chin in hand, remained silent, commenting that it certainly seemed urgent. No sooner had he spoken than he tossed a small pouch to Ryan. Curious, she stared at the magical bag in her hand. Seeing her puzzled expression, Wazoki explained that the bright stone within only needed a touch of sunlight to illuminate on its own. Ryan, looking at the light in her hand, breathed a sigh of relief. A gentle smile touched her lips as she said, "Thank you very much, sir." The city was unusually quiet. Walking along, Ryan looked at the pouch in her hand, murmuring to herself, "Now, how can she get up to catch some light? She has to get away from that person first. Perhaps we should ask Sione to let her go." Suddenly, just as she was pondering, the handsome Damien appeared, snatching the stone pouch from Ryan's hand and generously declaring, "Let me do it." Seeing the handsome man's eyes, Ryan blushed, avoiding his gaze. Damien, not only handsome but a true gentleman, feigned reproach, telling Ryan, "She told you if you need any help, just ask. When you need something like this, can't you think of me? She'll take you to the death god's house." With the task taken care of, Ryan stared after Damien. Seeing him about to leave, she quickly called out, "Damien, she's about to write to High Priest Sokovian. Is there anything you'd like me to tell him?" Hearing Sokovian's name, Damien paused slightly. Lowering his eyes, he asked Ryan to relay a message. "Tell them she's alive, not to worry." Ryan, thrilled, waved goodbye, excitedly replying, "The High Priest will be so happy." Damien turned back to look at Ryan. In his eyes, Ryan was like someone who had brought a long-awaited, warm light into his life. Back in the castle where Ryan was staying, the stone Bakken had given her was releasing an extraordinary power. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Good, the morning stone is healing him." His face and hair are starting to regain their color. Suddenly, Ryan's expression changed dramatically. Carlin had awakened. Embarrassed, Ryan pretended to stumble and cough. Carlin, unsure of what had happened, anxiously asked Ryan, "Are you all right?" He earnestly told her, "Just focus on healing me." But before he could finish, Ryan interrupted him, firmly saying, "No, sit down. Are you still doubting my miraculous healing abilities?" Carlin smiled gently at Ryan, murmuring, "He hasn't changed a bit, Ryan. Back at the temple, even when I tried to stop her, she still healed me." Ryan smiled sheepishly, replying, "Then next time you'd better try not to get hurt. You're healthy now, yet you insisted on chasing after us instead of leaving." Carlin sincerely told Ryan, "Because I promised you I would come find you." Ryan was momentarily speechless. Carlin continued to explain that they were merely following orders, and the orders were to protect her at all costs. She also wanted to see for herself if you were safe. At least that was the initial reason for coming here. Carlin's unexpected actions left Ryan somewhat bewildered. Carlin continued, "However, when I saw the Temple of the Flame, my heart suddenly went silent. In that moment, I couldn't hear or see anything. In that moment, she realized that if something bad happened to you, then she would." Just then, a shout suddenly rang out. "Ryan!" It was none other than Abel. He flung the door open excitedly, exclaiming, "Why didn't you come out to greet your beloved's return?" This kind of situation was ripe for misunderstanding. Abel narrowed his eyes, lips pursed, nearly causing Ryan to crumble. But in less than a second, she transformed into the image of a dutiful wife awaiting her husband's return. Ryan called out to Abel sweetly, running straight to his sweat-drenched form and embracing him tightly. "You're back," she repeated. "You were gone for so long." Ryan chatted brightly, a smile plastered on her face, while internally she screamed, silently pleading for everything to go smoothly. Abel held Ryan close, his eyes, sharp as daggers, fixed on Carlin. "Why is that bastard here?" he demanded, fury simmering beneath the surface. Poor Ryan could only stammer back, "Carlin is sick. I found him collapsed, his silver wings spread out. He was too badly injured to leave him. He's been looking for us." Abel suddenly honed in on the main issue, a question that pricked Ryan with guilt. "And his hand? Why was he holding your hand?" A cold sweat broke out on Ryan's skin, but her expression remained calm as she lied. "It was for healing. Everyone here dislikes Carlin, so I thought if we left him somewhere else, his condition might worsen." Bringing him here seemed like the best option. It's safer here, too. Abel's jealousy, as potent as ever, flared instantly. You've been alone with him this whole time, he roared. Ryan struggled to explain. It wasn't like that. I was here the entire time. Wazoki and the others, sensing the volatile atmosphere, quickly intervened. Let's go talk outside, she urged Abel. I just want to be with you. Carlin remained silent, leaving Ryan to handle the situation. As Abel left with her, he cast a glance back at Carlin, a storm of complex emotions brewing within him. By the lakeside, Ryan asked Abel, "Are you really angry?" Carlin was once your close advisor. Why don't you trust him? He's not the kind of person to do anything wrong. Abel turned to Ryan, his anger palpable. How could you possibly know that? He demanded. Ryan stammered. He's already in love with someone else. Abel shot back. And who is this person he's in love with? Suddenly, he lunged forward, gripping Ryan's hands tightly. Is it true? He asked again, his voice intense. She nodded firmly. It's true. He just hasn't met her yet. Ryan, and likely Barkley, recalled Carlin's words to her. Suddenly shy, she turned away from Abel's scrutinizing gaze. Anyway, that's how it is, she mumbled. Feigning playfulness, she lightly punched his chest and pouted. Besides, we haven't seen each other for 2 days, and you're still holding a grudge? Abel's brow furrowed slightly as he caressed Ryan's cheek. And whose fault is that? He countered. You have no idea how much I've missed you. As Abel's enticing lips drew closer, Ryan whispered, I missed you too. So much. You know that, right? Beneath the starlit sky, after 2 days apart, they shared a deep, romantic kiss. Abel was momentarily surprised by Ryan's forwardness, but the surprise quickly melted away as he closed his eyes, savoring the sweetness of her lips. A moment later, he asked, Are you cold? Ryan shook her head quickly. Not at all. Suddenly, Abel pulled her closer, exclaiming, Don't lie to me. You're shivering. Ryan couldn't help but laugh at his endearing behavior. She gently stroked his hair. Your hair is so dark, she murmured. I've never seen anyone with hair this black. A hint of sadness touched Abel's voice. No gold, no silver. I feel like an outsider. It's not a good story. Do you want to hear it? He asked. Before Abel could elaborate on his proposal, Ryan thought to herself, I already know his past from the original story, but I want to hear it from him directly, not wait for Ryan to respond. Abel's voice took on a harder edge as he began to recount his tale. I'm the result of my father's demonic experiments. He impregnated a human girl and sacrificed thousands of souls to nourish me while I was still in the womb. He wanted to know what would happen when all of humanity's rage was focused in one place. He believed this experiment would be his greatest achievement. She, through me, would transform him into a true god. The sun goddess would never allow such a thing. The moment she was born, my heart was taken. My mother couldn't withstand the deadly aura and passed away. To Los, to my father, even to his son, I was nothing more than a failed experiment, useless. But she still trusted him because, after all, he was my father. Ryan suddenly remembered when Abel was injured and how she subconsciously pleaded with him not to leave. Abel had never been loved by anyone. Even Lucia only pretended to love him so she could use him. Later, Ryan gently touched Abel's earlobe and sincerely told him, I like your black hair. She didn't care if he came from Los or if he was also a demigod. She didn't care who he was. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, she fell into deep thought. Yes, black hair. Carlin. If everything followed the story, Carlin would soon return to Luz, and St. Lucia would also appear soon. I've been looking for Lucia, but now that she's about to appear, I'm a little afraid. Before Lucia realized her feelings for Abel, Lucia and Abel would date. If Abel met Lucia, would he fall in love with her? If that were the case, I would be very sad. Her love-worn face quickly caught Abel's attention. Ryan was quickly embraced. He anxiously asked, What are you worrying about this time? You always have this expression whenever you're worried about those insignificant things. Ryan stared at Abel, struggling to say, What would you do if a girl suddenly appeared and made your heart race? Abel suddenly laughed and asked her, Like this? Ryan was sweating, her face flushed crimson, looking utterly adorable. She awkwardly explained, Not towards you, but towards someone else. Like, when you see Carlin, your heart starts racing, and you think you've fallen in love with her. Abel couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Are you crazy? Why would she care about another woman? Ryan felt utterly helpless. She said dejectedly, Well, if something like that really happens, don't hide it from me. Tell me immediately. Abel was still confused. He continued, What are you talking about? You shouldn't fall in love with someone else. Before he finished that sentence, Abel's expression suddenly changed, becoming incredibly serious. He grabbed Ryan's shoulders and started questioning. Don't tell me, it's you and Carlin. Without waiting for Ryan to answer, he flew into a rage, jumping up and storming off. I knew it. I should have killed that bastard. Ryan called helplessly from behind. That's not what she meant. Suddenly, Ryan's entire body was thrown into chaos. She struggled to call out to Abel. He stumbled backward in shock. Seeing his beloved lying on the ground, Abel was scared out of his wits. Ryan watched unconsciously as the red threads wrapped around her tighter and tighter, faster and faster. Abel rushed towards Ryan as if afraid that even a moment's delay would cause him to lose her at any second. He held Ryan in his arms, his lips constantly calling her name. In Ryan's dream, there were two girls, their faces quite blurry. Both kept looking at Ryan, discussing, "Is it her? I don't know. She looks a lot like her." Ryan looked at the shadows in front of her, subconsciously wondering who they were. The girls stared critically at Ryan. What if it's not her? If it's not her, that girl won't live much longer. Ryan anxiously asked, "Who are you?" She reached out to touch the red thread in front of her. It suddenly wrapped around her arm again. Ryan jolted awake from that terrifying dream. Thankfully, Abel was always by Ryan's bedside. Seeing Ryan open her eyes, Abel rushed to her side, his worry evident as he gripped her shoulders and asked loudly, "Are you all right? Are you sick?" Just then, Carlin spoke up from behind Ryan. "She already told you not to overdo it." The words were like oil on a fire, and Abel glared at Carlin fiercely. "When did you barge in here?" He grabbed Carlin by the collar, roaring, "She knows it's your fault, doesn't she? She warned you. If anything happened to Ryan, you'd be the first she'd kill. So you just sat there and watched her hurt herself so you could survive?" Ryan, caught in the middle, quickly stood up to explain. "It's not like that, Abel." She placed a hand on her chest, thinking, "This pain is definitely different from the pain I feel when healing others. It must be connected to those people." Anxious, she stared at Abel, her voice trembling as she asked him where his heart was. Abel quickly placed his heart box in Ryan's hand. Seeing the still rapidly beating heart, Ryan finally felt some relief. Seeing Ryan's unusual expression, Abel asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly want to see my heart?" Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched Abel's heart to her chest. Tears streamed down her face as Ryan silently gave thanks. At least nothing bad will happen to Abel. Abel quietly watched the person he loved. Lost in the emotion of the moment, he gently wiped away her tears and pulled Ryan into a tight embrace. She in turn hugged him tightly. Abel was a little surprised by his lover's series of strange reactions, but he closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of her embrace. Carlin, however, saw the entire embrace, his expression a mixture of awkwardness and perhaps jealousy. After a moment, Ryan's surprised voice broke the silence. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Stay here," Abel said. "I have to go see that person, Scipio." "You mean by Sipo?" Ryan asked. "I'll go to Remda and then come back." She tugged on Abel's sleeve, adding sweetly, "I'm fine, just a little tired." She couldn't believe Abel's sudden anger. "But if something happens to you, I won't be fine. What are we going to do?" Seeing Abel's near-frantic worry, Ryan quickly soothed him with gentle words, apologizing for only thinking of herself. Abel responded softly, telling her she should take care of herself. Neither of them knew Carlin was outside the door, hearing every word. Abel tried to reassure her that he would be back soon. "I don't know what Carlin's thinking, but his face looks a little pale." Abel walked over to him and sternly commanded, "Remember to protect Ryan. I won't give you a second chance." Carlin, who had never disobeyed, served with single-minded devotion and immediately obeyed Abel's command. In Ryan's room, she wearily placed a hand on her forehead, her mind racing. "I should rest like Abel said, and take care of myself." Suddenly, something caught Ryan's attention, breaking her train of thought. Carlin, she didn't know when it started, was sitting by her bedside, staring at her. Ryan jumped up in embarrassment, calling Carlin's name in exasperation. He rushed forward to steady her, then said, "Don't sit up. If you need anything, I can get it for you." Ryan quickly explained that she hadn't meant to startle him. "I'm fine, so you should go rest in the other room. You don't have to follow Abel's orders so strictly." Carlin calmly replied, "I'm doing this because I want to, so please don't worry about me." Ryan thought sadly, "How can I not worry about you? When she saw the look in Carlin's eyes, a cold sweat broke out on her skin. Having no other choice, Ryan turned over to ease the awkwardness. Suddenly, Carlin told her, "Please don't use your healing ability anymore." Ryan was startled, her gaze fixed on Carlin. Faced with Ryan's surprise, Carlin lowered her eyes, silent for a long moment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, she quickly stood and explained, "I'm sorry. You probably think this has nothing to do with me, but rather with your current weakening state." She didn't finish her sentence before Ryan swiftly turned and countered, "She's much better at taking care of herself than others." She clutched the blanket, trembling, her heart heavy with sorrow. Abel, Damien, Carlin. Too many lives were linked to hers at this moment. If she died, they would die too. Why was everything so chaotic? Was it because everything had deviated from the original plan? If that were true, Carlin should have already attacked the Dark Lord, destroyed him, and returned to Luz, wounded. If she had left Carlin alone after she was injured, he might be safe now, just like in the original story. Carlin's voice interrupted Ryan's thoughts. "She doesn't know what you're thinking, but whenever you're unsure, just do what you think is right." Carlin's words left Ryan pondering. Wasn't that true? She had pushed Abel away because she was too focused on the original plan. But ever since she started doing what she wanted to do, things had clearly improved. This might be the answer she had been searching for all along, to do what she believed was right. Ryan said to Carlin with a cheerful tone, "Thank you. Your advice really helped." Carlin replied that if she could be of help, she was happy to, as she had intended to do so anyway. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps came from Shi. She burst through the door, shouting, "Ryan, the Dark Lord is looking for you." The shocking news sent a cold shiver down Ryan's spine. She had no idea why the Dark Lord would suddenly be looking for her. After a moment, Ryan gently opened the door. She timidly appeared behind the Dark Lord. Suddenly, a loud, terrifying sound erupted from behind her. She spoke cautiously. "Are you looking for me? Is there anything she can help with?" The Dark Lord calmly announced that Ascent's seal had been broken. Slightly stunned by the Dark Lord's news, Ryan anxiously explained, "It wasn't me. I've been here the whole time." The Dark Lord calmly replied, "She knows. St. Lucia is said to have awakened." Frowning, Ryan said, "See, she told you, you're not me." The Dark Lord sat in a chair, sighed, and told her he was sorry. Ryan cautiously asked, "So, can she go now?" "As you promised." The Dark Lord gave Ryan a meaningful look before answering her question. He sighed wearily, rubbing his forehead, and conceded, "Fine." Ryan seized the opportunity and sincerely requested, on Caesar's behalf, that he lift his power as soon as possible. "She means the hourglass," the Dark Lord replied. "She told you he did it." Ryan felt sympathy for the Dark Lord. It must be hard on him inside, now that he'd heard the news of Ascent's return. Something caught Ryan's eye. In the Dark Lord's hand, however, red lines began to wrap tightly. She hurriedly approached the Dark Lord and asked, "Is that a burn?" She worriedly held the Dark Lord's hand and observed. The Dark Lord's eyes looked somewhat downcast as he brushed it off. "It's nothing." Ryan earnestly asked the Dark Lord what had happened. The Dark Lord sadly admitted, "She just wanted to bask in the sun. She's such a fool." Hearing this, Ryan became even more perplexed, unsure if he had actually surfaced. "Has the Dark Lord surfaced?" She asked if he felt better after taking office. The Dark Lord dejectedly replied, "See for yourself. She only ends up hurting herself." However, the first time basking in the sun felt good. Ryan heard the heartfelt words of the Dark Lord. She also smiled brightly and quickly comforted him. "Yes, if you're excited often, you'll get used to it." With that, she bowed 90 degrees. "Well, she's off. Goodbye." She reached for the door, thought of something, and immediately turned around. She said to the Dark Lord, "Please take care." The sky began to pour with rain. Ryan walked, her thoughts racing. At least now she could leave Gatgay. She reached out a hand, eager to be gone. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. "Strange. My intuition never fails me, except with Caesar. No one else could it be." His sudden appearance startled Ryan. "Don't sneak up on me like that," she cried. Caesar quipped, "It's a shame you're not a saint." Ryan, a little annoyed, retorted, "I've told you many times I'm not." With a swift flick of his wrist, Caesar produced a card. He muttered an incantation as he worked his magic. "No matter what she thinks, I've never lost a gamble." Ryan crossed her arms in exasperation. "Remind me." "She has absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Remove the hourglass you placed on Abel." Now, here, she could see it clearly. Caesar didn't need Ryan to repeat herself. He raised a hand towards the hourglass, casting a spell. A flash of light erupted, and the hourglass exploded. Caesar shook his head, murmuring to himself, "How curious. My intuition and the dice both pointed to her, didn't they?" Seeing that Caesar had accomplished his purpose, Ryan immediately turned to leave. "Regardless," she said as she walked away, "I'm leaving this palace. Nothing you say will change my mind." As soon as the words left her mouth, a card suddenly flew past her face. Caesar explained it was his gift. Ryan stared at the card in his hand, sweat trickling down her face. By the time she recovered her senses, he had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, thunder cracked across the sky. Ryan stared at the emblem, unable to contain her emotions, and began to tremble and weep. The card Caesar had given her was the death card. The rain poured down harder. Ryan sat sorrowfully in a chair, gently stroking Wazowski, who was asleep on her lap. Footsteps approached Ryan's room. Wazowski, with his super-sensitive hearing, detected the sound and woke up instantly. Seeing his reaction, Ryan was a little puzzled. "What's wrong, Wazowski?" she asked quickly. At the same moment, a voice called out from behind her. It was Carlin. She didn't know why it was pouring rain, but he was still there. Ryan immediately stood up and asked, "Where did you go?" "You disappeared, and I was worried." Carlin explained, "I just went out for a bit." "Couldn't you sleep?" She confessed to Carlin. Abel isn't home, and glanced at Wazowski, noticing his unfriendly expression, which made her wonder why he was acting that way. "Why are you on the surface?" Ryan asked Carlin curiously. She didn't understand why his expression was so serious. He said, "Ryan, can I talk to you? There's something I need to tell you." A while later, Ryan brought Carlin a steaming cup of tea. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Carlin murmured, "It's really dark out there." Ryan added, "I suppose it's because of the rain." Carlin continued, "That's why it's always so dark and damp here. If there were light, there would be more hope." Ryan was completely bewildered. She unconsciously called out Carlin's name. Ryan sighed. "Sickness and death. Maybe I'm sick because you're here in the darkness." Ryan, confused, tried to explain, "No, I'm tired because..." Suddenly, Carlin said, "Ryan, you don't belong here." Ryan replied awkwardly, "Well, yes, I'm just an ordinary person, not a demon, and I don't have any special abilities." Carlin explained that wasn't what he meant. He meant, "You're too bright and pure, like the sun. You don't belong in this dark place." Ryan was startled by his unexpected words, perhaps already feeling a flutter of excitement within. "He thinks that way about me?" She thought, a little bewildered, but in reality, she was quite astute. Just as she was considering this, Carlin suggested something that made Ryan spit out her tea. He sincerely invited her. "Why don't you leave here with me?" Seeing Ryan's flustered expression, Carlin hurriedly stood up and asked if she was all right. He walked confidently towards Ryan, saying, "Look, if you stay here, your health will only worsen. If you go to lose, she's certain you'll feel better immediately." Ryan candidly replied that she couldn't go. Carlin asked, a note of disappointment in his voice, "Is it because of Mr. Abel? He's draining her energy, isn't he? He's nothing but a source of pain for her." Hearing this, Ryan nodded, thinking, "Yes, Abel does put a lot of pressure on me, but he's starting to change now." She looked at Carlin awkwardly, saying, "I think you've misunderstood something." Carlin suddenly and sharply asked Ryan if it was because he held her life in his hands. Ryan vehemently denied it. A thunderous explosion echoed from outside the hallway. Ryan's thoughts immediately flew to Abel. Abel had indeed returned. Ryan ran excitedly to greet her beloved. "You're back." The moment they met, Abel asked how she was feeling, and she confidently replied that she was fine. They embraced tenderly, oblivious to Carlin drawing his sword behind them. Ryan, her face alight with excitement, told Abel, "Never mind that. Let's leave the Dark Age now. It seems St. Lucia has awakened." Suddenly, Wazowski flew directly towards the two of them. A look of alarm flashed across Ryan's face. She couldn't believe Abel would be attacked so unexpectedly, especially by someone he seemed to trust most. After careful consideration, Carlin decided to reveal his true identity to Abel. Abel gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said furiously to Carlin, "So you've been hiding your identity from me this whole time." Carlin suddenly yelled, "Step back!" As soon as the words left his mouth, he grabbed his sword and charged straight at Abel, whose wings unfolded. Abel held his beloved tightly to protect her. Ryan remembered Carlin telling him that he was just going to the surface for a while. Now she realized he had gone there to replenish his energy. Carlin told Abel, "Let Ryan go." Abel's anger grew, and he growled furiously, "You treacherous bastard! I'd love to kill you." Ryan, clinging tightly to Abel, pleaded with him to stop. Abel roared in fury, "Are you blind? You bastard!" Taking advantage of Abel's distraction, Carlin raised his sword high. As expected, Abel took the full force of his attack. Ryan, besides frantically calling out Abel's name, hadn't taken any concrete action. Carlin suddenly grabbed Ryan from behind, saying softly, "Please forgive me." Ryan was stunned by Carlin's actions. He lifted her high, holding her up in front of Abel, his once most loyal brother. Abel, covered in wounds and drenched in a cold sweat, cried out his beloved's name. Carlin, still holding Ryan tightly, then took off. Ryan asked him in bewilderment why he was doing this, saying it wasn't like him at all. Carlin, acting as if he completely understood Ryan's feelings, firmly stated that he couldn't bear to watch her suffer anymore. "Why is it that I have to endure all this?" But what he didn't know was that Ryan was screaming internally, wondering why she had to endure all of this, why things had turned out this way. Ryan turned her head. Love truly transcended all circumstances as Abel came charging after them. Abel unleashed a series of attacks, causing earth-shattering reverberations. Terrified of facing death, Ryan silently scolded Abel, "If you attack him like that, you'll get hit too." She unconsciously pleaded with Carlin, "Please come down quickly." He actually thought he was doing a good deed, even telling her not to worry. As soon as she finished speaking, he increased his speed and swiftly flew upwards. A sudden brightness illuminated Ryan's face. She looked at the bright scene before her, completely different from the darkness she had been in just minutes ago. Carlin told her that Abel would be weaker in the light. "We can reach Luz before he catches up." Ryan, her voice tight with anger, declared, "Just listen to me. I want to be with Abel." Carlin's face fell, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. "He's not who you think he is, Ryan," he explained gently. "I know him better than you do. He'll do anything to get what he wants." "She might hate me now," Carlin continued, a wistful sadness in his voice, "but she'll understand someday." Ryan's mind raced. Could this be about Carlin's past relationship with Abel? Carlin paced restlessly. Suddenly, a sickening crunch, like bone shattering, echoed from behind them. It had to be Abel. Battered and bruised, Abel stood there, gasping for breath. "I told you," he snarled at Carlin, "to stay away from what's mine." Carlin's eyes blazed with fury. "You haven't changed at all, have you?" he demanded. "People are just objects to you. You don't care about their feelings. You should feel that pain too." Mirasakan Raza's sacket eye to you. A blade, shimmering with golden light, materialized in Carlin's hand. He leveled it at Abel and lunged. Terror seized Ryan as she watched the man she loved teeter on the brink of death. Even Abel couldn't evade Carlin's ferocious attack. A resounding clang reverberated through the air as the blade plunged deep into Abel's chest. Abel, his strength gone, hung suspended for a moment before collapsing. Panic clawed at Ryan's throat. "We need to get to Abel," she cried, even as Carlin reassured her. "Don't worry, he's just paralyzed for now." "We're here," Carlin announced, a different kind of smile playing on his lips. "Luz, the place where the sun's energy is strongest." He turned to Ryan. "You don't have to suffer anymore." "That's not the point right now," Ryan muttered, her voice low. Her reaction startled Carlin. Without warning, Ryan shoved Carlin away. Ignoring his shouts, she let herself fall. One thought consumed her: get back to Abel. He couldn't have fallen far. "Please," she prayed, "let me reach him in time." A deafening roar erupted. Ryan crumpled to the ground. Carlin rushed to her side. He stared at the scene before him, uncomprehending a frantic litany of why escaping his lips. Blood bloomed on Ryan's clothes. I need to get to Abel," she whispered, her voice weak. "He must be hurt." Ryan's words plunged Carlin's world into darkness. As she finished speaking, a cough racked her body, and blood sprayed from her lips. Carlin recoiled in horror. Ryan struggled to breathe, her mind reeling. Why was her heart failing now of all times? The realization of his actions crashed down on Carlin. Tears streamed down his face. "Ryan," he cried, "we need a healer. We have to get her to Luz." "I have to get to Abel," Ryan thought wearily. Minutes later, in Luz, Carlin clutched Ryan tightly, his voice desperate. "Help! I have someone who's badly injured. She needs help immediately. Please. She's important to me." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. "Excuse me." The words drew Carlin's attention. Standing before him was Lucia, radiant and beautiful. Would you mind if I helped? She offered. Some time later, Ryan stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Her first thought was of Abel. A shimmering light seemed to emanate from her entire being. Ryan jolted awake, disoriented, wondering where she was. The last thing she remembered was falling. As Ryan drifted in a haze of confusion, a voice broke through. You're finally awake. Ryan turned towards the sound. Her gaze fell upon Lucia. Golden hair like spun sunlight. Deep blue eyes, she was breathtaking. Is that, Ryan stammered. Are you? Before Ryan could finish, Lucia interrupted, her eyes curious. Who is she? She asked, glancing at Ryan. Could she be close to Mr. Kareem? Anxiety pricked at Ryan. Had Lucia misunderstood her relationship with Carlin? She waved her hand dismissively. We're not that close, she explained. No, he already has someone he cares about. Lucy hesitated for a moment. Oh, really? She asked, a little embarrassed by her own inquisitiveness. She extended a hand towards Ryan. Let me see how you're doing, she continued. I'm Lucy, Sunday's saint. I hope we can get along. It really is Lucia, Ryan thought, exactly as she's described in the original story. A thrill of excitement ran through her. Reaching out, she replied, I'm Ryan. I'm a healer from the Temple of Remington. Suddenly, Lucia cried out in surprise. Still holding Ryan's hand, she added, no wonder my healing powers didn't work on you. It must be because you're a priestess. Lucia's words sent Ryan spiraling into a dark abyss of thought. Lucia can't heal me. Does that mean she can't get rid of this thread wrapped around my hand? Seeing Ryan suddenly lost in thought, Lucia softly called her name. Ryan responded hesitantly, no, it's nothing. Are you all right, Carlin? Lucia briefly mentioned Carlin's condition. He's resting in my room now. He insisted on staying here until you woke up, and then he collapsed. Inwardly, Ryan fumed. It's all because of him. But outwardly, she maintained a composed facade. I see, she said with a faint smile. She sighed, her thoughts drifting to Abel, hoping he was safe. The red thread was still there, so he was probably not in immediate danger. But what's that? There was a red thread on Lucia, seemingly connected to a Sandman. Good, at least this part is the same as the original. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. The vibrant blue butterfly girl chirped. Are you awake too, human girl? Carlin is here. He says he wants to see you right away. Is that all right? Lucia asked, answering for Ryan, of course. Ryan, curious, I thought he collapsed. Lucia quickly excused herself, leaving the two alone. Carlin's haste and agitated demeanor were certainly noticeable. Who would have thought he would humbly kneel before Ryan, shocking both of the beautiful girls? Carlin's voice trembled. Thank goodness you're all right. I was so afraid you wouldn't wake up. Startled by Carlin's actions, Ryan exclaimed, What are you doing? Get up now, he said, his voice heavy with self-reproach. It's all my fault you got hurt, Ryan. I'm so sorry. Ryan, flustered, kept repeating, Okay, I understand. Please stand up. Inwardly, she was screaming, Get up. This is making me incredibly uncomfortable. She stepped closer to Carlin. I heard you fainted. Go and rest now. We could talk later. He shook his head vehemently, refusing. I can't rest. I haven't fulfilled my responsibility yet. Ryan felt utterly exhausted, wondering how things had become so complicated. Forcing a smile, she urged Carlin, No, please get some rest. Suddenly, Lucia's voice cut in. You just said you two weren't close, but you seem to care about each other a great deal. Lucia's expression genuinely seemed tinged with jealousy. Could she have feelings for Carlin? As Ryan pondered Lucia's expression, she heard someone repeatedly calling her human girl. Human girl. It was the small blue butterfly girl from before. She announced that the guardian deity, Assad, wanted to see Ryan. Ryan was confused. She couldn't understand why Assad would want to meet her. A while later, inside the palace, Ryan's voice echoed. I'm here, Ryan. Her heart pounded. So this is where the protagonist of the original story lives. It's truly luxurious. It looks just like the Palace of Versailles. Ryan, a voice inquired. Are you Ryan? He directed her to stand before Mr. Assad and pay your respects to him. Completely bewildered, Ryan thought paying respects probably means kneeling. But the moment her head touched the pillow, a wave of intense heat washed over her, startling her profoundly. It was scorching. Ryan jumped up in alarm, startling the purple being. Tears welling in her eyes, she affirmed in distress. This house is hotter than a volcano. He loves you, but you don't understand. Instead, you cry treason. Immediately kneel before Assad. Just then, a voice interrupted. Enough, you may leave. Is this the girl Carlin brought? Tim. Ryan suddenly tensed. She knew that was Assad. He appeared with supreme arrogance, glancing dismissively at Ryan. Ryan's judgment began to form. So this was the male lead of the Red String, a human, a Sandman. He spoke to Ryan mockingly. You look weak. I expected more when I heard you save Carlin's life. Ryan, irritated by his unfriendly demeanor, calmly asked what the reason was for her summons. He didn't hesitate, saying directly, I was curious. Carlin begged you to stay. Hearing this, a thought suddenly flashed through Ryan's mind. She quickly said, wait, let me go back to the Dark Age. Assad asked her, do you know where the Dark Age is? Ryan was startled by his question. Assad stared menacingly at Ryan, saying, so you still remember Carlin? Then added, I've already forgotten where that place is. Seeing his attitude, she knew it wasn't worth the risk. She thought, I don't know what's going on, but something tells me not to tell him. Without hesitation, she shook her head. I don't know. I don't even remember where it is. Assad quickly retracted that expression, pretending to click his tongue. What a pity, he muttered. It was actually a good opportunity for me to completely wipe out those barbarians. Ryan muttered under her breath in frustration, this guy's really crazy. Assad, still retaining some semblance of humanity, told Ryan, I heard you have a heart condition. I've already sent someone to treat you. Remember to thank Sierra and E. That's the only reason someone like you is being taken care of so well. Before Ryan could thank him, Assad waved his hand, signaling that she could leave. Ryan was about to say something, but a purple elf interrupted. The summoning is over. Please leave. Ryan was so angry at the missed opportunity that her fists trembled within the sand palace. Ryan stormed off, cursing furiously in her mind, despising him for being human and not even bothering to listen to her. Was he always this awful? She wondered. Was it because I didn't see things from Lucia's perspective in the original story? Or because I didn't pay attention to characters I didn't care about? But regardless, if Assad was that kind of person, it was best to quietly slip away, not wait for him to permit anything. Ryan's thoughts were interrupted again by a voice. It was Carlin. He asked her, I was just a little worried about you. What did Mr. Assad say to you? The mention of Assad irritated Ryan. She replied coldly, what do you think? He told me to stay here. Seeing Ryan's expression, Carlin anxiously reached out to take her hand. Ryan pushed his hand away in disgust. She angrily told Carlin to take her home. Carlin, taken aback by Ryan's reaction, tried to explain, can't you stay here until you're better? I know it sounds like I'm shirking responsibility, but I really did this for you. Ryan firmly told him, I know you did this because you're worried about me, but your method is wrong. Please, Carlin, take me back. Carlin avoided Ryan's gaze. His jaw clenched in frustration. Ryan said coldly, are you really keeping me here for my sake? It seems I misjudged you. With that, she ignored him and walked away. She felt heartbroken. You were once my favorite person. How could you do this to me? Everyone demands to do what they like, and I'm left to pick up the pieces. What am I even doing here? Who cares about the original story? Let be. I don't care anymore. Ryan collapsed completely onto the bed, silently praying. I want to go home. I miss Mom. She cried softly for almost the entire day. Suddenly, Wazowski appeared, tapping her arm. Sensing something, Ryan quickly turned around. Seeing Wazowski panting, she was startled. She quickly scooped him up, exclaiming, what are you doing here? Lose. It's too dangerous for you here. She gestured towards the wardrobe, and Ryan, unbidden, realized the truth. Those clothes, you've been hiding amongst my things this whole time because you were worried about me? Lucy nodded, confirming Ryan's suspicion. The image of her handsome lover, Carlin, flashed once more in Ryan's mind. Unable to contain the loneliness any longer, Lucy began to sob. Ryan held her close as she wept openly, softly calling out Carlin's name. She misses you, Ryan murmured some time later. Back in her own room, Ryan lay exhausted on the bed, sighing. Her head throbbed from crying so much. A voice called from the doorway. Ryan, may I come in? Ryan quickly sat up and invited her in. It was the small girl with the blue butterfly. This is Vivian. She's been assigned as your handmaiden. She's brought you some tea. Ryan thanked her awkwardly, noting that the teacup seemed a little too heavy for Vivian to carry. Despite wobbling slightly, the girl smiled brightly at Ryan and told her the tea was very good. Ryan returned a strained smile. The situation, like the teacup for Vivian, seemed a little too heavy for her as well. Such a small fairy. How can she serve me? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ryan turned and glanced at Wazowski. She trembled, wondering what would happen if they discovered the demon with her. Assad certainly wouldn't let it slide. Seeing Ryan's prolonged silence, Vivian spoke up. "Young human lady, is there something mischievous behind you?" "Being mischievous is not good at all." Ryan quickly waved her hand in denial. "Nothing's happening." A cold sweat broke out as she scrambled for a plan. What to do now? What to do now? Ryan clumsily and quickly changed the subject. "Oh, this tea looks really good." In her flustered state, the teacup tipped, spilling onto her. Vivian cried out anxiously, "Be careful." The little girl struggled to pull the teacup back. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. Good. If she hadn't pulled it back in time, I would have been scalded. But Vivian's reaction surprised Ryan. Trembling, tears streaming down her face, she apologized profusely for her mistake, begging forgiveness. Ryan asked, puzzled, "Forgive you for what?" She wasn't hurt. "It's all right." Vivian still hadn't calmed down. She explained sorrowfully, "It's not my fault. She's just so clumsy. Even the saint is always angry with me." Ryan couldn't believe Lucia would treat this sweet little girl this way. She reassured Vivian that she was fine, so there was no need to cry. The girl choked back a sob. "If the headmaid finds out I made another mistake, I'll be in big trouble." A daring thought crossed Ryan's mind. She offered, "What if we keep this a secret? I'll keep your mistake a secret, and you keep mine." Vivian looked up and asked, "The lady's secret?" A moment later, the hot tea was refilled. Vivian mentioned she came from the dark times. She'd heard it was a terrible place, where the sky was always dark and time moved slower. Thankfully, Master Carlin had rescued her from there. Ryan countered, a touch of frustration in her voice. "She told you she was kidnapped, and that guy is better than you think." Vivian questioned, "But she heard Abel is a cruel monster. It's better to be in Luz than with someone like him, isn't it?" At this, Ryan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tears streamed down her face as she pounded the table. "A cruel monster, huh?" The sudden mention of her lover brought a wave of intense sadness over Ryan. "He was late to save me, because time flows differently there, right?" Sunlight streamed directly into the room. Ryan slumped onto the table, sighing. "Luz, it's so hot, because there are two suns." She wished there were curtains. Vivian spoke up, dashing her small hope. "Curtains are not allowed. Blocking the light is a great disrespect to the deities." The girl suggested that if it was too hot, why didn't the lady go for a walk by the nearby lake? She asked again excitedly, wanting to be sure. "Really?" The sun beat down relentlessly on Ryan, baking her weary frame. She lifted her head with an exhausted sigh, shielding her eyes with her hand. Wisely, she decided against sharing her discomfort with Vivian. Vivian, seemingly oblivious, informed Ryan that time was of the essence and suggested dipping her feet in the nearby lake for some relief. Just then, something in the distance caught Ryan's attention. Two small imps knelt before Lucia, the Sunday saint, offering their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Saint Lucia," they chirped. "I'm completely healed, thanks to you." Lucia offered her signature gentle smile. "It was nothing," she demurred. "Just what anyone would do." From afar, Ryan observed Lucia, ever busy with her saintly duties. She'd heard that Lucia spent her days by the lake, healing the afflicted. A silent wave of admiration washed over Ryan. "That's exactly what a heroine should do," she thought. "My girl has to be like that too." Suddenly, someone raised a parasol behind her, shielding her from the sun. Back in her assigned quarters, Ryan searched every nook and cranny for something seemingly important, muttering in frustration, "It's not here either." She considered her own behavior, wondering if she'd been trying to control him. Had she always been this way? Is her true nature so different from what's written in the book, or has she changed because of me? Vivian approached from behind, inquiring about what Ryan was searching for. Ryan explained that she was organizing her belongings, but couldn't locate a few items. "It's a locket with a picture," she clarified. "I put it in the pocket of the suit I was wearing when I arrived, but now I can't find it anywhere." Vivian suggested that Lucia might know its whereabouts, having helped organize Ryan's things. Surprised, Ryan asked how Vivian knew that. Vivian explained that since Lucia had handled the unpacking, it would be best to ask her about the missing items. This seemingly accurate information sent a shiver of unease down Ryan's spine. Outside, the blazing sun made the city gleam. Ryan hurried off, a knot of confusion tightening in her stomach. Did Lucia take the locket? But it was never mentioned in the original story, so how could she even know what it was? Even if she knew it belonged to Damien, Lucia wasn't interested in him, right? Wait, in the original story, Damien had a one-sided crush on her. Just as she was thinking about them, Assad and Lucia appeared before her, engrossed in their own conversation. Lucia's voice, bright with enthusiasm, reached Ryan's ears. "Why don't you come with me after the meeting?" she asked Assad. "I'd really like you to experience it firsthand." Ryan rushed towards them, calling out Lucia's name. Noticing Ryan's breathless approach, Lucia seemed slightly perturbed. "Is there something I can help you with?" she asked quickly. Ryan immediately explained her query, apologizing for interrupting their conversation. "I just wanted to ask if you happened to see a locket when you were organizing my things. It's very important to me." Suddenly, Lucia's voice turned cold. "What are you trying to say? Do you think I stole it?" Ryan was taken aback as Lucia covered her face, seemingly overcome with emotion. "You're right," Lucia sobbed. "I did organize your belongings. I even thought I was helping you. But if I knew you would suspect me of being a thief." Tears streamed down her face, catching the light and shimmering. Choking back a sob, Lucia continued, "This must be a misunderstanding." Ryan, completely bewildered by Lucia's reaction, thought, "Why is she crying so much? I just asked a simple question." Assad stood by silently for a moment before finally speaking. "What kind of locket is it?" he asked. Ryan explained that she had brought it with her from the Dark Age. She just wanted to tell Lucia where it was from, since she'd heard Lucia was the last person to handle her belongings. If Lucia hadn't seen it, then perhaps Ryan had lost it on her way there. Assad murmured, his voice low and meaningful. The Dark Age. Ryan felt utterly exhausted, and the throbbing in her head returned. She sighed openly. "I am sorry, Lucia. I didn't mean to make you cry. I was just so worried, and I didn't consider your feelings. Please forgive me." Lucia wiped her tears, assuring Ryan that she was fine. "I suppose being accused like that made me a little emotional," she said. "I'm so sorry," Lucia said. Ryan, forcing a bright smile, replied that she was glad they'd cleared up the misunderstanding. Inwardly, however, she'd already reached a conclusion. "Right, you don't want me interrupting your time with your sweetheart." She understood. With that said, Ryan gave the couple a quick wave goodbye. "All right then, I'll be going. You two don't have to worry about me at all." Suddenly, Assad called out, "Wait, both of you come inside." The words startled both girls. Assad walked off, tossing a sentence over his shoulder. "I've been thinking about something from this morning. I need to ask you some questions. You should be honored." A cold sweat broke out on Ryan's skin. She glanced at Lucia's expression and said, she swore she was fine. Watching the man walk away, Ryan could only curse silently. Damn that bastard. How dare he just say whatever he wants and then walk off like that? Quickly stepping inside, an announcement rang out. Mr. Assad and Miss Lucia have arrived. Of course, Ryan had also arrived. Carlin's unexpected presence startled her, and she jumped in surprise. He stammered, asking her why she was there too. Ryan replied wearily, saying she was curious as well. Assad suddenly insisted she join them, even though she had no idea where this was. Carlin explained that it was a meeting only the highest-ranking priests of Luz could attend. Assad presided over the meeting, his voice booming as he called for silence and began discussing the first issue, the damage caused by Sunday. A voice responded, stating that the desert region had suffered the most. Ryan listened intently, thinking to herself, this feels just like a state council meeting. If she remembered correctly, something similar might have been mentioned in the original story. Just then, Assad brought up the next topic, the apocalypse. The word caught Ryan's attention, and she worried their actions might have aroused suspicion. A black goat quickly reported that their actions were indeed suspicious. Apparently, a large number of them were approaching Luz, seemingly aware of the sun's instability. That was why they had come to scout. It's best to strike first. We can use this opportunity to destroy the Dark Age once and for all. Ryan jumped up at these words, crying out no. She angrily criticized him. How can you start a war over an apocalypse doctrine you don't even know was caused by attacking Luz? The Dark Age is full of innocent people, you know. Assad finally smirked. You know, he said, you clearly understand the apocalypse. You must have encountered the Dark Lord before, haven't you? Assad's words stunned Ryan into silence. Unfazed by her expression, Assad continued, tell me everything you know. I'm guessing you want to end the war. A murmur immediately rippled through the room. Does that person know about the apocalypse? Didn't someone say she was Mr. Carlin's guest? But seeing how she wants to protect the Dark Age like that, we need to interrogate her, right? Carlin vehemently defended her. Wait, Ryan has nothing to do with the Dark Age. Ryan trembled with anger. He's doing this on purpose, to provoke me, she thought. He knows my presence at this meeting is suspicious, so he wants me to spill everything I know if I don't want to be interrogated. You're threatening a fight, but does anything she says even make sense? Ryan was about to speak when a voice suddenly interrupted her. Miss Ryan, you really don't want to protect the Dark Age, do you? Ryan's eyes widened. She couldn't believe Lucia was speaking up for her, even firmly asserting that she was certain. I just feel sorry for them. A healer can't stop grieving for those souls. After all, they're living beings too, right? Behind Lucia's innocent expression, a murmur arose again, but this time the tone had shifted. Saint Lucia, please forgive our previous rudeness. Even though they are demons, you still comfort and protect them. We are truly fortunate to have a saint like you here. I'm a healer, after all. And most importantly, Carlin wouldn't bring someone suspected of being a spy back here. Carlin seized the opportunity, quickly interjecting, yes, if Ryan were a spy, I wouldn't have brought her to lose. Lucia, her eyes brimming with tears, looked at Ryan. See, she asked, she's just mourning them, isn't she, Miss Ryan? Ryan, feeling awkward, simply replied, yes, while beside them, enthusiastic cheers erupted. You're amazing, Saint Lucia. This is the real you. After the meeting, Ryan sat perched on a statue, lost in thought, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Did she like him or hate him? She couldn't decide. With a weary sigh, she felt too exhausted to even process it anymore. Who could have predicted they'd sit for another hour just to talk about such nonsense? She recalled her conversation with Lucia during the gods' meeting. Oh, by the way, while I was shopping, I saw a necklace that would look perfect on you. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. This isn't fair. Priest Boso, you didn't say you were bringing gifts today. She sighed inwardly, thinking how a leadership meeting had devolved into a fan meet and greet. Lucia suddenly appeared, scolding her. Are you crazy? Do you know where you're sitting? Of all places, this place is sitting where you shouldn't, a hobby of yours. Startled, Ryan quickly stood up, apologizing. I shouldn't be sitting here. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Lucia, unrelenting, continued. So the saying ignorance is bliss means that even just touching a sacred object is enough to land you in jail. Her voice was stern. This is one of the most important things in Luz, the statue of the three fates, Lodo, Ricky West, and Pensilla. They work under the sun god. If any one of these three fails to fulfill their duties, the Lord of Threads could perish or fall into utter despair. That's why someone needs to stand between the sun god and these three. The person chosen for this crucial position is me. At that moment, it suddenly clicked for Ryan. All right, I think I read about this part before. She started to say she wanted to thank her, and just then, Lucia handed her the necklace she had been searching for. Ryan's eyes widened when she saw it. That's Damien's pendant, she murmured under her breath. Snatching it, she accused. Earlier you were crying nonstop because of my unreasonable behavior. So, was it all a sham? Seeing Ryan's confusion, Lucia sighed and explained, you should be thanking me. If someone saw you wearing a pendant with a picture of an apocalypse member, what do you think would happen? You'd be accused of being a spy and executed. They might leave you out in the sun until you die. Ryan froze, the realization dawning on her. Did you do this to save me? Were you worried about me? She asked Lucia sincerely. Hearing these earnest words, Lucia couldn't help but feel flustered. Her face flushed crimson as she took a step back. Don't be so self-centered, Lucia explained awkwardly. She did it because she was worried Carlin would get in trouble if Ryan was accused of being a spy. Ryan thought happily, so Lucia really is a good person. I was wrong about her all along. Beaming, she said, thank you so much, Lucia, for hiding the pendant from me and for helping me with my speech at the meeting. Lucia waved her arms dismissively, scolding her. If she really wanted to thank her, she shouldn't put Carlin in such a difficult position again, even defending Dag in front of the priests. Was she crazy? Suddenly, Lucia gritted her teeth, muttering angrily under her breath. Carlin, where did you find a girl like this? She's not even in the original story. Ryan grew suspicious. Original story? Does that mean Lucia is also possessed? It sounds like my situation. She suddenly asked Lucia if she liked Carlin. Aren't you dating Assad? I thought so, because you two seem like a good match. Lucia replied sadly. We're not dating, although we should be. Ryan found this strange and blurted out. But the red string. But before she could finish the sentence, she quickly covered her mouth, silently berating herself for almost letting it slip. One more word, and they would realize she could see the red strings. Unfazed by Ryan's odd behavior, Lucia crossed her arms. Hey, from now on, remember to behave yourself and try not to attract any more attention. Don't you feel sorry for Mr. Carlin? Ryan seethed inwardly, silently cursing Assad. I told him not to, but he insisted on dragging me into this. It's not my fault. Outwardly, however, she maintained a strained smile. You're right. I'll be more careful. I should get going. See you at the festival. She just turned to leave when Lucia called her name. Ryan turned back, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Lucia hesitated, then asked, I was just wondering, the lover you mentioned, is he from the Dark Age? The unexpected question caught Ryan off guard. Abel is death, so maybe he fits the Dark Age better, but wasn't he originally from Luz? And I met him on the surface. After a moment's thought, she replied, he's not from the Dark Age, but he's there now. Why do you ask? Lucia waved a dismissive hand. It's nothing. Just curious. You can go now. Ryan turned away again, a prickle of disappointment running through her. All right then. You should head back soon too. Outside the palace, a voice called out, Ryan. Vivian rushed over, her expression anxious. How did it go? Ryan forced a smile. It went well. She offered a silent thanks to Vivian for her earlier intervention. Are you waiting for me to go to the ceremony together? Vivian blushed. Well, we're both going anyway. She added shyly, I even saved you a spot. Ryan murmured her thanks, but inwardly she pleaded, Vivian, please stop being so nice to Lucia. It's stressing me out. Looking up at the sky, she thought, come to think of it, Lucia isn't that bad. Even if the original story has changed a bit, something tells me that once the red string issue is resolved, everything will fall into place. Honestly, what a relief. This is going much smoother than I expected. Ryan, however, missed the subtle shift in Lucia's expression as she watched her go. Perhaps she isn't the saint everyone says she is. Meanwhile, in the Dark Age, the atmosphere was considerably more grim. A slender hand slammed down on the table. So it's Ryan's boyfriend? Abel roared. I have to save Ryan now. Don't try to stop me. The assembled underlings murmured amongst themselves. Well, that's brave. Going to lose alone? Maybe he has a death wish or something. Sounds fun. But the Demon King's words were like a slap of cold water to Abel's face. She won't allow it. We've been preparing to attack Luz for centuries. She won't let you ruin this opportunity. Abel gritted his teeth, cursing the frustrating situation. Your stupid plan has nothing to do with me. I'll go my own way, and if you want to stop me, feel free to try. A sword materialized at Abel's throat, and the Demon King sighed. It seems you don't quite understand, he said calmly. Do you understand? The Demon King had moved behind Abel, gaining the upper hand. He continued, Luz has always considered you and me to be in cahoots. If you go there and cause trouble, they'll use it as an excuse to start a war. Abel shot a venomous glare over his shoulder. Get your hands off me, he growled through clenched teeth. The Demon King gestured for Abel to remain calm as he moved swiftly. Let me finish, all right? The chances of you rescuing her alone and returning safely are incredibly slim. Even if you're lucky enough to get her out, you'll have to evade their pursuit eternally. You're a demigod, so you could certainly manage, but it wouldn't be so easy for a human. This, of course, made Abel immediately understand that the situation was not simple. The Demon King offered, you can cooperate with us, borrow the power of the demons, infiltrate Luz, and return without a trace. Abel's patience had worn thin. You insisted on your plan at first, and now you want to help me? What do you really want? The Demon King stroked his chin, his expression placid. She doesn't object to the rescue mission. She simply wants to point out that going there without a plan is extremely dangerous. Coincidentally, she also wants to try something. In 4 days, we'll have everything prepared. If you can wait until then, I'll let you borrow the demon space. Though reluctant, Abel knew it was his only option. He nodded his agreement. The agreement struck. The Demon King turned to leave, a final reminder about upholding his end of the bargain echoing in the air. Abel watched him go, a silent vow forming in his mind. Wait for me, Ryan. I will save you no matter what. In Luz, Lucia stood on the steps before the assembled crowd, her words bold and hopeful, casting a light like the sun across the timeless realm. Ryan, sweat dripping from her brow, head bowed against the oppressive heat, realized with a surge of relief that she was still alive. But why, oh why, was this outdoor assembly being held in such sweltering weather? Why subject everyone to hours of baking in the sun? Even the people of Luz looked ready to collapse. Didn't they know such a thing as heat stroke existed in this world? Just in it already. Seeing Ryan's near-fainting spell, Carlin, beside her, asked with concern if she was too hot. How can you possibly be in Luz? Ryan exclaimed. Just 2 rounds of your lectures, and everyone would pass out. He explained that today's lesson was slightly longer than usual. It's the first time in centuries we've had a full month cycle. Their conversation accidentally disturbed a nearby mouse, leading to awkward apologies. Ryan's thoughts drifted. Assad had lost control. For centuries, there had been no saint, and the apocalypse had used this to stage a rebellion. Assad, resisting them, had been sealed away, his revival difficult. It was understandable, she thought, that the people of Luz wanted to celebrate. She pressed a hand to her forehead, a silent prayer for relief that did nothing to cool the air. Abel, you'll come save me, right? Hurry up and save me. Mercifully, Lucia's voice rang out, signaling the end of the day's lesson. Ryan's heart leaped with joy. Finally, it was over. I think it's over now, Carlin told Ryan. Are you going back to your room? Exhausted, she replied that she might collapse the moment she reached it, dragging her weary body through the streets. Ryan could only manage to keep going by gasping in the scorching sun. A cold shower was all she could think about. She craved an iced Americano. She wished she could stay in an air-conditioned room all day. Seeing that something seemed amiss, Carlin asked with concern, "You look exhausted. Do you need any help?" Stubbornly, Ryan replied that she didn't need any help, just feeling a little hot. Still uneasy, he gently suggested, "But you don't look so good. Maybe you should rest a bit before going." She waved him off, saying she was fine, that she'd be all right once she got to her room. She felt better already, she just said, when suddenly her foot slipped. Ryan stumbled forward, startling both herself and Carlin. Carlin cried out her name in fear. Ryan, unable to react, could only stare wide-eyed at the sky. Only one thought filled her mind: I'm going to fall. At this moment, Ryan was mere inches from meeting her maker. A loud thud echoed through the street. Covered in sweat, Ryan squeezed her eyes shut. Less than a second later, she opened them. Incredibly, Carlin was holding her. He had, quite literally, just saved her life. In that moment, Ryan's eyes snapped open to the horrifying sight of blood streaming down Carlin's head. The sight rendered Ryan speechless. Panic seized her. She shook him, crying out, "Carlin, wake up! Can you hear me?" Meanwhile, Lucia had also witnessed the entire incident. The one who had tripped screamed in terror, while the one who had been unharmed lay bleeding in the street, barely clinging to life. Lucia, frantic, was about to rush towards the unfolding chaos, but Assad reached out and stopped her. A knowing smile played on his lips. "I think we are about to see something truly interesting," he said. Ryan kept calling Carlin's name. "Open your eyes." Terror gripped her as she witnessed a sight only she could see. Confusion warred within her. What do I do now? The threads of fate. They kept appearing endlessly. She slapped her cheeks, trying to compose herself. She couldn't just sit here and do nothing. She had to act fast. It's okay. She could do this. She fought to remain calm, her practiced hands delicately plucking each shimmering thread of love from Carlin, the crimson strands gradually vanishing. Ryan felt a sympathetic pang, a mirrored echo of the pain as the red threads of fate binding the man beneath her dissolved. Carlin's eyes snapped open, Ryan's blurred form swimming into his vision. "Are you all right?" Ryan asked anxiously. Carlin bolted upright, his voice sharp with alarm. "Ryan, what happened? Were you using your powers again?" Wiping a bead of sweat from her brow, Ryan offered a reassuring, if shaky, smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just like this." It was all she could manage. Even as the words left her lips, she swayed precariously. Another body crumpled to the ground. "Ryan, please wake up," Carlin cried, his voice thick with panic. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind, startling him. He could feel the solar power of a healing spell wash over them. Of course, Assad drawled, his eyes narrowed. I believe your report failed to mention this. Perhaps you have an explanation, Carlin? Carlin, cradling Ryan close, pleaded, his voice strained. She'll explain everything later. But right now, Ryan needs St. Lucia. Please, Lucia, heal her, Carlin begged. Lucia shook her head, her expression grim. I can't. My powers, they don't work on Ryan. Carlin scooped Ryan up, his movements frantic. Right, she understands. I'll take her to Master Boso. Assad, however, wasn't giving Carlin a choice. I'll take her to the physician. You return to your quarters. Carlin instinctively protested. No, I'll take her. Ryan needs. Assad's hand clamped down on Carlin's shoulder, his voice a low warning. Don't be foolish. There's been much talk lately about your behavior. Do you wish to add fuel to the fire? Have you forgotten who you are? You are no longer someone's babysitter. You are Luza's sword saint. She allows you your attachment to avoid causing you shame. But there are limits to her indulgence. If you continue to demean yourself like this, I will have her banished from Luz. Carlin hung his head, murmuring a defeated, I'm sorry. Satisfied, Assad released Carlin's shoulder. He lifted Ryan into his arms and turned to leave, glancing back. I'll inform you when she awakens. Wait in your room. Lucia is attending to Carlin. As they walked away, Carlin could only call out Ryan's name, a silent, futile plea. Lucia, her jaw clenched, muttered under her breath. I knew this would happen. Sometime later, in the room where Ryan rested, Ryan remained motionless on the bed, her eyelids fluttering open with a monumental effort. Priest Boso breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, we were so worried. We've been healing you, but you showed no signs of waking. We thought we might have made a mistake. Ryan stirred, her eyes widening as she took in the unfamiliar room. A throbbing pain in her leg, however, served as a sharp reminder of her most immediate need, proper healing. You shouldn't sit up yet, Vivian cautioned anxiously. You tore a ligament in your ankle when you fell. Ryan turned to see the unwelcome presence of Assad, polishing his sword. You may have slipped on the stairs, but whatever the reason, you should stay put for a while. Avoid moving around. What's he doing here? Ryan thought, her irritation rising. My ankle, she began. Assad cut her off with a sardonic laugh. Yes, have you seen any other idiot trip and fall down the stairs here? The word stung like a slap. Fury simmered beneath Ryan's skin. Anyone could slip, she thought fiercely. Outwardly, however, she merely echoed meekly. You're right. Just me. Suddenly remembering, she asked, Where's Carlin? Carlin is in the penitentiary, recovering, Assad announced. He's physically fine, but if you leave him be, he'll insist on staying and caring for you. Ryan turned away, embarrassed. Oh well, that's good then. Assad leaned closer, his voice low and audacious. Let's not talk about him anymore. Don't we have things to discuss? Assad took a deep breath, then carefully emphasized each word. You can see the red strings too, can't you? Ryan's blood ran cold at the pointed question. Her heart hammered in her chest, knowing that if Assad discovered her ability to see the red strings of fate, he wouldn't let her go. She had planned to hide for a while longer before making her escape. Unsure of what to do, Ryan decided the best plan was to change the subject. Clutching her ankle, she winced dramatically. Ouch, my ankle hurts, she groaned, feigning the need to lie down and rest some more. Assad watched the performance, a smirk playing on his lips. Unexpectedly, he was merciless. He gripped Ryan's leg tightly, a disturbingly cheerful smile on his face as he committed the cruel act. If you want to stop, or just break it off completely, you can rest properly for a few months, he suggested, his tone deceptively sincere. The pain was excruciating. Crying out in agony, Ryan had no choice but to confess to seeing the red strings and using them to save lives. Assad propped his chin on his hand and asked, Since when could she see them? Struggling through the pain, Ryan stammered, I don't know. Maybe a few years ago. One day I suddenly could. She thought it best not to mention the other world. It would only invite more scrutiny. He continued, Carlin said he saw you in Remda. So, you're not from the Dark Age. Ryan sighed and nodded. That's right. I was forced to go there. I was just an ordinary healer at the Rem Temple. Assad chuckled knowingly, his voice low. That gay, huh? Ryan was taken aback by the expression on his face, wondering what else he was thinking. A prickle of fear began to crawl up her spine. Quickly changing the subject, Ryan said, Now I've answered you, right? We're done, aren't we? She wanted to rest now. not just my foot. Because my ability isn't as perfect as Lucia's, the patient's pain transfers to me so that she can heal them. Ryan just wanted Assad to disappear from her sight, but he seemed oblivious, even questioning her with a curious glint in his eyes. Let's see how special you really are, since you successfully turned someone who has always obeyed me into someone who now opposes me. But it seems Carlin just has a strange taste in women. Deeply offended by his words, Ryan shot up, her mouth agape, and glared at his back, fury burning in her eyes. What do you mean by that? She snapped, every fiber of her being bristling at the insinuation. You bastard. Assad scoffed. Ryan slammed the door shut and left. Lying on the bed, Ryan grumbled. Who would have thought a guy like that would have a girlfriend? Poor Lucia. Something seemed to catch Ryan's attention. Too tired to open her eyes, Ryan guessed. He's back. Without bothering to look at the person in front of her, she said impatiently, What is it this time? I already told you I need a rest. But it wasn't Assad who had come. It was Lucia. Her voice was cold. We need to talk, don't we? At the sound of Lucia's voice, Ryan bolted upright. Lucia began her interrogation. You lied to me. I shouldn't have believed that innocent act. I was such a fool to believe you. I thought your trip with Carlin and Assad's interest were just minor episodes in the story. Lucia's words were clipped, her lip bitten raw. Ryan anxiously stopped her. You're bleeding. She hadn't expected Lucia to lose her composure to the point of slapping Ryan's arm away. Explain yourself, she demanded, her voice trembling with rage. Who are you? What can you do? How do you know Carlin? Worried that Lucia might lose control again, Ryan decided to relent. I'll tell you everything, so please calm down. Lowering her head, Ryan answered sincerely. I also read The Red Strings of Fate, just like you. About 5 years ago, I was reading that book, and then I followed that string until I came to this place. That's when I gained my power. I couldn't find my way back, so I became a priestess to survive. That's when I got caught up in the story's characters, and I ended up here. But I don't want to be involved in the main plot anymore. In fact, I want to help you. I'll leave loose as soon as possible. Lucia said coldly, You want to help me? Your very existence hinders me. You claim to help, yet you're found after everything's destroyed, allowing you to feign innocence and purity, secretly drawing all the attention. Her voice rose to a shout. Do you think you're the protagonist? This world is mine, Lucia. Tears streaming down her face, she raged at the world. Do you think I'll let you take everything from me? Ryan could only watch Lucia with sorrow. Wiping her tears, Lucia turned and said, If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have let them interrogate you. At least then, you would certainly be dead. Ryan tried to explain, but Lucia cut her off. Don't pretend to be close to me. She walked away briskly, her voice firm. You are my enemy now. Ryan, deeply troubled, wondered why everything was falling apart. She had never wanted to interfere in anyone else's affairs. Ryan could only weep in frustration. She hadn't wanted any of this to happen. Outside, a group of people whispered amongst themselves, Sir, what should we do? What about the future of Luz? A hawk flew in, and the black goat exclaimed, You've finally returned. The hawk shook its head dejectedly. Things are getting worse. No matter how we pray to the goddess, there's no response. The black goat declared, It seems we can't delay any longer. We must seek a prophecy from the saint. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted outside. The black goat trembled at the sight before him. A brilliant sunlight illuminated the entire area. Calls for Assad immediately echoed throughout Luz. A small squirrel rushed in, panicked. Sir Assad, urgent news. Kneeling before Assad, the squirrel trembled as he spoke. The sun, it's completely out of control. Assad turned, his gaze serious, stunned by the alarming news he had just received. A blinding light enveloped Luz. Ryan's headache persisted relentlessly under the intense sunlight. She collapsed back onto the bed, exhausted, thinking, I had intended to ask Lucia for help with Abel, but it seems that's no longer possible. She thought, when Abel sees Lucia, I'll tell her firmly, heal Abel's heart, and then pull this thread. I just want to go home. Resting her chin in her hand, Ryan concluded, well, it's not so bad. After all, if I disappear, Lucia might be happy, so she'll do this for me, right? However, the image of the two of them embracing now flashed in Ryan's mind. Abel truly loved her. The thought sent a pang of guilt through Ryan's heart. She lowered her head, thinking, if I disappear, Abel will be heartbroken. Just then, Vivian flew in, announcing loudly, Urgent news, Miss Ryan. Mr. Assad is urgently looking for you. He says you need to rush to the Rim Temple immediately. Ryan hesitated, but my leg is still. She began awkwardly. Carlin suddenly reappeared. I'll carry you. It'll be faster. Confused, she quickly asked, What's happened? Carlin replied, I'll explain on the way. Without waiting for Ryan's consent, he scooped her up into his arms. As he ran, he explained, The sun has gone out of control. Ryan thought, Why is this happening? This didn't happen in the original story. Worried, she asked, What exactly happened? No one knows. We don't even know why Mr. Assad would summon you to such a dangerous place. Hearing this, Ryan thought wryly, Does he really think she'll be useful just because she can sense that red thread? Suddenly, Carlin stopped. Ryan, he began, What do you think it would be like if you lived in the Dark Age? Ryan asked, surprised, You lived in the Dark Age? Why? Carlin confessed, I had hoped I wouldn't hurt you again. I thought, even if I'm hated, as long as I can achieve that, it doesn't matter. But in the end, all my mistakes only hurt you more. He started to speak again, then faltered, his face already streaked with tears. In a low voice, Carlin said, I truly wish you happiness. What's wrong? Ryan asked anxiously. Is it because of her attitude towards you? Carlin cut her off before she could finish. Her and Lucia's sword saint. I can't act on my own feelings. I must always stand on the side of light. Ever since I took my oath, my life hasn't been my own. My existence is to protect Lucia. Suddenly, Carlin knelt before Ryan, taking her hand. But if you asked me, even just once, I would stand by your side, even if it meant betraying Lucia and everything she stands for. Let me be the first and the last to do this for you. Carlin's confession made Ryan uncomfortable, her heart conflicted. This was Carlin's line that she loved most in the original story, but she couldn't bring herself to say it back. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. Carlin looked at Ryan, tears welling in her eyes. I know, she said. I've always been too selfish. Haven't I? Just then, Lucia entered, calling for Carlin. Lord Assad is looking for you. He says it's urgent. Carlin finally ceased her romantic gesture. Hearing this, she stood up and tried to help Ryan up, but Ryan waved her hand. I can walk on my own. In the end, Carlin merely supported Ryan as they went to Assad. Lucia glared furiously, spitting out the word traitor. Ryan thought to herself, when I first fell into this place, I didn't really care. It was just a cliché romance novel. I would avoid everyone, become friends with Lucia, and then return to my own world. But after meeting them, the desire to go back became much harder to fulfill. What should she do? Inside Assad's palace, everyone stood before a mysterious place. Assad announced, I will now temporarily lift the barrier. The benevolent black goat reminded everyone not to remove their blindfolds while the barrier was down, lest they be blinded. The luminous door opened, the intense light within frightening enough on its own. Even through the fabric, Ryan could feel the heat. She was certain it was the sun. Assad anxiously asked Lucia, Did you hear the prophecy? Lucia helplessly covered her ears. I don't know. There are too many voices. In English, Lucia muttered, The collapsing basement saved them. Assad, understanding none of it, kept questioning Lucia, but now Lucia seemed to be in genuine agony. Clutching her head, she said with difficulty, I don't know. This is all I can do. Before she could finish, she collapsed backward. At this critical moment, her unexpected faint sent everyone into a panic. Assad hesitated for a moment, then decided, We need to seal this door and leave. Suddenly, Assad stopped. The room brightened, 1,000 times brighter than before. Are these five really not afraid of meeting their ancestors? Assad gritted his teeth, cursing. Damn it, it's too late. A loud boom echoed, and everyone quickly retreated, the sound of rushing footsteps filling the air. They all watched as Ryan ran straight towards the sun, seemingly cheering. Ryan now stood before it, sparks flying around her, a small figure against the raging inferno. Unable to bear the light, Assad raised his hand to shield his eyes. He stared at the scene before him, fear and confusion warring within him. Did she calm the sun? Ryan's entire face now seemed to glow like an angel who had saved humanity. The door slowly closed. Ryan let out a breath, wiping the sweat from her brow. Thank goodness she thought that was close. Carlin rushed over, asking if Ryan was all right, if she was hurt. Assad rushed forward, his voice filled with urgency. How did you do that? How did you calm the sun? Even the gods are powerless against the sun, yet you did it. Ryan was taken aback. Had he called her here, knowing she wouldn't know how to explain? She remembered what she had seen when she looked at the sun, just a tangled mess of threads. She answered honestly, explaining that she saw a red string stretching out. So she cut it, and then the sun calmed down. She thought that if she ignored it, things might have become dangerous. Assad listened intently to her explanation. Carlin said sadly, "That was too dangerous. You could have been hurt," Ryan replied. "But if we hadn't done something, everyone could have been hurt." At that moment, Assad's mind was a whirlwind. He couldn't stop thinking. Many reports described the saintess seeing the sun as a red string, but he had never heard anyone else describe it that way. This girl was human. The black goat interrupted his thoughts. "Assad, the saintess has calmed down. She thinks we should close this place. She thinks we should take the saintess to a healer." Assad thought for a moment, then replied, "All right, I'll take her." "Carlin," he said, turning around, "take Ryan back to her room and return to the meeting room immediately. I have some questions for you." Carlin quickly obeyed, immediately escorting Ryan out. Ryan anxiously whispered to Carlin, "Do you think I'm being summoned there because of me?" He reassured her, "No, there's just a meeting going on right now. Don't worry, it's probably nothing serious." Assad's pensive expression might actually mean something serious indeed. In her room, Ryan tossed Vizosi high into the air. Hurt people tend to want to hurt others. She hugged Vizosi tightly, feeling frustrated, wondering when her leg would finally heal. She absolutely hated being confined to this room. Suddenly, Lucia burst through the door. Ryan asked amiably, "Is there something I can help you with? Are you feeling better now?" Contrary to Ryan's calm demeanor, Lucia abruptly raised her hand, a slap landing squarely and perfectly on Ryan's cheek. She angrily declared, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You jumped in on purpose, didn't you? To make me look like a fool in front of everyone, didn't you? Do you know what the priests are saying about me? They're saying I'm incomplete, that I can't hear the prophecy, that I can't even control the sun properly. If you hadn't shown up, none of this would have happened. This is all your fault." Ryan, feeling a slight headache from the slap, gritted her teeth. A perfectly aimed slap landed on Lucia's face. This time, the protagonist truly delivered. Ryan retorted furiously, "If you're angry, just yell. Why hit me?" Lucia hit others, but when someone hit back, she cried. She covered her face in disbelief, asking Ryan, "Did you just hit me?" Ryan, unafraid, firmly stated, "That's right, I hit you. You hit me first. Or am I not allowed to hit back? You think I deserve to be hit because I made you angry, right?" Ryan tossed her bangs back in exasperation. "I understand you're angry. You're obviously confused because things didn't go as planned, but you think this is all my fault. If I hadn't stopped the sun today, everyone would have been in danger. And about Carlin, I wasn't flirting with him. I even rejected him multiple times, but I can't control his feelings. I know you hate me, but everything I've done wasn't intentional. Even coming to this world wasn't my choice." Lucia was left speechless by Ryan's pointed words, unable to formulate a response. Meanwhile, a loud explosion boomed from outside. Ryan quickly ran out to see what was happening. Someone called out Ryan's name loudly, startling her. She glanced out the window, a familiar figure catching her eye. The scene outside was utter chaos. Finally, Ryan's beloved, Abel, had come to take her home. Lucia, stunned, exclaimed, "Don't tell me that." Ryan replied proudly, "I told you, I already have a boyfriend who loves me very much." With that, she turned to leave. "I have to go now. This is where we part ways. I'm leaving now, so do whatever you want from now on. After you've sorted things out with Assad, could you do me a favor?" Ryan waved cheerfully, saying to Lucia, "Good luck. Goodbye." She rushed out, and Abel, waiting outside, caused a commotion. "Give Ryan back to me. Where have you hidden her?" Ryan, exhilarated, thought she should stop him, but deep down, she didn't want it all. Waving, she called out, "Abel, I'm here." Seeing his beloved, Abel's eyes lit up instantly. Ryan took a running leap and embraced Abel tightly, a quiet realization dawning on her that she truly loved him. Holding her close, Abel said with heartfelt relief, "I'm so relieved. She missed you terribly, almost went mad." Ryan, her voice choked with emotion, replied, "Me too. I missed you so much. It would have been a perfect romantic moment, if not for Caesar's voice breaking the spell." Touching, really, but could you two save a reunion for later? We're still in enemy territory. Ryan, startled back to reality, awkwardly pushed Abel away and shouted, "Is everyone here?" The people of the Dark Age responded in unison. Her lover shouted that if we didn't help bring her back, he'd raise the entire Dark Age to the ground. "We're here to rescue Ryan. Don't try to stop me." He looked absolutely terrifying. Ryan, increasingly embarrassed, blurted out, "What are you even thinking?" Abel's voice rose in response. "Explanation? You expect me to just stand by and do nothing. Ryan thought, wait, they can't have come all this way just to rescue me. Don't tell me. Just then, Assad arrived, landing gracefully and declaring, looks like it's my lucky day. Round up all the rats here. We'll take them all in one fell swoop. Ryan frowned, turning to her companions, thinking, I knew it. They were just using our rescue as an excuse to attack Lucia. Assad pointed his sword at Abel. What do you intend to do? You're not here to surrender, are you? It seems you're searching for something. Something worth throwing your life away for. She wondered what it could be. Carlin remained silent, her head bowed throughout the entire ordeal. Suddenly, Abel roared, the sound nearly shattering Ryan's eardrums. Don't you understand yet? We're here to rescue my woman, the woman you stole from me. Inwardly, Ryan cringed. Abel, please stop saying my woman in front of other people. I like it, but it's so embarrassing. Assad gripped his sword tightly, declaring with unwavering confidence, I don't know who she is, but she belongs here, and I will never return her to you. Ryan watched the scene unfold, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Assad lunged forward, shouting, darkness should vanish, just as it's meant to. Suddenly, Ryan screamed, wait. To Assad's astonishment, the Dark Lord effortlessly blocked Assad's flaming sword with a single hand. Assad stared, eyes wide with disbelief, and even Ryan was equally shocked. The stoic Dark Lord narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Assad, startled, stumbled back, stammering in disbelief. Dark Lord, what are you doing here? Ignoring him, the Dark Lord addressed his companions. It's hot and stuffy here. Let's get this over with quickly. Even Ryan was surprised. She quickly asked how the Dark Lord had come up, as she thought he couldn't stand sunlight. The Dark Lord told her, I'm testing myself, but we'll talk about that later. For now, you and Abel leave Lucia. Once you reach the outskirts, Azura will open the gate. Ryan, sweating profusely, was about to speak, but Abel swiftly scooped her up and walked away coldly. Anxiously, she asked if it was all right to leave him alone. What if something dangerous happened? To her surprise, Abel replied coldly, who cares? Ryan couldn't believe her ears. She questioned why he would say such a thing, especially since he had come with her. Abel finally snapped, exclaiming, you're making me jealous. We've been apart for so long, and now that we're finally reunited, you keep looking at another man. You should pay some attention to me, too. I came all this way to rescue you, after all. Ryan awkwardly explained that she hadn't been looking at him at all. Why was he suddenly jealous? A sudden realization dawned on her. She touched Abel's face, her voice laced with concern. What's wrong? You don't look well. Are you sick? Abel's reply was candid. She couldn't sleep at all. How could she, after seeing you taken away? She was worried sick, but those Dark Age bastards kept telling me to wait. He thought, I'm angry enough at myself. The realization hitting him that his self-directed anger was eclipsed by an even more potent self-loathing. Gently, Abel set Ryan down and extended a hand towards her. Resting his head against Ryan's neck, Abel spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Give me some time with you. She really needs you close. A warmth bloomed in Ryan's chest. Reaching out, she patted her beloved's head. I missed you too, she murmured. A sudden, sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing Ryan to cry out, her brow knitting in annoyance. Anxiety etched itself onto Abel's features. What's wrong? He asked urgently. Is your heart hurting again? Clutching her ankle, Ryan explained, no, it's not my heart, it's my ankle. I was too agitated and ran out without thinking. Seeing his girlfriend injured, Abel's anger flared. What happened to your leg? He demanded. Did they hurt you? Ryan's reply was tinged with confusion. No, I fell down the stairs myself. I don't know when Carlin got behind me. He spoke, his voice low. I failed to protect her completely. It's not your fault, Ryan said, a touch of awkwardness in her voice. You even got hurt trying to help me. Abel's fury was barely contained, radiating off him in waves. You traitor, he roared at Carlin. Not only did you betray me, you kidnapped Ryan, and now you've hurt her. He looked as if he wanted to devour Carlin on the spot. How dare you? Abel snarled, his teeth clenched. But Carlin, unexpectedly, didn't back down. Do you think you have the right to say that? He challenged. You're the one who kidnapped and hurt her. Don't pretend to care. Carlin's words ignited Abel's rage. Veins bulged on his hands as he spat out. You little! Abel lunged at Carlin, both poised to brawl. A semblance of reason seemed to return to Ryan. Stop it, she cried, exasperated. Both of you. You'll only hurt yourselves. She tried to reason with Abel. Can we just go home? Just wait a second. Abel growled, his jaw tight. I have to kill this bastard so he can't do this again. Carlin, equally ready, taunted, give it your best shot. Distraught, Ryan didn't know what to do. She needed to stop them quickly. They were both too angry. Her words seemed to fall on deaf ears as both men launched their attacks. Steel clashed against steel, the air filled with the screech of metal on metal. Carlin's taunts continued. Weren't you going to kill someone? Seems to be taking longer than I thought. Easily provoked, Abel's eyes widened in fury. You little punk. Ryan stood back, holding her head in her hands, despair washing over her. Unsure of what to do, tears welled in her eyes. What can I do? She thought miserably. Someone's going to get hurt if this keeps up. I have to stop them now. Somehow. An idea flashed through her mind. Feigning distress, she cried out loudly. Carlin froze, startled by the cry. Abel, too, stopped in his tracks. They both turned towards Ryan. Putting on a pained expression, she said, My leg, it really hurts. A pang of guilt stabbed at her. This feels awful, lying like this, she thought, but I have no choice. We need to get her treated immediately, Carlin said anxiously. But before he could move, Abel cut him off, his voice sharp. Stay where you are. With that, he rushed to his girlfriend's side. Are you all right, Ryan? He asked, his voice gentle. Try to stand up. Slowly, Ryan rose, gripping Abel's hand tightly. She looked at him, forcing a playful tone. I just want to go back and rest. Just you and me, okay? Ryan's endearing expression sent Abel's heart racing. Blushing, he chuckled. You silly girl. Stop saying such sweet things that don't suit your personality. With that, he swept her into his arms. Ryan cried out involuntarily when Abel suddenly swept her into his arms. Flustered, she stammered, You can just lean on me, thinking she was perfectly capable of walking on her own. Abel narrowed his eyes, confessing that the moment he had an opening, he intended to kill that bastard Carlin. Knowing he shouldn't push it, Ryan turned her head and conceded, Fine, have it your way. Being a princess for once is kind of nice. The two of them walked past Carlin, their expressions cold. Ryan couldn't bear to see him like that. Looking at Carlin's solitary figure, a pang of sadness struck her heart. Wait, she told Abel. I want to say goodbye before we leave. Of course, Abel would never agree. What? He snapped. Don't even think about it. Don't say anything. Ryan sighed. There you go again, aren't you? He's been the one taking care of me this whole time, so at least let me say goodbye. Without waiting for her lover's approval, she called out to Carlin, Thank you so much for everything you've done for me. After all, it was all to keep me safe, right? But you don't need to protect me anymore. She's stronger than you think, strong enough to be responsible for her own decisions. That promise you made to me just now, I think you should say that promise to someone else. I'm sorry. Okay, that's the translation as you requested. Can we go now? Take care. I'll take care of myself too. Goodbye. With that, Ryan turned and left at once. Abel, seeing the tears welling up in Ryan's eyes, bristled. Don't cry for another man. It irritates me. Ryan surreptitiously wiped her eyes, making an excuse. Who said I was crying? It's just, something just got in my eye. Abel was suddenly in the mood to tease her. Seems this place is quite dusty. Dusty enough to make even my eyes water. The two of them departed, leaving Carlin standing there alone, utterly desolate. He let a hollow laugh. Looking up toward the sky, Carlin murmured, It seems Abel has taken another important person from me again. He couldn't help but shed a tear. The name, Ryan, Carlin knew, was a name he would likely never forget. Abel called out to Ola. Ola approached, saying, You two are later than she expected. We were worried something happened to you. Truly worried. Abel explained, We ran into some people on the way. But what about the others? They'll be here soon. You two go ahead. We assure you they'll catch up, Ola said. As she opened the night, Abel asked Ryan if she was ready, and she nodded in response. Without hesitation, Abel embraced Ryan and stepped through. Ryan squeezed her eyes shut, and in less than a second, she was fully lucid. A wave of joy washed over her as she took in the familiar scene. We're finally back in the Dark Age. Who would have thought I'd miss this place so much? I absolutely loathed it at first. Seeing Sione come out to greet her. Ryan, I'm so glad you're safe. I was worried something might have happened to you, but it's good to see you again. Ryan asked curiously, Sione, it's been a while. What are you doing here? Sione smiled brightly. The Dark Lord's orders, of course. He told me to bring you safely back to the castle when you arrived. Ryan was thrilled to finally be somewhere cool, no longer melting under the sun. Shall we go right away? She suggested excitedly. Sione suddenly remembered something. Wait, there's another guest. She heard her say she knew two people. She hadn't expected Lucia to follow me to the Dark Age. Lucia appeared complaining. You're late. What took you so long? I've been waiting here, practically turning into stone. Lucia's unexpected appearance startled Ryan. What in the world is Lucia doing here? She wondered. Ryan quickly scrambled to her feet, calling out Lucia's name. What are you doing here? This is the Dark Age. Lucia responded stubbornly. I go where I please. I don't need to explain myself to you. Ryan looked perplexed. She means, didn't you say you never wanted to see me again? That's why she's been avoiding you. But if you came all this way, then Abel lost his patience. Who is she asking about? Who is this? Ryan quickly made introductions. This is Lucia. She believes she's a saint. We met her in Luz. Lucia suddenly burst out, indignant. What kind of clumsy explanation is that? I'm the only saint in this world, you know. Ryan placated her. She is the great saint. Abel stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? He said calmly. Ryan, realization dawning, thought to herself, he fell for Lucia while invading Luz? Abel's expression turned serious. He questioned Ryan about her well-being. Anxious, she asked him what was wrong. Suddenly, Abel pointed in a direction, his face darkening. Is this from Shas? Embarrassed, Ryan wanted to disappear. She frantically grabbed his hand. Abel, don't do this in front of her. Hide your finger. She anxiously explained to Lucia that there was nothing between her and Shas. Seeing Lucia's expression about to crack, Ryan could only pray silently. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Abel didn't seem convinced. Really, he asked. He didn't press the issue further, however. Sweeping Ryan into his arms, he said, but we don't care. Holding her close, he took to the sky. Ryan frowned at Abel. Wait, we're not done talking. You're injured. You need to rest immediately. She turned to look at Lucia. A vague sense of unease settled over her. Looking at Lucia's dangerous expression, Ryan fearfully wondered what she was thinking. At Ryan's resting place, Abel carefully tended to his beloved's wounds. He earnestly asked how she felt. Ryan replied brightly, much better now. Thank you. Abel said, feigning complaint. You're so weak. Just a light touch, and you're already done for. Ryan blushed, retorting that she wasn't that weak. She was often injured because she was healing others. Otherwise, I'm usually very healthy. Suddenly, a sly smile flashed across Abel's face. In less than a second, Ryan was pinned beneath him. Ryan was stunned by Abel's swift actions. He leaned close. If you're this sneaky, then doing these things should be fine, right? Ryan's face flushed crimson. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so suggestive? She wondered silently. She tried to reason with him. You're right, but this sudden situation caught me off guard. Abel added impatiently. Then when will it be okay? We haven't seen each other in so long. Abel gently caressed Ryan's cheek, his eyes full of affection. Don't you remember me? He asked. She had missed him terribly. Ryan squeezed her eyes shut, unable to take any more of his handsome face. I miss you very much too, she confessed happily. No sooner had the words left her lips than Vizaksh suddenly appeared beside them. Of course, someone as sensitive as Ryan couldn't stand it. She shoved Abel away. What did you get here? I didn't see you before. Abel explained sadly that he could appear and disappear at will. Because it's just a soul. Abel's face was as dark as coal. Did you just hit your boyfriend? He asked Ryan. Ryan tried to deflect Abel's anger. Just then, a man entered and announced, Excuse me, the Dark Lord has returned and requests Lady Ryan's presence. Seeing the questionable scene before him, Bellman couldn't help but ask anxiously, Is everything all right? Ryan immediately seized the opportunity. You said the Dark Lord summoned me? I'll go right away. She didn't forget to glance at the person beside her. Abel's gaze clearly conveyed the message. If you leave, she won't let you off the hook. Understanding the situation, Ryan quickly said, I'll go play with the Zaksh for a bit. I'll be right back. She walked out of the room, breathing a sigh of relief. She thought, he's going to lose it any minute now. How can I possibly calm him down? Lucia, who had appeared beside her at some point, remarked with a sneer, You look awfully cheerful, don't you? So happy after messing up someone else's love life. Seeing Ryan's surprised expression, Bellman quickly explained that the Dark Lord had requested both of them be brought to him. Lucia, losing her patience, walked off, saying, Let's go. I don't want to waste any more time here. Ryan asked anxiously, Is she going to ruin my relationship? Lucia immediately jumped in front of Ryan, saying haughtily, What's wrong? Is she scaring you? You should have been careful when I warned you in the first place. Now the tables have turned. Are you happy? Why aren't you saying anything? Where's that haughty attitude of yours gone? Ryan, furious, gritted her teeth, silently cursing herself. She was just like Abel, especially the way he got angry when things didn't go his way. Lucia, arms crossed and a smug look on her face, declared, Just you wait and see. All the men in this world will be mine. Of course, someone like Ryan, who came from the modern world, absolutely despised manipulative women like Lucia. Without hesitation, she walked away, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. Fine, do whatever you want. Lucia started trembling, her face flushing crimson, sweat dripping down her back as she yelled at Ryan, "What kind of attitude is that?" She rushed over and roared at Ryan, "After slapping me, now you're acting all nice?" Ryan calmly replied, "That's because you hit me first. Besides, this is your world, isn't it? Do whatever you want. What right do I have to stop you? I'm leaving this place anyway." Hearing Ryan's words, Lucia's mood seemed to dampen slightly. Suddenly, Ryan turned around excitedly and said to her, "Speaking of leaving, that reminds me of something. Could you do me a favor? It would really help you too. Please heal Abel's heart. You know his condition. Abel might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's not a bad person. If you could heal Abel's heart and also sever the red string connecting me to him, then he'll be fine if I return." Lucia's face was now darker than the bottom of a pot. She said coldly, "You want me to help him so you can leave without any regrets? You're such a jerk." Lucia walked away, muttering, "He seems to really like her, but she can just toss him aside so easily." It seems she never took him seriously from the beginning. Ryan, unable to parse Lucia's attitude, was about to turn around and scold her, but Lucia cut her off. "I'll heal his heart, but consider your attitude first. You know full well that the life or death of a minor character is of no consequence to me. You'd better watch your behavior from now on." Ryan, nearly having a heart attack from fright, glared and yelled, "How could you do this?" Just then, Bellman finally spoke up. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but the Dark Lord is waiting for the both of you." Before Ryan and Bellman could react, Lucia had already run off, leaving the two stunned. Ryan hurried after her, cursing under her breath. "What's with Lucia? She always overreacts to everything." As soon as Ryan walked in, she immediately began speaking. "Were you looking for us, Dark Lord? I don't know why you're looking for me, but—" Ryan's eyes widened, unable to finish her sentence, as she stared at the Dark Lord's severely burned hand, crying out in alarm, "You're injured. Is it because of the sunlight? I knew going to lose was a bad idea." The Dark Lord explained, "Although we had to fight, achieving our objective without any casualties was worth the price. And our greatest gain is the saint." She said that if she's brought back to the Dark Age, she can prove that she's a saint, correct? The Dark Lord gestured towards Lucia. "Then prove it." Lucia calmly raised her hand to the Dark Lord's. A stream of red light immediately flowed from the Dark Lord's hand. Ryan couldn't help but cover her mouth, frowning as she thought, "That already looks incredibly painful." But then she just giggled to herself. "Oh, right, Lucia doesn't have to endure that pain. That's great." A few minutes later, the Dark Lord's hand was completely healed, as if nothing had ever happened. Lucia crossed her arms confidently. "That's enough proof that she's a true saint." The Dark Lord said nonchalantly, "It's just like Ryan's ability." Of course, that struck a nerve with Lucia. "What?" she cried indignantly. "Ryan's? Mine is much better. She takes on the pain of those she heals. But my ability is on a completely different level." Ryan listened, feeling like she wanted to freeze on the spot. What the hell, she thought. 6-year-olds competing. "All right, I'm game. Bring it on." The stoic Dark Lord spoke. "Taking on the pain of others? Why have I never heard of this before?" Ryan felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, it's not that I was trying to hide anything," she said calmly. "I just didn't think it was important enough to explain." Suddenly, the Dark Lord's expression shifted slightly. He informed Ryan that from now on, he no longer required her healing. He tossed off a curt remark and walked away. Ryan's mood instantly soured. "You're the one who forced me to come to the Dark Age, and now you're angry," she thought. "You're the one who refused to believe me, even though I told you repeatedly that she's not a saint." Ryan, seething, turned to leave, offering a frigid farewell. She flung the door open furiously, disbelief churning inside her. The moment he realized her ability wasn't complete, his attitude had completely changed. "Ever since she came here, things have been closer between us," she thought. Abel was waiting for Ryan outside. "What took you so long?" he asked, wondering if the man really had that much to say to an injured girl. Ryan was surprised to see Abel still waiting. Abel nodded in agreement. "That's right. I'm here to take you back, in case you were planning to run away." Ryan suddenly ran over and hugged her beloved tightly. "You're such a sweetheart," she said happily. "The sweetest," Abel murmured. "You're forcing my hand." Ryan, utterly confused, looked up, staring at her beloved in surprise. Abel, brazenly, went straight for Ryan's lips and kissed her. But less than a second later, he pulled away. She looked shyly at her beloved, then asked, "Shall we go back to our room?" Ryan's heart was pounding in her chest. Blushing, She nodded in agreement. Several hours passed. Ryan, who had been shy just moments ago, now nestled in Abel's arms. "When are we going back to Remda?" she asked Abel excitedly. Her question gave Abel pause. "What's wrong?" he asked quickly. "Is there a problem?" Ryan explained awkwardly. "I'm just curious, that's all. The Dark Lord said he'd let me go as soon as I proved I wasn't a saint. So I figured I could leave now. Just wait a little longer," Abel answered her firmly. "Those damned lose guys will be coming through Remda. So, once everything settles down, we'll leave. More importantly, you need to rest. I know you've been tired lately, not just your legs, but probably your chest too. Stop taking care of others and rest for a while." Ryan blushed at her beloved's sweet words. She looked up, gazing at Abel. Abel has changed so much, she thought. He used to be so loud and chaotic. I wonder if it's because I feel so at ease around him, knowing that Abel will handle everything for me. The thought of happiness made Ryan jump up and hug Abel tightly. Abel, bewildered, blushed and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you testing my patience?" Instead of being shy, Ryan said confidently, "It's because I like you." Abel feigned annoyance. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? We have to hurry because you keep saying you're tired." Ryan asked gleefully, "So you don't like this?" Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her close, holding her tightly. "I like it very much too," Abel reassured Ryan. Ryan was stunned by Abel's actions. Lucia's words echoed in her mind. It seemed Abel truly did cherish her, yet she could discard him so easily. It appeared she hadn't been serious about him from the start. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan softly called Abel's name. Sitting up, she spoke earnestly. "Lucia said she can heal your heart. She can even sever the red string, the one that connects us." She paused. "You must be relieved, right? We won't have to fear death anymore." Yet, contrary to her expectation, Abel's reaction was far from relieved. He sat up abruptly, his voice edged with annoyance. "What did the saints say about the string connecting us?" Ryan, bewildered, replied, "Lucia's abilities are superior to mine." Before she could finish, Abel lunged towards her. "Ryan, when did she agree to do such a thing?" Pinned beneath him, Ryan struggled to speak. "We agreed that you would do that when the time came." Abel's fury was palpable, a tempest brewing within him. His eyes widened. "That only meant if you had to leave, she wouldn't stop you. She never agreed to sever the red string of fate, and she would never allow such a thing." Trembling uncontrollably, Ryan mustered all her strength to push him away. "Then what do you intend to do if the string isn't severed? Because once she returns, she might never come back. Bound together, what if we never see each other again? You should meet other people, fall in love with them." Abel didn't flinch, his voice a roar, louder than a jungle lion. "Why would she need anyone else? She already said she doesn't care. If you want to go home, then go. But she won't let you sever that string, the very thing that brought us together." Ryan turned away wearily. "Abel, I know this is upsetting, but you need to calm down and think this through." To her astonishment, Abel asked a question that pierced her to the core. "Do you hate me? Is it because that bastard Kareem told you about my past?" "You're right. I am a terrible person." He injured himself, blood welling up from his hand. His voice trembled. "I truly am the worst." Horrified, Ryan grabbed his hand. "What are you doing? Your hand is bleeding." Abel, lost in the anguish of his past, murmured, "My birth was a nightmare. She had to drain the life force of so many innocent beings, including my mother, just so I could be born. I've taken countless lives. For millennia, sometimes we just wanted to kill someone. I know it's too much to ask for you to understand me. However, your existence illuminated our entire lives. I finally found someone I cherish." Millennia later, Ryan anxiously whispered to Abel. Tears streamed down his handsome face. Abel's voice was thick with sorrow. "Can't I even keep one person in my heart?" A pale hand reached out to touch his face. Ryan embraced him tightly, offering swift comfort. "That's not true. She didn't mean it like that. She doesn't hate you at all. Your birth, even becoming the Grim Reaper, wasn't your choice. I understand all of that. How could I possibly hate you? I just feel guilty, that's all." Abel abruptly pulled away. He looked at her intently. "You don't need to feel guilty. Just be yourself." He leaned closer, his gaze softening as he met her lips. "Because that's the person I deeply love." Their kiss was passionate and tender. Overcome with emotion, tears slipped down Ryan's cheeks. She returned his kiss, her mind racing with worry about what would happen next, about whether she could ever truly leave Abel. After a long slumber, Ryan finally awoke. Abel held her gently, as always. Suddenly, she bolted upright. After gazing at her beloved's face for a long while, Ryan thought to herself, he usually wakes up earlier than me. He must not have slept all night. While she was immersed in the romantic scene from earlier, it replayed in her mind again, and a wave of sadness washed over her. She pondered, troubled, unsure of what to do. The thought of returning home had been the sole motivation that had sustained her for the past 5 years. Could I really forget Abel and move on with my life? She wondered. I don't know anymore. We should focus on healing Abel's heart first, and then think about other things. To do that, we have to persuade Lucia. She'll meet with her. Suddenly, Ryan's attention was caught by something, stopping her train of thought. A glittering stone shimmered on the cupboard. She picked it up, scrutinizing it for a moment, wondering where the luminous stone had come from. Ryan suddenly recalled the sun explosion back in Luz, when she had bravely stood her ground against the sun's scorching heat. It must have accidentally fallen into her belongings then. The realization filled her with excitement. This is a sun shard, she thought. Perhaps because it's a piece of the sun, it's much warmer than a bright stone. Ryan unconsciously recalled Bacon's words to her. They're bright stones. If you let them absorb some sunlight, they'll glow on their own. When Ryan had asked him why he gave her so many, he had grumbled, "Isn't it because you insisted? I've been using them for centuries. Now that I can't see anything, why should I keep it?" She mused. Whoever needs it can have it. Ryan admired the stone in her hand with a fervent gaze. At that moment, clutching the stone tightly in her excitement, she thought, I'll give this stone to Mr. Wiccan. He's probably in his workshop now. Acting on the impulse, she quickly threw on a coat. Looking at Abel, she felt a pang of unease, unsure if she should tell him she'd be right back. But she didn't want to disturb him while he was sleeping so soundly. I'll be back quickly, before he wakes up. Unbeknownst to Ryan, the moment she left, Abel opened his eyes and watched her retreating figure. Ryan hurried towards Wiccan's workshop. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "You seem to be in a hurry." Lucia approached from a distance, questioning what Ryan was doing at the smithy. Startled by Lucia's sudden appearance, Ryan calmly replied that she happened to have some business there. "And you?" Lucia responded with a smile. "To see Bacon, of course. That's how the original story goes." Receiving Bacon's gift reminded Ryan. "Oh, right, she'll get a power boost and become stronger. However, Bacon used to hit me a lot." She sighed, muttering to herself, "Persuading Bacon won't be easy." After a moment of apparent alarm, Lucia's demeanor shifted. She smirked and retorted, "Are you trying to trick me? Just you wait and see. You'll see me become more and more powerful." Just then a pin sound echoed. "Hello, it's good to see you." Ryan greeted Pin cheerfully. "Long time no see." Lucia, however, jumped back in fright, hiding fearfully behind Ryan. "What is that? A giant snail?" she whispered. Ryan explained patiently, "That's Pin, the mail carrier from the Dark Age. Do you really need to make such a fuss?" Lucia whimpered, saying she didn't like snails. They were terrifying. At that moment, Wiccan's booming voice interrupted Lucia's complaints. "Who's causing a ruckus in front of our house?" Ryan greeted Wiccan. He clicked his tongue, replying that he wondered who it was. He started to turn away, muttering, "I heard she was taking a lose, but seeing as she's still able to chat here like this, I guess she's all right." "You must have something to ask if you've come all this way, right?" Ryan explained with a smile. "No, that's not why I came. I actually have something for you." Ryan quickly placed the bright sun shard into Wiccan's hand. He stared at the object in his hand, stunned, stammering, blue. Ryan didn't understand what Wiccan meant. He explained that it looked like a glow stone, but far superior. Unlike glowstone, which needed to store a certain amount of energy before emitting light, this held the sun's energy and could illuminate instantly. This mineral shard is incredibly valuable. Where did you get it? Ryan scratched her head, replying that she'd stumbled upon it in the sun god's temple. Holding it, she felt like she was touching sunlight. She brought it here because she thought Wiccan would like it. Bacon suddenly sighed, scolding her affectionately. "You hopeless little fool." Abruptly, he tossed a list at Ryan. "Pick something from this list," he said. "Normally, we don't craft 2 weapons for the same person, but we can't just take something without giving something back." Ryan was taken aback. "But I didn't give it to you in exchange for anything," she replied. "I just wanted to repay your kindness." Lucia, ever quick to seize an opportunity, chimed in, then make it for me. Let's see if that alluring belt is as good as it looks. Ryan, bewildered, turned to Lucia. Hey, why is this suddenly happening? Weren't you here looking for some support items? Lucia replied calmly. Why would I need that when I already possess perfect healing abilities? I like the belt. Ryan looked confused. Then why did you say you ruined the original? But now you're like this. Bacon continued. Are you a saint from another realm? I can tell because I recognize you're sent from somewhere else. Lucia, hands on her hips, replied haughtily, yes, I am a saint. Bacon pointed at Lucia angrily. Why should I make something for someone so rude who interrupts other people's conversations? Lucia, maintaining her arrogant demeanor throughout, retorted, because the Dark Lord said I can do whatever I want. You have to obey the Dark Lord's orders, right? Ryan whirled around in surprise. Did the Dark Lord really say that to you? Before Ryan could finish her sentence, Lucia confirmed firmly, yes, that's exactly what he said to me when he confessed his feelings. You know what that means, right? It means the Dark Lord chose me. He swore to love only me. This news was truly shocking to Ryan, whose mind was already conjuring images of the two of them embracing. Snapping back to reality, Ryan, hearing the hollow words, asked Lucia, so you're saying the Dark Lord said you can do whatever you want because he likes you, right? Lucia replied confidently, that's right. If you don't believe me, go ask him. Ryan thought to herself, the Dark Lord is in love? Unbelievable. In the original story, he was a man of unrequited love, willing to sacrifice his life. But the Dark Lord she encountered was aloof, completely different from the one she'd read about. Bacon, his eyes filled with meaning, asked more cautiously, if that's the case, then it seems there's no other choice. The Allure belt, right? That's the one. Seeing the hopeful gleam in Lucia's eyes, Bacon gave a faint smile and turned around. He brought out a glittering belt and handed it to Lucia. Lucia, of course, was extremely pleased with the belt. She couldn't help but exclaim, oh, it's beautiful. Suddenly, Bacon said with a smile, but there's something you need to be careful about. He warned her gravely that once she put it on, she couldn't take it off or she would be in danger. Ryan was naturally startled by this statement, but Lucia replied calmly, what are you talking about? Don't scare me. Ryan anxiously reminded Lucia, having a bad feeling about this. You shouldn't accept it. But Lucia still ignored her, nonchalantly saying he was just exaggerating and nothing would happen. Ryan practically pleaded with her, saying that Bacon must have had a reason for saying that. But before she could stop her, Lucia had already fastened it around her hips, even asking Ryan if it looked good on her. Ryan suddenly blushed, thinking she's already so striking, and that belt suits her perfectly. Ryan couldn't help but gasp. She must be breathtakingly beautiful. However, suddenly remembering the current situation, Ryan gasped. But this wasn't the main issue at hand. So why had Lucia put it on without a second thought? Lucia, it turned out, had replied, you hate me, but you still think I look pretty, so it must have worked. And it looks like it worked really well. Before Ryan could gather her thoughts, Lucia turned and walked away. Ryan called out after her. Lucia, she yelled, her voice laced with anxiety. Turning to Bacon, she asked, are you sure this is all right? Isn't there any danger? Bacon replied with a dangerous glint in his eye. She won't get hurt, but she'll definitely run into some trouble. Someone with an attitude like hers needs to be taught a lesson. A sense of foreboding washed over Ryan. Clapping a hand over her mouth, she whispered, look, Lucia can be a bit abrasive, but she's not a bad person. What if something happens to her while she's wearing that thing? Bacon replied impatiently, the belt is harmless. Why call it a sacred relic? It just enhances the wearer's attractiveness. That's it. Ryan eyed Bacon suspiciously, his earlier smile now seeming rather sinister. Bacon sighed. The item isn't the problem, it's the person. Selfish people will only squander whatever they possess. This can be considered a good lesson for that girl. At that moment, Ryan finally smiled, realizing he had orchestrated everything. He spoke harshly, but he was actually a good person. But right after praising him, Ryan had to take her words back. Bacon smirked and told her to wait and see. She'd eventually come crawling back in tears for days. Ryan took a frightened step back. Well, my business is done, so I'll be going now. Suddenly, Bacon waved his hand, telling her to wait. Bring the guardian over here for a moment. Though surprised, Ryan retrieved it as the man requested. Bacon added, "Why do you think you can just leave a sacred artifact like that? Weapons always need to be sharp and shiny. She was going to call you earlier, but since you're here, bring it out quickly." Ryan immediately called the guardian's name. Suddenly, her expression turned ghastly. In that moment, she remembered she had forgotten it in Luz, where it had been used as a parasol. This would definitely have caused it to fade. Naturally, this revelation shocked Bacon. He stared, trembling, at his masterpiece. Ryan quickly explained, "You know how hot the weather is in Luz, so she used it as a sunshade." This vague explanation only fueled Bacon's anger. He immediately roared, kicking Ryan out. Ryan felt a pang of regret, realizing she should have waited until the man was in a better mood. Suddenly, a stunning woman approached Ryan from afar. "Hello, beautiful. I heard you were back. It's good to see you here." Ryan exclaimed joyfully, "Kareem." The wound on Ryan's neck immediately caught Kareem's attention. He rushed over, asking, "Are you hurt? It looks serious." Ryan said sadly, "Just a little, because I lost to Helios in the promotion test." Seeing Ryan's confused expression, Kareem explained that it was a contest where the gods used their power to determine how much each could interfere with the world, and she had lost completely. "Normally, I never lose to him, but now, the gods' power grows stronger the closer they are to those who believe in them. The moon no longer appears in Rhonda and Luz. As the moon goddess, there seems to be no other choice. We can feel our power waning day by day. If the sun continues to go mad, even swallowing the dark age, we will truly have to say goodbye." Ryan looked at Kareem sadly, thinking, Kareem is always so confident. It must be a shock for her to say such things. Suddenly, Ryan gently called out to Kareem, saying, "It may seem invisible, but they say the moon is always there, even during the day, just too bright to see. So even if the dark age disappears, she will still exist. Of course, solving the sun problem is the best way. I mean, things aren't that bad, so don't be too down." Hearing this, Kareem burst into laughter. She jumped up and hugged Ryan, laughing even harder. Cain lowered his voice, speaking to Ryan, "You were worried about me, weren't you, you sweet little thing? It seems our saint is not only beautiful, but also incredibly kind." Ryan blushed at the cheesy line, murmuring, "Don't tease me, I'm no saint. If you're feeling better now, please let go of me, so she can heal you." Cain abruptly stepped back a meter. "Well, that might be a bit difficult," he said. Ryan, utterly confused, asked again why. "It will only take a moment." Cain gently caressed Ryan's cheek, then her forehead. "Because I don't want you to heal my wounds," he confessed. "But you're hurt?" Ryan questioned, perplexed. Cain eagerly raised a hand. "Lucia can heal too, right? I'll have her do it," he suggested. Ryan scratched her face awkwardly. "Is it because you don't trust me?" "She actually has a lot of faith in my healing abilities," she pointed out. Cain's response surprised her. "It's because I care about you," he said. "The Dark Lord, Caesarid, said that every time you heal someone, you bear their pain. How have you been coping lately? If it's too much, you should tell someone," Cain explained, his voice laced with concern. Ryan hesitated. It wasn't easy, but seeing someone in pain, how could she refuse? "I can manage," she stammered. Cain reached out. "Not good enough," he said softly, stroking Ryan's hair. "You need to take care of yourself. Sometimes, I think you neglect yourself too much, but I just need to endure it a little. Seeing everyone else healed is enough for me." "Try to change your perspective," Ryan replied calmly. "If Abel were covered in blood every day, how would you feel?" The image of Abel, bloodied and wounded, flashed through her mind. "Worried, right?" she answered Cain's question. He continued to gently rub her head. "If you're hurt, everyone around you will worry, so you have to take care of yourself." "I understand," Ryan acknowledged. She remembered this being mentioned before. Abel seemed to have said something similar. "It's a sin to make everyone worry about me," she added. "Thank you for your concern. I won't do it again." Just then, someone called her name. "Ryan." Both of them turned towards the voice. It was Abel. He was frantically calling her name. Anxiety pricked at Ryan. She had intended to return immediately. He must have woken up while she was gone. Cain teased, tears of laughter welling in his eyes. "Hurry up, or your lover might have a heart attack." Ryan scurried off, her face burning crimson. As she ran, she called back to Cain. "See you later." She waved. Turning to Abel, she said with a shy smile, "Abel, I'm sorry. Were you surprised I disappeared? I thought you were just going to be gone for a moment." Abel didn't finish his sentence. He lunged forward, grabbing Ryan's shoulders. He held her tightly, as if afraid she would vanish. "I thought you left," he said, his voice laced with anguish. "I'm sorry. You were sleeping so soundly. I didn't want to wake you," she explained, thinking that he must have been worried sick when she returned to this place. Abel tightened his embrace. "Since when did you start caring about that?" bad. You can wake me up next time. You don't know how worried I was. Ryan replied brightly, yes, you're right. I'm sorry for making you worry. Next time I go out, I'll tell you first. Abel murmured, so why did you go out? She gently stroked his cheek. I had something to give to Bacon, and I needed to make some adjustments to my protective gear, so I went over there. But I'm back now. He took her hand in his, replying, good. Now that you've finished everything, do you want to go back and sleep some more? He asked, noticing how tired he still looked. He probably hadn't slept enough. Intertwining his fingers with hers, he said firmly, no. He squeezed her hand. Since we're already out, let's walk around a bit. Are your legs feeling any better? She replied cheerfully, yes. The rest has made my legs feel much better. Where are we going, Ryan? Abel, still holding Ryan's hand, asked, is there anywhere you want to go? Ryan responded, me? No, I don't know the Dark Age very well. Just name a place. Abel replied, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. We haven't been on many dates since we officially started going out. Ryan blushed, flustered. A date just like that? No warning whatsoever. Her face burned. Abel, still holding her hand, asked, what's wrong? Don't you want to go? She stammered a reply, assuring him she did. Very much so. It was just so sudden. But she liked the idea. She added, the heat in her cheeks intensifying. It struck her then, the truth in his words. A date. Honestly, the thought had never even crossed her mind. He'd even noticed that. She couldn't believe how sweet he was. A smile touched her lips. Speaking of which, she began, her voice bright, I heard the gods are holding their promotion exams. Aren't you going there? Abel shook his head. I went once after I became a death god, but the place is crawling with people showing off. It's not my scene. She understood. It wasn't hard to imagine how a demigod like Abel might be treated in such a place. I see, she murmured. I thought everyone had to go. Well, Abel conceded. Sometimes it's a good thing to show your face. Keeps the competitive jerks away once they know who you are. She looked at him, a question in her eyes. But where are you going? He grinned, a flash of confidence in his expression. Nowhere. Who'd dare challenge me? I'm the strongest. Ryan thought, yes, that's exactly the kind of person you are. Don't you worry about me. Abel squeezed her cheek playfully. What's with that look? You should be smitten. Your lover is amazing, after all. Wow, Miss Lucia, a voice called out, breaking the spell. Ryan blinked, confused. A crowd had gathered ahead, chanting, Lucia, Lucia, look at her skin. Look at her beauty. The crowd roared Lucia's name, their voices a frenzy of adoration. We love you, Lady Lucia. You're always so beautiful, always the best. Ryan wondered where this sudden influx of fans had come from. Then, Lucia's voice cut through the noise. Oh my, we meet again, Ryan. Ryan responded, bewildered. Lucia, what's going on? What does it look like? Lucia replied haughtily. They're my fans. Even when I tell them not to follow me, they still do. Honestly, I hate being famous. Ryan thought, everyone knows it's because of that alluring belt, always trying to attract attention. Lucia continued, turning her attention to Abel with a saccharine smile. You're Abel, right? We met briefly a few days ago. It's a pleasure to see you again. I'm St. Lucia. She stepped closer to Abel as she spoke, her movements deliberate. Ryan stood there, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. Putting on an innocent facade, Lucia continued, I really don't want to go home alone. Would you mind accompanying me? Ryan's earlier worries resurfaced. So, when she said she was going to ruin our relationship, she meant stealing Abel away from me? Suddenly, Abel's voice, firm and unwavering, cut through the air. No, can't you see she's on a date? Go away. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. He'd actually rejected Lucia? Impossible. How dare you? Lucia retorted, her voice laced with anger. Hey, I thought you wanted to heal your heart. Are you sure you want to be rude to me? Abel, clearly unfazed, simply replied, I don't care. Ryan panicked. What? Abel, what are you saying? You need to heal your heart. It's fine, Abel reassured her. I don't care about that, and I don't care who she is. As he spoke, Abel wrapped an arm around Ryan's waist, pulling her closer. Ryan, he continued, his voice low, we're on a date, so back off. Ryan, a mixture of shyness and confusion swirling within her, looked up at him. So the belt doesn't work on Abel. Relief washed over her. But how? Abel chuckled. Lucia, her voice dripping with condescension, spoke again. I see you dragging her around everywhere. I even heard you kidnapped her before you two officially started dating. Now you're acting like a real playboy. Abel's amusement vanished, replaced by a flash of anger. Are you done? Lucia, seemingly energized by his reaction, taunted him further. Oh wow, look how angry you are. I bet you wouldn't hit me, though. Is violence the first thing that comes to mind mind when you're upset. No wonder you're so uptight. Both of them seemed on the verge of losing their composure. Ryan, thoroughly perplexed by the sudden turn of events, waved her hands between them. Abel, stop it. And you too, Lucia. We're actually on a date, she explained, her voice taking on a pleading tone. It's a little awkward, our first date, but Abel really does like me. She sighed, the weight of the situation settling on her shoulders. So please stop fighting. As she spoke, she couldn't help but think, why is it up to me to explain this? She started it. Abel protested under his breath. Yes, Ryan conceded, shooting him a warning glance. I think Lucia was in the wrong on this one. Are you taking her side? Abel pressed, his voice tight with anger. No, I'm not. She just doesn't want you to argue. Abel continued, frustration bubbling over. Isn't that the same thing? Why should she back down when Lucia started it? Ryan replied calmly, because arguing isn't good for either of you. Lucia stood by, listening to their exchange with a blank expression. This is so boring, she commented flatly. A sudden silence fell after Lucia's remark. Turning, she announced, I can't stand being around you two anymore. I'm going home by myself. Lucia, where are you going? Ryan called out. That's not the way home. Her voice trailed off, a note of confusion creeping in. Lucia looked upset, her face appearing tearful as she turned back. You're so annoying, she retorted. Ryan hesitated, a flicker of worry crossing her features. Is she crying? Why? Lucia stormed off without another word. Who's annoying? Abel shouted after her. She's the one who started it. Ryan sighed. Just let it go, Abel. The group dispersed, each heading their separate ways. Ryan turned to leave, but glanced back at Lucia, a thoughtful expression on her face. I don't understand what's going on with Lucia right now. She thought she liked Kareem, but then she followed me to Doji. Even after she said she wanted to leave and have some space, she got upset, started an argument, and now she's crying. In the original story, she always did whatever she wanted, but this is different. Suddenly, a sound caught Ryan's attention. Before her lay a crystal-clear lake. A blush warmed Ryan's cheeks as she remembered. This is where She turned to Abel. Abel, is this? Before she could finish, Abel replied, yes. She'd never really noticed before, always preoccupied, but now she realized the area was renowned for its beauty. When we go to the Dark Age, I'll show you a place even more beautiful than this, Abel promised. Ryan's heart fluttered at his words. Thank you, she murmured, happiness blooming in her chest. I can't believe I fell for such a silly girl. He turned away, feigning annoyance. She even takes someone else's side over her own boyfriend's. Ryan giggled. Tugging on Abel's sleeve, she asked, are you mad? I am sorry. She's just a little worried about Lucy. I probably wouldn't agree to heal you, she added with a cute expression. Why are you worried about that? I'm not going to be healed anyway. I've given up on immortality. What do you mean? Ryan asked, surprised. Why would you give that up? I'd rather endure all this than have my heart molded and severed from connection. So you don't have to worry about me anymore. What are you saying? How could she not worry? You said it was your wish, and besides, if she goes back, there's no one to take care of you. That's the reason, Abel replied coldly, turning away. You're already gone anyway. When I woke up, you weren't there. Abel's mind flashed back to that moment. You were gone. It felt like my blood ran cold. She thought I was going crazy. A wave of confusion washed over her before chilling thoughts settled in. Am I supposed to live like this forever? I can't. I'd rather give up this immortal body. No, what else can I say? She's leaving anyway. Even if I said I was truly worried, it would sound like a lie. Suddenly, a voice called out, Ryan. It was Aura. He spoke hesitantly. I'm sorry to interrupt your date, but could you come to the castle right away? Damien is injured badly. Ryan was taken aback, speechless for a moment. Abel's voice dripped with anger. Why are you asking her? Isn't the saint already there? Aura hesitated, unsure what to say. Well, we did ask the saint first, but she really can't come with us right now. It's serious. No way. She wouldn't refuse to go just because she's in a bad mood, would she? Ryan thought, then said, okay, I'll go. Abel grabbed her hand. Don't go. Why should you go there? Either they bring the saint to him, or he dies. Ryan smiled, but I can't just let him wait. I'll be right back, Abel said angrily. Why are you always taking care of others? Can't you see how much pain you're in? Ryan bit her lip, lost in thought. You'll only feel the pain temporarily. You're only treating the urgent parts. The rest will be managed with medicine. Let go now, it really hurts. As she spoke, she quickly pulled her hand away from Abel's. He turned and blocked her path. No, you're a patient too. Why are you so stubborn about healing others? Just let them take care of themselves. Ryan retorted angrily. How can she just ignore him? What if he dies? What if he actually dies because of this? Abel snapped. What do you mean? It's not our problem that he's injured, she cried. Abel, don't be childish. I'd rather be injured 100 times myself than let someone die, or witness it, knowing he's in trouble. She screamed internally, it's over. Abel gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated and helpless. Fine, he replied. She's just a child. She shouldn't care if you're in pain or anything else. Do whatever you want. She won't care about you anymore. Suit yourself. With that, he turned and walked away, ignoring Ryan. Calling after him, Abel. Ryan and Aura watched him go. Aura said shyly, I'm sorry, Ryan. It's all because of us. He's the one who refused treatment and even talked about death. Now look at this. Ryan turned to Aura. Let him go. Aura persisted. Ryan, are you really okay? Ryan replied, no, why would I be okay? She didn't do anything wrong. I'm sure she won't ever apologize first. Ryan's words only served to make Abel angrier. In the Dark Age palace where Ryan resided, she walked hurriedly, Aura anxiously following close behind. Aura's 3 heads, each bearing a different expression, all turned to Ryan, scrutinizing him. He couldn't help but call out softly, Ryan, hey, we're not taking sides. We only brought it up because we were upset. If you two are arguing because of us, the death god was really worried about her being taken loose. At that moment, he was truly agitated. He even pointed his weapon at the Dark Lord, insisting on saving her. I've never seen the death god so terrifying. Ryan crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. So it's my fault? Startled by Ryan's attitude, Aura's hands and feet went cold. She hurriedly explained, No, we mean he's a bit sensitive because he cares about you. Ryan said, I know he does it because he worries about me. But why doesn't he understand that ignoring an injured person causes more harm than the pain I endure while healing them? How can he expect me to live for myself and turn a blind eye to someone who's hurt? What if they die? Aura found it difficult to comfort Ryan. Seeing his state of mind, she sighed helplessly. I'll talk to him when I get back, but the priority now is to treat the injuries. Aura reassured her, hoping the conversation would go well, and knocked on the door with one hand. The Lord is already waiting inside. He quickly let her in. Ryan rushed in frantically, saying, I heard Damien was injured. She'd barely finished speaking when she froze in shock. Before her was an image of Damien, red threads spreading across his chest. She rushed forward in alarm, crying out, Damien, what happened to you? The Lord held his forehead, explaining for Damien. He ran into some trouble after scouting Luce and then returned here. I didn't expect him to come down personally. Ryan reached out to heal, feeling uneasy. Luce was attacked and even lost a saint. Of course he'd rush here. Just as she was about to reach out, the Lord suddenly stopped her. He asked seriously, wait, if you heal him, you'll have to bear his pain, right? Ryan explained, that's true, but only for a moment. Just then, the Lord placed a small vial in her hand. Ryan stared at it, confused. The Lord held it in his hand, explaining that it was a painkiller, something to provide immediate relief. We don't have enough time to find anything better, he said, but this is better than nothing. Drink it. Ryan anxiously opened the vial. After listening to the Lord's explanation, she swallowed the pills in one gulp. After taking the medicine, she murmured that she would begin healing him now. She started her analysis, beginning with the more serious wounds. This love threat here, and this red string, and this. Ryan carefully fiddled with it for a moment, and the tangled red string quickly came undone. Damien slowly woke up and looked up at her. He suddenly spoke. I was thinking about seeing my father. Ryan was delighted to hear this. Are you going to see him? She asked. Damien shyly explained that he just felt that when the sand pierced him, the thought of dying like that made him regret not reconciling with his father. The Dark Lord added that he could visit Remus after he recovered. Then suddenly Remus clasped his hand tightly. She smiled brightly. Good idea, she said. High Priestess Celia will like that. Damien suddenly asked Remus, are you going back to Remus too? Hearing this question, Remus began to feel awkward. She thought the Dark Lord had said that once she found the saint, he would let her go, but now, noticing the confusion on Ryan's face, the Lord said, you and Jop can go, but be careful, even though there are no signs of stragglers near Remda. Ryan was surprised. She thought they would attack Remus first. They checked and left, she replied, relieved. That's great. Damien told Ryan, when you return to Remia, remember to come and see me. She and my father will be waiting for you there. After all, you saved my life. More than once. Ryan waved back enthusiastically. Of course. See you in Remia then. Having finished their work, the two quickly waved goodbye to each other. Aura also followed behind Damien. Ryan watched Damien's retreating figure with a heavy heart. This is so good, she thought. In the original story, Damien always regretted not reconciling with his father. The Lord cupped his chin in thought, murmuring, I've never seen him with that kind of expression. I've known him for a long time, but I've never seen him so happy, especially toward a human. Ryan smiled awkwardly, explaining, it's just that so many serious things have happened recently. He thought people didn't like him, but normally he wouldn't be like this, right? Perhaps. The Lord nodded, continuing, for me, everything is thanks to you. Whether it's Damien, Silverwing, or even the Death God, they all seem at ease when they're with you. Ryan blushed at the praise, stammering, oh, do you really think so? I didn't do anything special. The Lord smiled gently. He had been cheerful just a moment ago, but then he turned coldly and said, if you're done, you can leave. Seeing the Lord's perplexing expression, Ryan forced a smile. Oh, all right. I'll come back to say goodbye later then. Then, Ryan's eyes suddenly widened in shock. A red thread of fate was wrapped around the Lord. She quickly called out, wait, and ran straight over to grab his hand. She stared intently at the Lord, making him slightly apprehensive. Ryan firmly told the Lord, take off your clothes. The Lord, no longer apprehensive, instead looked stiff. He remained silent for a long moment after Ryan's demand. The Lord pulled his hand away from Ryan's grasp and said calmly, you're going too far. How dare you ask someone to take off their clothes? Ryan, still holding onto the Lord's robe, insisted, but you're injured. I could see it clearly, so stop arguing with me and take your clothes off. If you keep them on, the wound will only get worse. Scolding her verbally, the Lord nevertheless sincerely removed his shirt with his hands. Ryan observed carefully. I knew it, she thought, he really is injured. The Lord suddenly asked her, are you happy now? A gash marred the Lord's forehead, a trickle of blood tracing a path down his skin. Ryan's voice was sharp with anxiety. Was this the Sand Apostle too? The Lord's reply was quiet. Yes, the only way to save Damien was to intervene myself. Ryan thought, a grim understanding dawning. Without the Dark Lord's intervention, Damien would likely be dead. The Sand Apostle asked about you, the Lord said suddenly. He said you entered the sun god's temple. Ryan's blood ran cold. I suppose I did, she stammered. What was it like? The Lord asked, a flicker of curiosity in his voice. Ryan scratched her cheek, the memory still vivid. Well, it wasn't what I expected. It seemed unstable, ferocious. A shadow of sorrow crossed the Lord's features. That is what twisted my fate. The sun scorched the vampire lands, turning them to barren waste. We had to feed on the blood of our parents to survive. I couldn't believe it then, that my parents were truly gone because of me. I fear myself. A child who caused their parents to bleed must be punished. Our hands were burned badly. Loneliness engulfed me instantly. The pain in my hands made me tremble uncontrollably. The sun must be destroyed. It's the only way to stop others like me from being created. His voice hardened. I plan to invade Luce and then destroy the sun. Ryan listened, her heart heavy. He wasn't wrong. She understood. But it's important that you know you'll fail. You gave up, and then everything disappeared because of Luce. You don't need to involve yourself in this, the Lord said sternly. Leave it to the Death God. Ryan interrupted, her voice urgent. What if the sun could be healed? If we could break your curse and make sure this never happens again, would you abandon that plan? Surprise flickered across the Lord's face. Do you truly believe that's possible? Ryan's response was swift. I'm not saying it will definitely work. I still have to convince Lucia and the Sand Apostle, but we should try everything before destroying it. Why do you always risk yourself for others? The Lord asked, his voice laced with a strange mixture of curiosity and frustration. Always trying to help, never considering if you'll be hurt in the process. If you continue like this, you won't get what you want. Well, Ryan murmured, looking down. No one would blame you for deciding to leave. So why do you need to be so dedicated to fixing this? She ducked her head, a blush creeping up her neck. Because I'm really shy, actually, she sighed, bringing a hand to her forehead. You see, whenever I see someone in pain, I can't help but think about them. Because if something bad happens to people, I feel like it's my fault. And then I'll regret not being kinder to them or taking better care of them. But I realize that if I give my all in that moment, I won't feel guilty anymore. Because I'll know I tried my best. Being busy means no regrets later. The Lord stared at her, taken aback by her honesty. A chuckle escaped his lips. You're amusing, he admitted, a hint of genuine amusement in his voice. Ryan flushed at the unexpected compliment. I'll consider your proposal, the Lord continued. If you can present me with a viable solution, Then the invasion will no longer be discussed. Excitement bubbled up inside Ryan. You promise? She asked, already turning to leave. I'll go talk to Lucia and be back as soon as possible. She hurried away, her mind racing. When she first read the original story, something felt off. Back then, she even considered it a conspiracy theory on the author's part. But now, this could be the clue to solving the sun problem, so we can fix this while keeping everyone safe. Now I just need to convince Lucia, but she'll probably complain and say she won't do it. I have to really emphasize how good this is for her. Maybe then she'll agree. Suddenly, a sudden scream stopped Ryan in her tracks. Before her surged a throng of admirers, each one ecstatically chanting, "Saint Lucia, please let us see you. We want to see you. We love you so much, Lucia. She's so pretty." Lucia, on the contrary, shrieked, clinging to her door and yelling back, "I told you to leave. I need to rest. Why are you following me home?" Ryan stared, dumbfounded by the scene. Spotting Ryan, Lucia cried out as if seeing a savior. "Ryan, is that you? Help me." Hearing Lucia's desperate plea, Ryan rushed over, anxiety etched on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked worriedly. Lucia frantically explained, "I don't know. I came home because I felt overwhelmed, but my fans suddenly won't listen to me. Do something." Ryan retorted, exasperated. "What do you mean, do something? I need to know what's happening before I can do anything." Suddenly, Bacon's words flashed through her mind. "Once you wear it, you shouldn't take it off. If you take it off, you'll be in great danger." Ryan concluded that everyone knew it was because the alluring belt liked to attract attention. So that's what Bacon meant when he said he wanted to fix that bad habit with the belt. Ryan approached and gently suggested, "Let me help you take off the belt. All this trouble is because of that belt. I suspect Bacon did something to it." Unexpectedly, Lucia flatly refused, saying anything but the belt was fine. "Can you help me in another way?" Ryan, losing patience, snapped, "You asked for help, and I'm telling you the belt is the source of all this. If you wanted it that way, you should have told me to do so in the first place. So stop being stubborn." But to her surprise, some of the fans near Lucia began to murmur, pointing at Ryan. "What's wrong with this little one? How dare she get angry at St. Lucia? Who does she think she is? Such a wicked and cruel person. St. Lucia is too kind and gentle to be angry with her. Poor St. Lucia. Let's teach her a lesson for St. Lucia. We must protect St. Lucia." Ryan heard every whisper, trembling as Lucia's foolish fans began to turn their attention towards her. She gaped at the sight before her. They were completely insane. The mob of fans instantly surged towards Ryan, catching her off guard. Ryan could only cover her face with her hands and pray silently. But suddenly, something jolted Ryan awake. She thrust out her hands, halting the frenzied crowd. Raising a hand to the sky, she declared with newfound confidence, "I am actually Goddess Lucia's manager." The atmosphere abruptly quieted, everyone frozen in place. The fans were stunned, one of them scratching their head and muttering, "Manager? But how could St. Lucia be wandering around alone?" Noticing their hesitation, Ryan swiftly seized the opportunity, explaining awkwardly, "You see, I wasn't planning on saying this, but I'm really worried about the upcoming fan meeting." This instantly grabbed the attention of the frenzied fans, each vying to question Ryan. "What? There's a fan meeting? Where?" Ryan pointed directly at the castle ahead, right in front of the Dark Lord's castle. "Whoever gets there first gets to see him first." Upon hearing this, the fans instantly sprang into action. In less than a second, they were shoving each other and running off, shouting, "Move! I want to sit in the front row. Don't even think about it. Out of the way." Having achieved her goal, Ryan waved formally, adding, "Please don't run," from a line. Watching the throng of fans disappear, Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so hard to be alive. "Lucia, you scaredy cat," speaking up now. She knew full well she'd simply overreacted, not knowing what else to say. Putting the matter behind her, Ryan walked up to Lucia and said bluntly, "I need to talk to you. Can I come in?" Lucia, suddenly startled, felt she might have been a bit too cautious and said to Ryan, "Why put it like that? Can't you just say it here?" Ryan thought gloomily, "Does it really have to look this awful? There's probably no one around, so it should be fine, right? Lucia, do you really want to change the original story? Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to interfere with your love life, but you know a war is about to break out. According to the original story, a lot of people are going to die. Not just Kareem, Damien, the Dark Lord, and Abel. If you count all the side stories, even more people will die. It doesn't have to strictly follow the original, right? You don't have to either, right?" Lucia suddenly yelled, "Yes, that's right," startling Ryan. Biting her lip, she muttered, "You just don't want to see me become the heroine. Stop pretending to be so kind." Ryan looked up, about to explain, but seeing Lucia's expression, quickly fell silent. She bit her hand until it bled, her whole body trembling as she questioned Ryan, asking where she hadn't appeared, but now everyone adored her. Did she want to stop the war and then become a saint? Who was she to demand that she change the original plan? The reason she wore this damned waistband. All of this was for her, all because of her appearance. She didn't even bother to pay attention to a few insignificant supporting characters. Ryan stopped backing down and started to fight back, catching Lucia somewhat off guard. Ryan said nonchalantly, "Did I ever say we were stopping the war so that I could become a saint? I just want to save as many people as possible. I've told you over and over again, that's not why I want to do this, but you keep suspecting me for no reason. Only when I'm the villain and you're the victim will you be satisfied. Is that it? Do you really not care who lives or dies?" Lucia, feeling offended, lunged forward and shouted, "How dare you get angry at me? You have no idea how much I've suffered. Family and friends, no one cared about me at all. Do you know what that feels like? When I realized I was in the heroine's body, I was so happy, thinking I would finally be loved." Lucia sobbed, continuing, "But she ruined everything. So why are we—" He held his head in his hands, thinking, why did she suddenly start crying? What can I expect from talking to a child like her? Ryan was about to say something more when Caesar called out to her from behind, "There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. This is dangerous." Caesar brought Abel in front of his beloved. Ryan's eyes widened as she looked at the two men before her, murmuring, "What are you two doing here? What's with the rope?" Caesar, wanting to make a joke, excitedly fabricated a story. "Hey, there was a dog barking all over the place, so I figured we should tie it up and bring it to its owner." Abel, unable to take it anymore, yelled, "Let me go, you bastard." Ryan thought, "Abel, you're taking your anger out on other people." "Wait." Abel heard everything we just said. Caesar waved his hand, saying with a laugh, "So, I'd like someone to explain to me what that conversation was all about, especially the part about this story." Ryan worried, thinking about how much he had heard. "I thought there was no one around. Too careless." Before Ryan could explain, Lucia cried out, "Does that really matter right now? I'm crying my heart out here. Can't you see? Shouldn't you comfort me first?" Ryan was about to comfort Lucia, but Caesar was quicker. He turned to her and said, "The one who needs comforting right now is her, the saint, because my whole life has been a lie." With a simple gesture, a card appeared in his hand. It swiftly sliced across Lucia's neck. Lucia fell straight down, and Ryan was stunned. Ryan's twitching lips prompted Caesar to explain himself, muttering, "I just put her to sleep. I don't think she's the right person to talk to. Shall we continue our conversation? This world is just part of the story, and we're all characters in it. And you, or perhaps her and the saint, are from a world outside of this one." Had she understood it all correctly? Chaos churned within Ryan, a knot of anxiety tightening around the thought of telling him. Caesar glanced skyward, a bright, almost manic smile stretching across his face. "Well," he mused, seemingly to himself, "I wasn't really expecting you to answer anyway." The smile twisted, sharp and sly. "So, I'll just have to try a different method." Abel, silent until now, erupted in a furious bellow. "Who do you think you're threatening? Do you want to die here?" Ryan's gaze flew to her lover, anxiety spiking. Caesar ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of arrogant nonchalance. "I'm not hurting her," he explained, "just making her a little more amenable to answering my questions. You want to know too, don't you? How much your dear girlfriend has been deceiving you?" Ryan's brow furrowed, a nervous bite on her lip betraying her fear of Abel's reaction, the sting of his perceived betrayal. Abel's next words snapped Ryan back to the present. His voice was ice. "I don't care if she's been deceiving me." Irritation flickered across Caesar's face. "You're sure about that? Your girlfriend might not love you at all. She might have been using you this whole time, and you were too blind to notice." He paused, letting the words hang heavy in the air. "Now, if you don't want to die, get out of here." Abel's jaw tightened, his grip on Caesar's collar unwavering. "That's right," he stated, his voice a low growl. "I don't care if Ryan deceived me. She must have her reasons." Instead of flinching, Caesar grinned. "Get off me, or you really will be fighting me. I was just trying to have a little fun with her. But who knew you'd be so sensitive? Guess no more jokes for her then. She already knows this place is just part of story." Or rather, he continued, catching Ryan's bewildered expression, I know there's a book that tells the story of what happens in this world. Caesar pressed on, his words carefully chosen. Let me ask you something. You read a book. It explained everything about this world, and then you suddenly arrived here. Years have passed. You've experienced so much, met so many people. Does this place still feel like just a part of a story? The question struck Ryan like a physical blow. She stammered, caught off guard. Not all, because people aren't just characters in a book. They're living, breathing individuals, each with their own thoughts and actions. A soft smile touched Caesar's lips at her answer. With a flick of his wrist, a single rose materialized, which he offered to Ryan. His smile broadened, a nod of approval for her response. Abel, clearly displeased by the gesture, rushed forward, grabbing Ryan's arm. Hey, he warned Caesar, who do you think you're flirting with? Caesar shrugged, turning to leave. I was just paying her a compliment, nothing more. Anyway, my business here is done. I'll be going now. You two enjoy yourselves. And don't forget about the death goddess. What's real can become fake, and what's fake can become real. Ryan watched Caesar's retreating figure, a shiver of unease crawling down her spine. Did he know the original story? Who was he, really? However, this wasn't the time to worry about that. She surreptitiously studied Abel's expression. Recalling his earlier words, a thought struck her. Abel truly loved her. She wasn't sure she could say the same. Before Ryan could speak, Abel interrupted, his voice laced with a surprising vulnerability. Do you regret meeting me? Ryan blinked, taken aback by the question. Ever since we first met, he continued, his voice dropping, I've only ever hurt you. Forcing you to use your powers, dragging you into this world, it's all my fault. If you hadn't shown up, you could have lived a peaceful life in the temple. She keeps using the excuse of caring about me to take her anger out on you. Abel pulled Ryan close, his voice a low murmur against her ear. Your life has been miserable ever since you met me, hasn't it? Is that why you want to leave me? Ryan's heart ached at the raw emotion in his words. Had he really been carrying this burden all this time, believing it was all his fault? They had stopped seeing each other since their argument, and it had taken Ryan half a day to finally act. She shoved Abel away angrily, shouting, You idiot! Why would she regret it? Fine. She admitted she doesn't like you. You always do whatever you want, always threaten to kill me, and even get mad at me. Just a moment ago, she was fierce, but a second later, her voice choked up, and she continued, But the only one who truly understands me is you. Even if I'm useless, you still like me. That's you, Abel exclaimed with deep concern, looking at Ryan's tear-streaked face. You're crying. This isn't what I wanted to ask you. But Ryan's next words left Abel speechless. She said she was leaving. She held Abel's hand tightly. Who would have thought Ryan would have such a big change of heart? She told Abel happily, I'll go with you. Why don't we find a house near Remda, where you could rebuild your temple? We need a place to heal too. Abel replied, his voice trembling. I thought you said you were coming back. You said you needed to see someone. Ryan lifted her head. Maria, she has her family, but as for me, she said she can't live without you, and she thinks she can't leave you either. Hearing this, Abel excitedly grabbed Ryan's hand and pulled him closer. He held her tightly, as if afraid she would disappear in a second. Abel lifted Ryan's face and said seriously, This is your decision. I will never let you leave. He kissed his beloved passionately, tears of happiness mingling together. Meanwhile, in Luciana's room, she muttered to herself, I hate this. I hate everything. After Lucia Sand carefully read the report, he asked Karen, is the possibility of the true saint being Ryan really that high? If so, we should make every effort to bring her back. But I must say, I didn't anticipate this. I thought you cared about her. Are you sure this is all right? What if she hates you because of this report, Karen? Karen replied coldly, It doesn't matter. I am the holy sword, existing only for Luce. In the Dark Lord's castle, Abel and Ryan were taking a peaceful nap. Ryan suddenly woke up. She stirred, then opened her eyes, holding my beloved. When she noticed his rippling six-pack abs, she blushed in surprise. Ryan sat up, clutching her pounding heart, suddenly remembering, oh, right, I slept with Abel last night. Waking up on his bare chest like this startled her. Last night, a sweaty Ryan had asked Ryan, Can we continue? Ryan couldn't help but feel embarrassed, covering his face to hide his awkwardness just thinking about it. Suddenly, she paused. After observing Abel for a while, she remembered the words Abel had told her. This is your decision, and from now on, I won't let you leave again. Ryan smiled, his heart already brimming with joy. It's so good to have come to this world and met you. Thank you for never giving up on me. Now it's my turn to take care of you, okay? As Ryan was about to sneak a kiss on his beloved, a sudden noise caught his attention. She glanced over and saw Vazovsky wriggling beside her, blushing. Ryan resolutely ignored it, moved closer to Abel, and told herself that he always showed up at the most embarrassing moments. So just let it be. Unexpectedly, Vazovsky couldn't help but sneak a peek, even letting out a slight squeak. This time, Ryan was truly embarrassed. She tossed and turned, silently crying in her heart. She would have noticed him eventually anyway, but why did he keep staring at the two of them like that? Suddenly, a firm hand grasped Ryan's hand tightly. It turned out Abel had been awake all along, only pretending to be asleep. He shyly suggested to Ryan, "Ignore him. Let's continue." Even with Abel's insistence, Ryan still strongly resisted. She exclaimed in embarrassment, "How can I do that with him staring at us like that?" Abel held his girlfriend tightly, urging her not to mind, to just pretend he wasn't there. Abel stopped suddenly, softly calling Ryan's name. He looked unhappy, telling her, "You said you couldn't live without me. Are you really going to stop?" Faced with this innocent expression, even though Ryan knew better, she couldn't resist, reluctantly agreeing. Biting her lip, Ryan moved closer to Abel. She gathered her courage and kissed her lover passionately. Feigning a pout, she asked, "Are you happy now?" "Of course." Abel was delighted. He grinned, nodding his agreement. Meanwhile, in Lucia's room, she had remained in this state for hours. Unexpectedly, Lucia's mental state was truly grave. Eyes wide, she bit her finger until it bled, her whole body trembling as she muttered, "You're so annoying. Just disappear. Why does this always happen to me? It's all because of her." Suddenly, a light appeared beside Lucia, accompanied by a mournful sound. "Are you angry?" It was Ascent. He arrogantly smoothed back his hair with his hand, greeting her. "It's been a while, Lucia." Seeing Lucia's panicked expression, Ascent initiated the conversation. "You are the saint. I will never let you act freely. Without any plan, I allowed myself to be summoned. If you lose a certain amount of blood, but thanks to that Dark Lord's barrier, she couldn't be fully summoned." Lucia cried out anxiously, "There's still time. Get me out of here now." However, unexpectedly, Ascent said something that struck right at Lucia's pride. "She can't, because you're just a fake." Lucia completely lost her composure, trembling and gritting her teeth, waiting for Ascent's explanation. Lucia impatiently pushed his hand away, crying out in disbelief, "Why am I a fake?" Ascent remained unmoved, calmly continuing, "That's what she meant. You're just a fraud impersonating the saint. When the god of fate brought the soul that would become the saint of this world, it seems he didn't bring one soul, but two. She doesn't know why, but in any case, it's been confirmed that you only possess the saint's outer appearance, while the other appeared in the body of an ordinary person. But in the end, the one with the saint's outer appearance is the fake. That's how it is." When she couldn't hear the prophecies anymore, she already suspected the whole thing about controlling her son. But to think that she's really a fake. Lucia, filled with pride, couldn't accept this fact. She stammered involuntarily, "Impossible. I am the saint, the only saint in this world." Ascent asked Lucia with a smile, "Really?" The sword suddenly flashed with light, and Ascent spoke 4 words that left Lucia dumbfounded. "Then kill her. I'm not completely without feelings, so she can understand how you feel. If you can kill her, you might become the only saint. For now, let's keep the secret that you're a fake." He whispered close to Lucia's ear, as if to manipulate her thoughts. "Lucia, please kill her." The next day, Ryan hurried down the street. She had read Bacon's message, saying he would come to retrieve his shield. She felt anxious and afraid. "Bacon's probably not planning to hit me or anything, right? He still sounds pretty angry." Suddenly, her eyes widened and she looked ahead. Lucia was strolling down the street. Ryan curiously ran over and asked Lucia what she was doing there, and if she was there to see Mr. Bacon. Lucia turned to Ryan blankly, saying she was there to return his belt. Ryan asked her, puzzled, "Really? I thought you said you'd never take it off." Lucia explained, "If I leave the Dark Lord's room, they'll come and take me away. I'll go back to Lucifer." Ryan was quite surprised by Lucia's resolute attitude. Lucia said with a cold expression, "Ryan, go to the gate of the Dark Ages alone at midnight. She told me she wants me to heal her lover's heart. Once I've done that, I'll leave." Ryan asked, "Why the sudden change of heart? I thought you didn't want to help." Lucia lost interest and abruptly turned away, replying, "If you're not interested, that's your business. I'm leaving. It's no big deal." Of course, how could Ryan refuse such a tempting offer? She quickly grabbed Lucia's hand. It's not that I don't want to go. It's strange that you suddenly want to go and even offer to treat me. Did something happen to Abel's heart? Unable to mention anything that might enrage Ryan, Lucia evaded the question, replying, "If you don't believe me, do whatever you want. I'll go tonight whether you show up or not." With that, Lucia coldly shook off Ryan's hand. She spun around sharply and walked away without looking back. Ryan gritted her teeth, thinking, why is she suddenly acting like this? It's suspicious that she's going alone, but I can't just leave her on her own. I have to go and see. Night fell quickly. Bundled from head to toe, Lucia looked at Ryan and said, "You came." Ryan nodded firmly, having come alone, just as Lucia had said. Lucia glanced at the strange box in Ryan's hand. She asked suspiciously, "Is that the Grim Reaper's heart?" Ryan swallowed hard and replied, "Yes." She had brought it without telling Abel. Hearing this, Lucia quickly stepped forward, claiming she knew what the problem was. There was a curse preventing the heart from returning to its owner. She had dealt with something similar before. Lucia held out her hand and said, "Give it to me." Ryan, having come this far alone and taken a considerable risk, still hesitated, even now. She asked a question she already knew Lucia's answer to. "Are you really going to fix it? Please be gentle. It might get hurt." Upon receiving Abel's heart, a sly smile suddenly spread across Lucia's face. Suddenly, she raised the box high in the air. Lucia's abrupt action startled Ryan, who cried out anxiously, "What are you doing? That's dangerous." Seizing on Ryan's vulnerability, Lucia began to threaten her. "If you don't back off, I'll drop it." Ryan, terrified she might actually do it, pleaded with Lucia not to. Before Ryan could finish, Lucia cut her off. "The two of you are bound by the red string of fate, right?" she said, pulling a knife from her chest. "So if I stab this, both of you will die, right?" The action nearly made Ryan faint on the spot. She screamed helplessly for her to stop. Could she possibly be planning? Lucia now looked terrifying. With a ferocious grin, she held the knife high, aiming it precisely at Abel's heart, and yelled at the top of her lungs that she wouldn't let Ryan take everything from her. In less than a second, the knife plunged straight into the box. Just as she was laughing triumphantly, a faint squeaking sound caught her attention. Who would have thought that Ryan had secretly put Vazovsky inside earlier, and now it was happily gnawing on the knife, leaving Lucia completely dumbfounded. She stammered, What is this?" Ryan, taking control of the situation, crossed her arms and said sternly, "Did you really think I'd give you the real thing? Anyone could see you were acting strangely. How could I possibly trust you?" Seeing Lucia accuse her of deception, Ryan pointed at her angrily. "You tricked me first. If I had brought the real heart, Abel and I would both be dead right now. Did you get what you wanted? I never thought you could be so cruel. Even if you're acting like a spoiled child, this is attempted murder. Lucia, do you think it's okay to do this just because we're in a book?" Unexpectedly, the words didn't get through to Lucia at all. Gritting her teeth, she declared that she didn't care what happened. That one small act was enough to turn everything upside down, to throw everything into chaos. Ryan, anxiously watching Vazovsky, didn't notice Lucia lunging towards her. Unable to contain her emotions, Lucia rushed forward and knocked Ryan to the ground. Unexpectedly, Lucia began to lose control, squeezing Ryan's throat with all her might. Her only thought now was to send Ryan to hell as quickly as possible. Ryan's face turned pale as she pleaded with Lucia to stop, but it was completely in vain. Although it was Ryan whose throat was being constricted, Lucia was the first to cry, lamenting that she had nowhere left to go. This was the only place she could live, so why her and not me? Then, Ryan was affected. Her breath hitched, and her vision blurred. Suddenly, a tremendous whooshing sound pierced the air, followed by Lucia's terrified scream. The familiar black wings belonged to Ryan's lover, Abel. He rushed to her side, pulling her close and scolding. "She told you to tie her up. Why would you even talk to a madwoman like her?" Ryan was still speaking, a faint smile playing on her lips, now revealing the full extent of her intentions. Abel's anger flared hotter upon hearing them. "What does it matter now?" he snapped. "You almost died." Lost in their own intense exchange, the two lovers completely forgot about Lucia, who stood there like a wild animal, blood trickling from her mouth, muttering, "Why doesn't anything go my way? Why is everyone on her side?" As the last word left her lips, a drop of blood splattered onto the ground. Suddenly, a bright golden circle materialized beneath them, enveloping all three. Just then, Ascen's voice cut through the tension, startling the couple. She didn't think she'd actually kill you, but she also didn't expect to miss completely. Perhaps we should instruct her on the proper use of that knife. If that were the case, she would have already succeeded. Ascent materialized alongside his subordinates, his expression brimming with arrogance. It's been a while since I've seen you. Ryan and Abel were utterly stunned by their sudden appearance. Ryan, reeling from the revelation about Ruth, stared at the group before her, questioning everything about her life. Had Lucia's connection to Ruth been a lie all along? She couldn't help but ask how Ascent had managed to find them here. Dodge hit it, Ryan began, but Ascent cut her off with a sneer. Those sewer rats fighting for self-preservation are meaningless to me. You think this place can truly escape the light? As Ascent advanced, Abel roared, "Stop right there. Get out of my sight." Only Ryan remained calm, questioning him. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. We didn't force Lucia to come with us. She chose to follow us." Ryan knew that now Ascent had found the Dark Ages, he wouldn't remain idle. She had to do everything in her power to prevent a war. She thought for a moment, then continued, "You're here for the saint, aren't you? Why not take her peacefully?" "I imagine Ruth wouldn't want a meaningless battle either," Ascent replied. "You're right, we are here for the saint, but not Lucia. We're here for Ryan, because she is the true saint. Have you ever considered why things have been so strange? A mortal body falls into this world, lives here for years, and even possesses abilities unique to the saint. How could such a person be merely mortal? The only possibility is that she is the saint," Ryan argued stubbornly. "But Lucia's healing abilities are clearly stronger than mine." Ascent explained, "That's because they're incomplete naturally. Her body isn't the saint's body. Under normal circumstances, she should have been the one in that body, but everything got messed up simply because a stray soul entered the wrong place. What a nuisance." Lucia gritted her teeth and turned away, acutely aware of the mockery in Ascent's tone. Ryan was utterly shocked. She stammered, "Impossible." The original story clearly stated. Ascent stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Original story? Oh, you mean the prophecy, right? I've heard of it. Something about the god of fate descending with a prophecy, choosing which soul would be sent here." Ryan replied, "Exactly. The prophecy clearly stated that the saint was Lucia, not me. That's the thing about prophecies," Ascent responded. "A prophecy without rules, declaring that everything will happen as it foretells. Besides, I discovered some interesting information while perusing those ancient prophecies." At that moment, Karen spoke up. "Two stars shall appear at the coming of this trial, a star of deception and a star of truth. Only the one who chooses truth can overcome darkness and protect the light." That's what the prophecy foretold. Abel glared at Karen as if facing a lifelong enemy. He lunged forward, shouting, "Karen, how dare you show your face here?" Of course, with Shad standing guard. How could Abel act so rashly? Raising his sword to parry the blow, he scoffed, impetuous as ever, "But that move just now a mistake. You should be more concerned with yourself when you have someone to protect." Shad's words pierced through the clang of steel, and Abel realized with a jolt that Ryan was pinned down by Karen. Behind them, Bo whirled around in a panic, desperate to rescue his beloved, but Shad's voice cut through the air. Another mistake. He ruthlessly plunged his sword into Abel's back. Ryan's face drained of color. "Abel!" she screamed, her voice raw with anguish. Shad surveyed the chaos he'd wrought, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "Never turn your back on your enemy," he lectured. "Karen, take the saint. I'll deal with this." Ryan's voice was thick with fury. "Stop this instant." Karen responded with a chilling calmness. "Can you please calm down and come with me? This is the only way we can escape the prophecy." Ryan's brow furrowed, turning to Karen. "Are you serious?" Karen's expression remained impassive. "Trust me just this once. Come with me." Ryan hesitated, her gaze locked on Karen's serious face. Suddenly, Abel choked out a few words, blood bubbling at his lips. "Wait," he rasped. "Ryan is my responsibility, so let him go. Now." Shad sighed, a theatrical display of frustration. "Gods, she can't tell if you're brave or just foolish. You should only speak like that when you can actually back it up." Seeing Shad poised to finish Abel, Ryan's voice dripped with a desperate threat. "Shad, if you touch Abel, you'll regret it. If you lay a hand on him, I'll bite my tongue off. Do you hear me?" Shad, though sardonic, seemed momentarily taken aback by their mutual self-sacrifice and swiftly retracted his sword. She won't cooperate any further if you continue to harm him, Ryan pressed, her voice sharp and calculating. A live hostage is easier to control, isn't it? Or have we miscalculated something? Shad burst into laughter, readily agreeing to take her to Karen. Gods above, she sounds like the villain here. Walking past, Ryan couldn't resist a parting shot. Because you are. So, if you still can't keep your word, I promise you'll regret it. She'd only taken a few steps when Abel, grievously wounded, struggled to speak. Ryan, please don't go. I'm Phoenix. I swear I'm fine, so I can't let you leave like this. Please, Ryan. His words pierced Ryan's heart. Hearing her beloved beg her not to leave, Ryan trembled. She squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shuddered violently, a thunderous explosion ripping through the air. Shad's men scrambled, their voices panicked. Shad, the bridge has collapsed. Before Shad could process the situation, a voice echoed from behind him. It seems we have some uninvited guests. It was the Dark Lord, accompanied by Aura and Caesar. He continued casually. You came here without permission, so you should at least ask before leaving, right? The Dark Lord's arrival sent a wave of panic through Shad's ranks. Ryan's heart leaped with joy. By contrast, the Fallen's face darkened, crumpling like a prune. Ryan seized the opportunity and ran to her dying lover. Despite his injuries, Abel continued to speak urgently. Those bastards planned to take Ryan to the Fallen's land. They said Ryan is the true saint. We have to stop them at all costs. The Dark Lord's simple reply, don't worry, was enough to make Shad flinch. That's why everyone is gathered here, the Dark Lord stated calmly. Hearing this, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shad suddenly sneered. Look at you insects. You think a few more bodies will make a difference? Ryan stiffened at his words. Ascent continued in a mocking tone, suggesting that perhaps this was even more entertaining. Maybe she could handle 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminate the troublemakers, and bring back the saint. The Dark Lord, upon hearing Ascent's words, furrowed his brow in disgust. Ascent abruptly thrust his sword forward, bellowing, I will erase you from this world. Ryan flinched at his sudden, aggressive movement. Unexpectedly, Karen rushed forward, intercepting Ascent. No, she declared, you can't do this. Ryan stared, surprised as Karen shielded them. Karen addressed Ascent earnestly. Think about it. The apocalypse's goal is to destroy the saint, not escalate a war. They don't need to fight us here, because clearly they're being remarkably compliant with our provocations. A flicker of understanding crossed Ascent's face. So, he mused, they're hiding something else, like keeping us tied up here, while they send an elite force to... Karen nodded in agreement, noting the absence of key figures among their enemies. Ryan's thoughts raced with worry. Was this truly the situation they were in? Karen abruptly declared, we must bring back the saint as soon as possible. Our current objective isn't to fight or kill. At the mention of Lucia, Ryan burst out, wait, you haven't even asked me what she wants. The Dark Lord couldn't resist adding, you certainly enjoy taking matters into your own hands, don't you? Who said you could leave here and skay? Karen studied the Dark Lord's expression, pausing for a long moment before replying. Let's be frank. The saint is losing her mind. A nameless dread coiled in Ryan's stomach. Karen continued, the reason we took such a risk coming here is because we received a prophecy foretelling the end. The priests are struggling to control the saint, but it won't last much longer. The only one who can persuade the saint is Ryan. And, she added, I believe you wouldn't want to see the world end, would you? Ryan was taken aback. Abel finally spoke, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. First, you try to kidnap her, and now you want to cooperate? In your weakened state, you really think we'll believe you? Karen sighed. Whether you believe us or not isn't the main issue. The fact is, you don't seem to grasp the gravity of the current situation. Ryan suddenly spoke with newfound resolve. I'll go, but on my terms. She tightened her grip on Abel's hand. Either Abel comes with me, she stated firmly, and your father apologizes for his recent actions, or I'm not going. And you can't force me to do anything else unless it's related to the saint. Don't be absurd. The Dark Lord's voice was laced with disapproval. Why do you feel it necessary to accompany them? Ryan replied with a touch of irony. I told you a few days ago, this method works. The Dark Lord's expression shifted, recalling Ryan's previous words. Karen, however, began to protest. Even if we agreed on everything before, going with Abel is not permitted. But then they encountered such a resolute Ryan, who bluntly stated, forget what you just said. She wouldn't back down. Ascent readily agreed. Phoenix, I accept your terms. You can take that simple-minded fellow with you. I won't involve you in anything else. But the saint, And you want an apology, right? Ascent beamed, offering a theatrical, "I'm sorry. Now are you satisfied?" He turned to his companions. "How much longer? Let's finish this quickly." Abel anxiously asked Ryan if she was sure about this. Ryan asserted firmly, "I have a plan. You'll protect me, right?" Inwardly, she thought, "I don't know what Ascent is planning, but this might be the best solution. I hope we can stop this war." The Dark Lord interrupted Ryan's thoughts. "Stay in contact. If we don't hear anything from you, everyone will come to the rescue immediately." Ryan replied, "Thank you, sir. I'll have Vakis contact you, but you don't need to worry too much." The image of Lucia, huddled in a corner, weeping that she had nowhere else to go, that this was the only place she could be, flashed through Ryan's mind. Ryan pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. "Dark Lord," she said, "please look after Lucia. She's not a bad person." The Dark Lord readily agreed. "Lucia's people are calling for reconnection. We need to leave here immediately." Ryan turned to bid the Dark Lord farewell. As she walked, her thoughts raced. She needed to focus. This whole situation with the false saint and the prophecy was completely baffling. It deviated drastically from what she knew, but she couldn't let a war break out. A blinding light flashed across Ryan's face. The image of Luce flooded her mind, and her composure crumbled. Inwardly, she wept. She was back in Luce, and she desperately didn't want to be. The heat was stifling. Ascent directed his subordinates to tell everyone to strengthen their shields. "There must be some of their people around us," he said, turning sharply. "Follow me, Saint. We must head to the Temple of the Sun immediately." "Of course, only you." "Hold on," Ryan demanded, bristling. "That wasn't the agreement." Ascent smirked. "She allowed that thunder god to come here with you," he said slyly, "but she never said he could approach the sun. The sun is a vital life source. She can't have the thunder god near it, can she? Karen, take the Reaper to rest." "You can't do that to Abel," Ryan cried, furious. Abel suddenly called out to Ryan, startling her. "It's all right," he said calmly. "Go ahead. I'll come to you shortly." "If anything happens," Karen's expression was unreadable. Abel continued, his voice firm. "Karen and I have some unfinished business." Ryan quickly grabbed Abel's hand. "Wait," she asked. "You're not planning on fighting them, are you? If you do that and lose." Ascent shrugged dismissively. "Interesting," he said. "Your fool seems serious. It's almost refreshing. Haven't your recent painful experiences taught you anything? The consequences of impulsive and reckless actions." "Oomph," Abel declared coldly. "She will protect Ryan. Anyone who causes her pain will suffer the same, whether we are slightly advantaged or disadvantaged." Ryan's heart ached at his words. Then Karen spoke, her voice laced with amusement. "You have no right to talk about protecting anyone. Everything you've done so far has been on your own accord, messing things up, and now you dare stand here and claim to protect someone? Don't be ridiculous." Ryan said, exasperated. "Both of you, stop it. We're not here to fight." Ascent silently assessed the situation, then turned to Ryan. "Let's go, Saint." Ryan stopped him. "Wait, if we leave them both here," Ascent replied bluntly, "they won't listen to you anyway. Let's just let them be. Difficult to handle. Only then can we stop being frustrated. Remember, the sun matter is more urgent now. As for those two fools, we can deal with them later." Ryan frowned, muttering to herself, "It's not that simple." She had a suspicion. Besides, everyone in Luce considered her an enemy. Though reluctant, she grumbled, Fine, I'm coming." Then, turning to Abel, she reminded him, "I'll be back soon, so don't get hurt, okay?" Abel nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, she'll never lose to someone like him," Karen said coldly. "Then come on." Ryan felt utterly helpless between the two of them. "All right, go ahead. Hit me if you want to fight. Hey, Wazowski, keep an eye on Abel, and if he gets hurt, call me, okay? I'm counting on you." Wazowski squeaked in agreement. Ryan decided to set the matter aside for now and followed Ascent. She needed to deal with the sun issue quickly and get out of Luce immediately. Just being here felt like it was shaving years off her life. So much was different now. She wasn't sure if the same method would work, but she had to try everything. Once this was all over, she vowed, "I'm going to buy a house in Lumba, move in with Abel, and never leave." However, she wasn't sure if she truly believed it herself. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from up ahead, stopping Ryan in her tracks. A group of priests, clinging to a symbol hovering in the air, cried out, "Holy One, we've reached our limit. We can't hold on any longer. If we fail, the entire world will crumble." Ryan was taken aback. The situation was far worse than she'd anticipated. Beside her, a voice spoke. "That fool's truly lost it. She told you it was serious." Ryan cursed Asen silently. Look at you. You're the one wasting time. Yet you still want to destroy the Dark Age and fight the Dark Lord. Asen then sneered, reminding Ryan, hurry up and do something. If you delay any longer, the priest will collapse from exhaustion. Facing his nonchalant expression, Ryan could only curse him inwardly. You're a real villain, she muttered, slowly approaching the sun. Close your eyes and focus for a few seconds. Ryan's eyes snapped open. She realized she was looking at the tangled, chaotic wires inside the sun. This time she saw it too. Ryan reached out, feeling her way through the most tangled knots. The heat radiating from them was intensely uncomfortable, but she persevered. So hot. Ryan suddenly looked up in surprise, as if she had just heard someone's voice. The voice grew clearer. Save me. I'm sad. We were supposed to. Why did this happen? The three gods. Until recently, Ryan opened her eyes and watched as the door slowly closed, leaving only a blinding flash of light. A few seconds later, the door sealed shut completely, leaving everyone astonished. Ryan remained bewildered, wondering about the voice she'd heard. Was it the prophecy Lucia had once spoken of? But it felt different. The loud cries of the crowd pulled Ryan back to reality. They embraced each other, sobbing and saying, "Thank you. We really thought it was the end this time. Thank you so much." Ryan managed a weak smile, not truly happy. She desperately wanted to tell them the truth. Well, everyone, it's all thanks to that person. Asen. At that moment, Asen walked up to her and asked, "All done?" He hadn't expected the sun's outburst to be resolved so quickly. It seems the saint's true power is on a whole different level, right? We need to figure out how to restore her true self. Ryan cautiously took a step back, wondering what he was plotting this time. Original form, she asked. You mean Lucia's body? Asen nodded. Exactly. If she can reach this level in an incomplete body, when she returns to her original form, she can even stop the sun from going haywire. A wave of worry washed over Ryan. Wait, what about Lucia's soul? Asen shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. That's not my problem, but I'm sure the three fates will sort out themselves. After all, they're the ones who caused this mess in the first place. Ryan couldn't stand his callous attitude. How could he? Hey, she burst out angrily. Even if you see others as mere tools, this is too much. She was not interested in his dismissive attitude. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Ryan. She pressed her lips together, placing a hand on her chest. Her heart ached, a sensation she hadn't felt in a long time. Seeing her unusual reaction, Asen asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Ryan?" Ryan didn't want to answer, casually replying, "Nothing." She turned to leave. Suddenly, the ceiling above them shook violently. Ryan was bewildered. What was that? That was loud. Suddenly, Koseki, the small creature, appeared, jumping into her arms and squeaking incessantly. It shed tears as it recounted the fierce battle unfolding above them. Ryan's face paled. Is he hurt, Abel? Asen raised a hand to his forehead. That's Karen's energy. He probably didn't hold back. Ryan immediately rushed past him. I'll go ahead. Asen was startled, calling after her, wait, but it seemed to be no use. Ryan's face was pale with worry. Could Abel's chest pain earlier have been because he was seriously injured? He had only just started to recover. Please let it be safe. After running for a while, as soon as she saw Abel's back, Ryan called out, Abel, are you all right? She was there. A hand quickly reached out. Abel seemed relieved and immediately pulled her into a hug. His voice trembled as he spoke to her. She'll kill anyone who hurts you. Ryan was startled by the scene before her. Even though others might only see Karen lying in a pool of blood, she could still hear his voice. Moments later, when Ryan returned, she was stunned and bewildered by the sight. Was that Karen? He was gravely wounded. She stared in horror as he lay in a pool of blood, panic rising in her chest. If she left him like this, would he die? Ryan tapped Abel's shoulder. Let me heal him, and then we can. But before she could finish her sentence, Abel gritted his teeth and replied, No, don't touch him. Ryan sighed in frustration, thinking that he hadn't looked that badly injured a moment ago. What had they been talking about? She gently stroked Abel's hair, trying to comfort him. It's all right, she said softly. I'm not going anywhere, and she wouldn't leave you for anyone else. She truly just wanted to heal him. It would only take a few minutes. Abel's entire body trembled as he clenched his jaw. Ryan, still oblivious to anything amiss with Abel, smiled brightly. She was about to speak, but Abel swiftly swept his lover into his arms, despite her alarm. Ryan's face paled. "You can't just scoop people up and fly into the sky every time," she shrieked. "You scare me to death every time you do that." Abel, his jaw tight, replied, "Why worry about others? You should take care of yourself." Ryan couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. Without another word, Abel soared into the sky. He descended quickly, landing with a calm. "Someone will see to his healing. You're lucky she hasn't killed him yet, so you don't have to worry anymore." Ryan, curious, questioned her lover. "What's wrong, Carlin? What did he say?" "She asked you what he said? You aren't actually planning on telling me, are you?" Seeing Abel remain silent, Ryan impatiently urged, "Tell me something. You're not actually going to tell me, are you?" Seeing Abel's continued silence, Reen impatiently urged, "Say something to me." When Abel softly called her name, she anxiously replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Did something really happen? Suddenly, Abel rested his head on Ryan's thigh, trembling as he asked, his voice thick with emotion, "Do you really love me?" Startled by his sudden action, Ryan quickly answered, "What are you talking about? Why would you suddenly say that?" "Of course I love you." Abel reached out and grasped Ryan's hand. He looked at her earnestly and said, "Then kiss me." Ryan was breaking out in a cold sweat from her girlfriend's series of baffling actions. Abel, trembling, clutched her hand tightly against his cheek, pleading, "Please kiss me." Ryan, unsure why he was so distressed, quickly reassured him, Okay, I'll kiss you, so please stop crying." Ryan immediately complied, placing a quick kiss on Abel's lips. She calmly asked him, "Tell me what happened." Abel reached for Ryan, offering a passionate kiss instead of an explanation. He lost his composure, pushing his lover down onto the bed. In this moment, he spoke slowly, "She'll kill anyone who hurts you. Please don't hate me." Ryan thought for a long moment. She reached out and wiped the tears from his face, saying firmly, "I don't hate you. I've never hated you." She held Abel tightly, thinking, "How could I possibly hate you when you're so adorable? What do I have to do to make you believe me?" Sometime later, both of them, exhausted, fell asleep. Ryan blinked her eyes open, stirring from unconsciousness. She sat up slowly, unable to resist rubbing her eyes repeatedly. She turned to look at her sleeping lover beside her. Ryan smiled, gently patting Abel's head. "This fool, giving up even going home for me." Suddenly, a pain in her chest made Ryan wince. She clutched her chest, the pain intensifying. "What's going on? He's already stressed enough. What are we going to do if he finds out about this?" "No, he can't know. We should go outside, just stand there until the pain subsides. Abel might wake up and start looking for me again, but that's better than him finding out about this. Don't tell me you're actually sick. If that were true, Lucia wouldn't have tried to kill me. She would have just left me there. There has to be another reason." Ryan sighed wearily, walking forward, only to be startled by something ahead. It was Karen, approaching her again. Folding her arms, she asked, "He came to find me again?" Karen nodded in confirmation. "She has something to tell you. She was going to tell you as soon as you got here, but ever since Abel showed up," Ryan lost her patience, cutting Karen off. "I thought we settled everything before I left Luce. She needs you to stop pestering me." Karen suddenly interjected, "The pain is getting worse every day." Ryan flinched, feeling her secret exposed. He continued, "She guesses your body must be very uncomfortable right now. Ryan, you're disappearing." As Karen commented on her condition, Ryan was utterly shocked, breaking out in a cold sweat. It took her almost half a day to calmly ask again, "What do you mean?" "I'm Fina." Karen, fully aware of what he was doing, slowly said, "Abel is the reason for your constant chest pains and fainting spells." According to an ancient book she found in Luce's library, the deceased god's previous lover was also human and died very young. Her symptoms were exactly the same as yours now. Those bound by the red string of fate, their souls connected, she is gradually being consumed by a deadly force. Ryan grew more frightened the more she listened, trembling and keeping her mouth firmly shut to prevent any sound that might alert Abel. Karen crumpled the paper in his hand. He warned her gravely, "Ryan, you must break the thread of fate. Leave Abel. It's your only way to survive." Uncertain, yet defiant, Ryan exclaimed, "Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that." Karen shook his head in resignation and continued, "She has no choice but to kill Abel to save you, because once one person dies, the red string will automatically break." Ryan frowned and retorted, "Are you serious?" Who would have thought he would agree so recklessly? He quickly nodded. "Of course. So this is your choice. Does she leave Abel or watch him die before her eyes?" Ryan, trembling with rage, could barely suppress the urge to slap the man in front of her. She shoved his hand away furiously, shouting, "You bastard! How can you say such a thing so casually? From now on, please don't talk to me again. Stay out of my life. Whether she lives or dies is none of your business. If you dare touch Abel, I will never forgive you, not even you." Ryan stormed off, leaving Karen, who believed he was right. He muttered to himself, "It's okay. As long as you're alive, that's enough for me, even if you never forgive me." Ryan walked alone down the hallway. Confused and disoriented, she thought he must be lying. Karen hates Abel, so he just wants to separate me from him at all costs. Suddenly, something occurred to Ryan. She began to analyze. Abel must have heard something similar. That's why he's so on edge. That must be why he did that. What was that terrible thing Abel mentioned? What made you say those things to me, Abel? If what Karen said is true, I can't just sit by and do nothing. We need to figure out a solution soon. No matter what, I will never give up on you. Don't worry. Please don't give up hope on me. Tears streaming down her face, Ryan kissed Abel passionately, hoping he would stay strong and weather this storm with her. Unbeknownst to her, someone in the distance was watching Ryan's every move, displeased. He muttered to himself, "Why do you care so much about him?" The disturbed individual even reached out to touch Ryan on the screen in front of him. The haughty, silver-haired young man said, "Your focus should be on me." He lounged in a chair within a palace of sand and crumbling grandeur. He couldn't hide the joy on his face. The more he thought about her, the more captivating she seemed. Even though Lucia had tried to kill her, he still felt anger on her behalf. That's what a saint would do, right? She needed to find a way to restrain her. Suddenly, a voice announced, "Lord Cain requests an audience." Ascent frowned and asked what was happening. The priest explained that she needed 2 weeks of bed rest for a full recovery. Cain spoke frankly, "Now is not the time for a deity to lie down and rest. I have a matter that requires your approval." Ascent looked at Cain with surprise, seemingly waiting for him to continue, but the next words sent a chill down Ascent's spine. "I wish to see the 3 fates," Cain replied. "Please open the gate to the shrine." Ascent tried to speak calmly. "That place is sacred ground. You should know that even you cannot enter casually. So why do you wish to go inside?" Cain lowered his head. "I need Lachesis shears. Only they can kill a god." Ascent jumped up in alarm, stammering, "Don't tell me you actually intend to do that." Cain clenched his fists and nodded firmly. "That is precisely what I intend to do." In the next room, Abel and Ryan were oblivious to the impending danger. Ascent asked calmly, "Why are you so obsessed with her?" He sighed wearily and continued, "Let me ask you something. Normally, you are calm and collected, but whenever her name is mentioned, you lose all reason. I know the prophecy is just an excuse to attack the Dark Age, and you are doing everything in your power to bring her back. I've overlooked these things because, after all, she was once your teacher, but I can no longer let you do as you please." Cain clenched his fists and spoke with effort. "I'm the holy sword of Luce. I have done everything possible to protect Luce until now, even if it meant acting as an aid to the person who murdered my parents. I have wanted to kill the god of death for so long, but that's not all. I even wanted to kill myself because he always smiled while staying by his side. However, I completed my mission." Karen's expression darkened. He asked Ascent seriously, "Is my loyalty still in question?" Ascent held his head in his hands. "Deep down, I'm just worried that your focus on that woman will only bring you more pain." Cain replied calmly, "I can handle it myself. Please let me enter the shrine." Ascent hesitated, then agreed. "I will open the gate," he told Cain, "but I cannot guarantee the goddesses will lend you the artifact. You will have to ask them yourself." Cain turned swiftly, thanking him as he walked away, making an excuse for himself. Memories of the past lingered in Karen's mind. Back then, Ascent had commanded him, "Cain, infiltrate the god of death's ranks." There are many rumors that the god of death has joined the apocalypse, but those are just rumors. We need someone who can gather more information by his side. Cain had naturally objected strongly. However, Ascent remained impassive, calmly explaining, "I know he is the one who murdered your parents, but we cannot focus on personal vendettas right now. You're the only one suitable for this mission. Restrain your emotions and complete the task. You are Luce's holy sword first, and yourself second." Powerless, Cain had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Back in the present, Cain made a firm resolution in his heart. He would not live like this any longer. Ryan gently asked when she had ever worried about him. Every moment flashed through her memory. As she gave a radiant smile, it all brought Cain happiness and peace. In Abel's dream, he stood in the void, unconsciously looking around. Darkness surrounded him. Suddenly, a skeletal hand reached out from below. In that instant, a torrent of skeletons surged upwards, startling Abel. Each one seemed to gather, blaming Abel, saying he was the one who caused their deaths. He tried to explain, "We had no choice. This isn't what we wanted." Ryan's sudden appearance brought a wave of relief. Abel let out a held breath and rushed to her side. "Thank goodness you're all right," he exclaimed. "We need to leave here. This place is dangerous." Unexpectedly, Ryan faltered, collapsing to the ground. Panic seized Abel. "What's happening? Stop!" "Ryan," he cried. Ryan's face, moments before so vibrant, was now ashen, streaked with tears. Blood trickled from her lips like a tiny, crimson stream. I'm slowly dying because of you," she choked out, the words laced with agony. "Isn't that escaping the nightmare?" Abel stammered, his eyes wide with horror. Abel jolted awake, his heart pounding in his chest. Unease clung to him like a shroud. "Just a dream, right?" he muttered. He wasn't sure what Ryan had eaten that day, but she looked radiant, even more stunning than she had at the banquet. She greeted her lover with an infectious enthusiasm. "Good morning," she chirped. Then, stepping closer to Abel, she asked, "Vivian brought me some new clothes. Do they look good on me?" Abel, captivated by his girlfriend's undeniable beauty, could only blush and stammer a series of affirmations, the image of her tear-streaked, bloodied face flashing disturbingly in his mind. Forcing the unsettling vision away, Abel told her seriously, "There's something I need to tell you. It seems everything has been taken care of." Ryan, seemingly oblivious to his concern, deftly diverted his attention. She flopped onto the bed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "We should go on a date," she suggested brightly. Seeing Abel's bewildered expression, she elaborated, "You're all dressed up so nicely." "She's been feeling down because you've been sleeping ever since we got to Luce," Ryan continued, "and wandering around alone makes you look a bit silly." Abel persisted. "Okay, but first we need to talk about this." Ryan suddenly leaned in, pressing a quick kiss to Abel's lips, leaving him momentarily stunned. Pulling back, she declared with a playful grin, "You're so cute. My man is just the best." Completely flustered, Abel's face flushed crimson, a wide smile stretching from ear to ear. Taking his hand, Ryan announced, "I've planned a whole day for us. Just follow my lead," she added, her thoughts unspoken. "We can't be sad forever because of the bad things that have happened. Let's just pause everything, forget it all for a while. So no matter what happens next, we can still remember this happy moment." But fate, as it often does, had a cruel sense of irony. Staring up at the blazing sun, Ryan inwardly groaned. Only moments ago, she had strode confidently out the door, completely forgetting just how intense Luce's heat could be. Ryan led the way, Abel trailing close behind. Ryan's expression was no longer playful. Sweat poured down her face like a river. She sighed internally, the heat becoming unbearable. Bacon might kill her if he finds out, but she has to use her shield no matter what. Just then, Abel unfurled his wings, casting a welcome shadow over Ryan. "Come closer," he invited. "I'll block the sun for you." Grateful, Ryan thanked him, then asked, "Aren't you hot?" Abel replied confidently, "I'm used to this place. I lived here as a child." A thought suddenly struck Ryan. Speaking of which, Abel lived in Luce too, although it was during his exile. Abel, curious about their destination, asked, "But where are we going?" "I'll take you there," Ryan replied with a mysterious smile. "I can't tell you. It wouldn't be fun. You'll know when we get there." Abel, sensing the playful mischief, let out a light chuckle. "Secrets, huh? Anyone can see you're about to faint from the heat. Maybe we should just take you home to rest." At his words, Ryan's face fell. "Wait, we're almost there, aren't we?" she replied, a hint of panic in her voice. As if to prove her point, she pointed to a corner up ahead. "Just around that corner." Abel stared intently in the direction Ryan indicated, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That place looks strangely familiar." Ryan called out to Abel, her voice laced with a deliberate sweetness. "Can you do me a favor?" Flustered by Ryan's adorable demeanor, Abel quickly turned away. "You always act cute whenever you're in trouble." "What is it?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Ryan simply held out a scarf. "It's no big deal," she explained, "but I want you to cover your eyes with this. And then follow me. When you hear me say come, we'll be there." Abel looked at his lover with a suspicious gaze. "I just want to surprise you. That's all," Ryan pleaded. Unable to resist the sweet allure of his beloved, Abel nodded his agreement, and the two quickly made their way to the place Ryan had planned. Ryan, holding Abel's hand reassuringly, said, "We're almost there. You can take off your blindfold now." After waiting for so long, upon hearing these words, Abel quickly and hurriedly untied the cloth. Suddenly, something ahead made him stop dead in his tracks. Before him stretched a vast, open space, a gentle breeze whispering through the air, amplifying his sense of ease. Abel was stunned by the sight. Ryan asked him excitedly, "Your favorite place in Luce, right?" She thought to herself, in the original novel, only 2 short lines describe this place. Abel had escaped those who scorned him, hiding in the outskirts of Luce until the sun set. Before Abel could ask, Ryan spoke. "Do you remember what Caesar did to Caesar? About what you know of the original story. In the world she lived in, this place was a tale in a book. Do you remember our first meeting? She did everything she could to avoid you. Because the book said he was a cruel and terrifying monster, she didn't want anything to do with you. She was truly afraid you would kill me too. The more she got to know you, the more she realized it was just a matter of controlling his temper. After all, he was only in the body of a 7-year-old child." These words struck Abel to the core. He cried out unconsciously, "What do you mean, 7 years old? Are you serious?" Ryan, unfazed by Abel's expression, continued. "So when she figured it out, she realized she really liked you. She liked you so much that she gave up on going home completely. Karen told me you're slowly disappearing, and it might be because of me." Ryan gripped Abel's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. She asked him, "Are you going to leave me?" She couldn't help but cry, sobbing uncontrollably. "She thought you liked me. You said you'd never let me go. So keep your promise, you liar." Abel struggled to speak, his voice thick with emotion. He choked out her name, holding her close, and sobbed. You don't know what you mean to me. She can't imagine life without you." Suddenly, he pushed her away, his voice filled with absolute resolve. "We have to break up. If I have to watch you leave, I'd rather die first." Looking at Abel's resolute stance and fear, Ryan said through her tears, "Don't do this, Abel. There must be another way, a way for us to be together." As soon as she finished speaking, the pain in her chest returned. Ryan collapsed into Abel's arms, completely drained of strength. Though she couldn't stand, her will remained firm. "I can't faint here, or Abel will lose hope in me." But life didn't go as Ryan hoped. She was too exhausted, her vision blurring. Meanwhile, the silver-haired young man saw through everything. He smirked and muttered to himself, "This won't do, Ryan. Troublesome people ask to leave on their own. A heartless Grim Reaper isn't anything special. All she does is clean up after him, but she doesn't need to worry anymore because we'll stay here forever. After all, she's mine, right?" Ryan jolted awake, her body moving unconsciously. The last thing she saw was her beloved anxiously calling her name. She was startled and abruptly woke up. Ryan jumped up in alarm, looking around in utter confusion. "Where is this?" she thought, bewildered. She swore she was just with Abel. Who would have thought? The silver-haired young man had brought Ryan to his dwelling. He stepped forward and said, "You're awake. It's time to formally introduce myself. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryan." Faced with the appearance of a complete stranger, she backed away in fear and asked him, "You know me?" The silver-haired young man said smugly, "Of course she knows me. We've met before, even before she came to Valhalla, though she might look different now." Ryan stared at the man before her in bewilderment, still insisting she'd never seen him before, yet a flicker of recognition sparked in her eyes. She suddenly recalled where she'd heard that voice. Seeing the shift in Ryan's expression, the silver-haired young man eagerly extended a hand. "Remember me?" "You guessed it. I'm Sun," he offered. It's him, she thought. Talking face-to-face like this is much more comfortable. This place feels like my own world, so I can change my appearance as I please. I observe everything from here. I've been wanting to talk to you. It was she who brought your soul here. A cold sweat broke out over Ryan as she listened to Sun's rambling. Her gaze fell upon a small screen, a scene of agony unfolding before her eyes. Her beloved Abel, cradling her lifeless body, his face etched with despair. The painful realization struck her. Abel had been waiting like this ever since she lost consciousness. Ryan lunged forward, only to be met with Sun's nonchalant warning. "It's no use. He can't hear you from here." Rage, hot and suffocating, consumed Ryan. She whirled around, her voice raw with anguish. "Take me back, now." Sun's brow furrowed. "Bringing you here wasn't easy," he murmured. "And she's my other half." Confusion clouded Ryan's features. Sun calmly explained, "As I said, the only one Sun can control is the Saint. You know that too." right? He confided in Ryan. This world has a creator. When he roamed, everything was absolutely perfect. Everyone was happy. But one day, he suddenly decided to leave this world, entrusting its management to me. I tried my best. I did everything possible to make everyone happy. Lighting up the darkness, punishing demons, unfortunate things kept happening endlessly. The previous saints always abandoned me. I was truly shocked. They told me, I think I understand why the previous saints left. This task is too painful. People aren't happy at all, and he doesn't understand why they suffer so much. There will be no saint born after me. I'm the last one to bear this sorrow. That's enough. Ryan, her patience wearing thin, finally spoke. So, is that why you brought me here? Sun nodded reluctantly. Yes, because no saint was born after that. I pleaded with the three fates to send me a soul most worthy of becoming the saint. Suddenly, he rushed towards Ryan. In that moment, he was almost begging. Tears welled in his eyes as he pleaded, "Help me. Only you can do it." Ryan's voice was heavy with resignation. "I'm sorry, I don't have much time left." Understanding her concern, Sun replied, "If it's about her illness, I can cure it. The red string of fate is my responsibility, after all. I'll sever the connection between you and the god of death immediately." Ryan recoiled at the unfamiliar name. Simultaneously, in Lucia, Bell and Abel shoved at each other, their movements frantic. "Where do you think you're going?" "Huh?" Bell cried out in alarm. Abel, consumed by a furious grief, roared, "Ascent, kill me now, or I'll destroy Luce this instant." Bell, aghast at the blasphemous words, instantly corrected himself, quickly retracting his previous statement. Just then, Ascent spoke, his voice laced with weariness. "Let him go. No matter what we say, he'll still do it. Those connected to the saint never have a day of peace." Abel's voice was thick with sorrow. "It's been 3 days. It's all my fault. My lightning powers are flowing along the red string, slowly killing Ryan. So just kill me quickly." Ascent's eyes narrowed, his gaze unwavering as he turned. "I believe I've already told you. I won't do that." Abel's fury intensified at the response. "Don't you want the saint to live?" Sand calmly explained. "She believes you've forgotten, but if you die, the saint will die before the red string breaks. Being connected by the red string means you share a fate. No matter the circumstances, if one dies, the other dies as well. If you had saved the saint, she would have killed you long ago. You need to stop acting without considering the consequences." Suddenly, Abel strode forward, and Sand turned around, startled. Without a second thought, Abel rushed over, his sword pointed directly at Ascent's throat. Ascent remained impassive, as if waiting to see what Abel would do. Abel smirked. "It must be great to see everything as someone else's problem. Why don't you use that exceptional sense of righteousness to figure out a solution? Because if Ryan dies, I guarantee that both you and this entire Luce will be destroyed." With that, he pressed the sharp blade against Ascent's neck, causing blood to well up. A slight slip of his hand could easily sever Ascent's head. Ascent didn't resist or dodge, simply stating, "Many people really like childish actions." Ascent gently pushed the hilt of the sword away from his skin, placing his hand on his hip. "Have you ever considered how she can remain so calm?" he complained, clearly irritated by Abel's impulsive behavior. As Karen went to retrieve Penelope's scissors, Ascent began to tell Abel truths that only he remained unaware of, Abel stammering as he processed the new information. Ascent, knowing what Abel was thinking, immediately confirmed it. Yes, Penelope's scissors, the tool of the youngest fate goddess, crafted in an intricate spiral shape befitting a woman's tool. This sacred artifact can sever any red string, breaking the connection between any two people in this divine world. If you use these scissors, you can cut every red string, or more accurately, every fate tied to a connected person. Once that happens, they will lose their place in this world. In fact, humans don't just live by the bonds of marriage, but also by the bonds of other relationships. They will fall into the abyss, where they will wander forever in despair and loneliness, with no possibility of escape. A despair worse than death and rebirth, still conscious and aware, yet powerless to act. At this moment, after listening to Ascent's explanation, Abel still couldn't accept the reality. His face was taut with disbelief. He couldn't believe Karen would do such a thing. He couldn't believe he would have to leave Ryan. Ascent, seeing the blade shift but still dangerously close to his neck, and noting Abel's expression, pushed it away again, just in case. "She doesn't know," he added. "Now that you have the scissors, do you have the guts to take a chance?" Or, Ascent implied, was he just trying to stir up trouble? "What are you talking about? How dare you?" By now, Lines of fury etched themselves across Abel's face. But Ascent continued. The three goddesses are the ones who brought the saint into this world. In other words, they are the ones who truly understand the saint's importance. Ascent, as he spoke, turned and walked away normally. Due to the potential risks, they wouldn't let others use their sacred artifact. Yet they handed it to Cain so he could eliminate you, Abel. This clearly shows it is the will of the gods. Abel immediately followed. But if Cain came back with Penelope's scissors, it means he left his post to retrieve it. So the only way to save the saint is to kill you. At this point, Ascent didn't face him directly, only glancing back with an impassive expression. After finishing his sentence, he quickly turned back around, a calm smile playing on his lips. Stay calm and wait for the person behind you, he told Abel. Abel, both furious and frozen by this new information, could only listen as Ascent continued. By that time, no matter how you beg us to stop, we will kill you. After listening to Ascent's pronouncements about his impending death, Abel felt his throat constrict. He gritted his teeth, but took no action. What a disgrace for the god of death to die at the hands of another. The scene abruptly shifts to an ethereal, almost submarine landscape. Lost stars illuminate a seabed strewn with shimmering golden mirrors. Sun and Ryan stand facing each other. Ryan, her face etched with distress, struggles to be heard. The topic of their heated discussion remains unclear. She won't allow it. She insists, her small frame radiating a surprising force. He can't just decide someone else's fate. Sun is bewildered by Ryan's anger. Isn't she the one suffering because of this connection? Why can't she just fix it? Perhaps he thinks his decision, his suggestion, was too hasty. Ryan's thoughts race. If the red thread is severed, her connection with Abel will be broken. She doesn't want that. If the thread is broken now, if her life is in danger again, Abel will leave her. She has her own fears, her own reasons. But is it just selfishness, or is it for Abel too? Why would she go to such lengths? She loves him so much she's willing to risk her own life. Sun's face remains impassive as he questions these feelings, his tone flat, as if emotions are a foreign language. He's been observing her for a while now, and he truly doesn't understand. That man, Abel, exhausted her from their very first meeting. What does she see in him? All Sun can recall is that unpleasant first encounter. Another voice interjects, "Don't be so harsh." Maybe she really does love Abel. It's natural to be angry when someone speaks ill of someone you love. What do you know about Abel anyway? Sun laughs, a sharp, humorless sound. Seeing her act so foolishly for love amuses him. She knows him better than I do. I've known that guy since the day he was born, you know? He was cursed from the moment he drew breath. His father wanted him to overcome the constraints of fate, so from a very young age. It was his own father who cursed his son. He gathered thousands of souls to create Abel. That's why the boy wasn't entirely innocent or ignorant. He knew things that made him weary, resistant. So killing 1,000 wasn't enough? Now he dares to defy me. Those thousands of souls, Sun continues, twisted the boy into an uncontrollable demon, forever craving more souls, more death. And because of that, Ryan made that abomination even more unstable from the very beginning. Sun doesn't see Abel as human. He holds him in contempt. Perhaps to punish this arrogance, Sun used his power against Abel. Ryan's mind flashes back. She remembers something she should have known all along. It was Sunday Sun took Abel's heart. He didn't see Abel as human, so he stole his heart. He let him live, Sun explains, out of pity. And yet, Abel killed the gods, escaped loose, and hid in Remda, acting like he owned the place. Was that Sun's greatest mistake? He didn't comfort the cold heart of a boy cursed by his father. Instead, he stole Abel's heart, his emotions, his humanity. He continues, listing Abel's recent crimes, even the kidnapping of the saint. Such an ungrateful wretch, he sneers. You should have killed him long ago. At the word killed, Ryan is utterly shocked. Her eyes widen. Hesitation and fear vanish. She reaches out, her small hand seizing the front of Sun's clothing, her grip surprisingly strong, her fury palpable. All of this, she argues, is because of Abel's father. Born to such a man, hated even by Sun, driven to madness, hurting others, exiled, forced to become the god of death of Remda. None of this happened because Abel wanted it to. He is a good person, she insists, someone who has never spoken up for himself. He must have felt something, thought something, during all that time. A boy, not even old enough to appreciate the wonders of the seabed, had his heart ripped away. Tears well in Ryan's eyes and begin to fall. "Did you ever even think to ask him?" she whispers. The heartbreaking truth hangs heavy in the air. No one, absolutely no one, cared about the feelings or opinions of that poor boy. Why does Abel always act so recklessly, making everyone see him as impulsive? He's been hurt so deeply that he no longer believes anyone could love or protect him. He doesn't know how to treat someone he cares for because no one has ever cared for him before. It's truly heartbreaking. Even the most ordinary person has parents or kind neighbors, but he was treated coldly by his own family. He craved affection so desperately that he clung to me, treating me as his lifeline. Fortunately, Ryan noticed this, saw it in Abel's perpetually clouded eyes. Perhaps in that moment, a heartless person felt the strongest of emotions, even if it was just a chance encounter. How could she abandon him? She sobbed, refusing to accept it, and wiping away her fragile tears, she resolutely made a decision. At first, she thought she couldn't do it, but then she reaffirmed, no, she absolutely wouldn't. Her words reminded him of the moment that voice echoed in his mind. Did you really have to go that far? She felt sorry for him, but you were too stubborn back then. He was still killing people. If someone commits a crime, they must be punished. The person in your memory was also a girl. She wore a long dress and a veil. Back then, she also stood by Abel's side, just like Ryan now. But he had his reasons. The punishment was too harsh. She said she already told you. He was a criminal. He snapped his head back to look at the girl, but she fell silent for a moment. As a result, tears streamed down his face, just like Ryan before. So you didn't see how much pain that child was in? But the girl wasn't as resolute as Ryan. She just sadly cried and left. At this moment, Sun was stunned, because Ryan's reaction was even more intense than the girl before. She was stronger. She said, "You asked me for help, didn't you?" Then she gently took Sun's hand. She would help him, but in return, she also wanted him to help her. Help her find a way to survive without severing the red string. She wanted Ryan's determination, which now made everything around him shimmer, making the water droplets sparkle unusually. Sun was utterly astonished, perhaps still not understanding what had happened, unable to fully process it. Elsewhere, perhaps from being mentioned too many times, Abel felt a slight headache, or he might have been troubled by something he couldn't handle alone. And what Ryan wanted was a lifetime with Abel, accepting him with all his flaws. The scene shifts to a somewhat eerie and gloomy castle, made even more ominous because it was nighttime and the sky held two moons, a crescent and a full one. The only sound echoing within the castle was the squeaking of some creature. Inside the castle, a small bat from the rodent family was reporting something but could only squeak. Yet its master still understood and revealed that the red string was affecting Ryan. She understood. "Tell Abel I'll find a way. Tell Abel I'll find a way." Comfortingly, the still sobbing little bat nodded. Then it left, leaving behind a tiny body still stained with tears. And its master, despite saying there would be a way, could only sigh. He was deep in thought. Wouldn't severing that red string be the simplest solution? The goal was to prevent Sun from going berserk. In the room, it wasn't just the little bat and its master. There was another man with blonde hair, standing against the wall. He was the one who had just spoken. If they used Penelope's scissors, the god of death would cease to exist, so that couldn't happen. Of course, everyone knew this, except for Abel, who had recently been enlightened by sand through suffering. "It sounds like you're really worried," Caesar said impassively, even with a hint of disdain. "She means it wouldn't be good for us either if there were no god of death. The whole world would fall into chaos." Caesar heard this excuse and laughed. "Sounds like you're making excuses. You're really kind sometimes. She understands. If she finds another way, she'll let you know." He put his hands in his pockets and walked away. However, it was this very casual attitude that aroused Karen's suspicion. "What are you planning?" she asked. "The reason she let you join the Apocalypse mission, despite your mysterious background, was because she believed your goals aligned with ours. But your recent actions have been too suspicious. She doesn't know what's going on exactly, but it's clear that letting a stranger join the team was a mistake. Not only did you disappear the day the mission ended, but you also contacted Ryan. Can you assure me you're not hiding anything?" The question sounded like an innocent inquiry as he stood with his back to Karen, not even seeing the smile that spread across his own face. He didn't speak, nor did he turn around. He simply snapped his fingers, and a card suddenly appeared on the table in front of Karen. Karen wasn't startled. Instead, she remained remarkably calm. "You don't have to worry about me," she said. "From the very beginning, my goal has only been to observe." She wasn't sure if there was some hidden meaning to it, but the card pinned to the table was a tarot card, and it read the Fool. A fool. Then he walked away, leaving a final remark. "Simply having something pleasing to the eye is enough to satisfy me." The scene shifted. Morning had arrived. It was a quiet, ordinary village. Ryan, having returned from the depths of the sea, now lay peacefully in bed, her eyes closed. She was tranquil, but suddenly she woke with a start, her eyes wide. Not only did her eyes snap open, but she also sat up abruptly. It was a miracle that she was able to return. Certainly, she hadn't expected to come back just like that. Did this mean Thorn had accepted her proposal? While she was still in a daze, someone next to her called her name. "Ryan." It was Abel, his voice thick with emotion. He had been waiting by her bedside for her to wake up. Then his whole body began to tremble, his teeth clenched as if he were holding something back with great effort. Unable to bear it any longer, standing before the person he loved, he lost all control and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. His entire body continued to shake. "I'm so glad to see you awake. I was so scared you wouldn't wake up again." She didn't know that while she was unconscious, he had just received the news. She simply thought that Abel must have been worried because she had been unconscious for so long. So she gently patted his shoulder and said, "Listen, I've figured out a way for us to be together." This time, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Hearing this, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. A joyful look spread across her face. "I met Thorn while I was unconscious. It's a bit difficult to explain, but we need more time. But I think there's a way we can fix this without severing the red string." He didn't know whether to believe her or to be heartbroken by her naivete. A strange expression crossed his face. "Don't worry anymore." Seeing the confused look on her beloved's face, she smiled tenderly and gently raised her small hand to caress his cheek. The lovers' reunion lasted only a few minutes before tremendous sounds erupted from all directions, ranging from roars to crashes, enveloping them and leaving them utterly stunned. The sounds grew closer, making Ryan feel somewhat frightened and uneasy, so she closed her eyes. Fortunately, the sounds ceased after she'd wondered if the ground itself was moving. Just then, Abel stepped back and explained that a door had just opened and closed. A large-scale trap array. 3 fates can no longer control it, not even the goddess of fate. By this time, he had stood up and moved out of her embrace. Though his words continued, his expression had darkened. Why would they do that? She was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. This time, he comforted her, gently cupping her smiling face in his large hands. "Ryan, thank you for staying by my side, supporting me, loving me. You saved me. Now I speak the truest sentiments from the depths of my soul, for you don't even have a heart yet, but this feeling is still so warm." Panic rose within her as well, as she raised her small hands to grasp his. "What's wrong? You're talking like you're leaving." Even so, you really did answer that you were leaving, making her heart pound. While she was still reeling in shock, he turned and walked away without a flicker of hesitation or emotion. He had already prepared himself. Only then did Ryan rush towards a large bed, running towards him and shouting, "Wait, Abel, what are you saying?" She chased after him frantically, but he didn't even turn his head, walking out the door without a word. "She told you she found a way. Listen to me, Abel." His figure slowly disappeared behind the door. Was this the last time they would be together? Just as she reached the doorway, the door slammed shut in front of her. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She was terrified, unsure of what would happen to him. She was heartbroken and frustrated, unable to understand why he wouldn't calmly stay by her side so they could solve the problem together. "I'm confused right now, but you can still say we're breaking up. I was too happy being with you that I forgot who I was." He stood outside the door, his head leaning against the wall. Perhaps he had to be strong. He couldn't say these things in front of her. His resolve would waver. But the person inside wasn't as calm as he was. Her thin, small arms pounded relentlessly on the door. She wouldn't accept this, no matter what. She was resolute. She wanted to be with him forever. They had only been together for a short while after she woke up, and when he chose to leave, did he really mean it when he said he loved her? Tears welled up again. She had just confessed her love, but now she was saying goodbye as well. She had already said she could handle it. How could he give up so easily? As long as you are still the god of death, you will always be in danger. That's what I've realized. The noise signified that Cain was returning from the temple, bringing Pensilla's shears. These shears possess the power to sever all red strings of fate, turning a person into a wanderer roaming desolate places with no escape, only waiting for death. It can end all fates in this world. The white-haired Cain held the shears with an impassive expression. The sacred shears, not meant to help anyone, but to fulfill a mission, a punishment. Hearing this, she shuddered. You already know, so is it Abel? Don't tell me. He didn't want to suppress himself anymore, didn't want to be weak. Ignoring her words, he walked away. When everything is over, we'll have them open the door. Hearing his footsteps gradually fade away, she pounded on the door harder and faster, screaming his name. Abel, no, don't go. Please don't go, Abel. The scream sounded utterly desperate as she collapsed. What was the point of her compromising with Son? In the end, he still had to leave her forever. But he returned with a flicker of courage, calling her name breathlessly, Ryan. Tears now streamed down his cheeks. He had feelings, and those feelings were warm now. Now, he confessed with 3 simple words, I love you. The scene now shifted to a battle. The clang of swords never ceased. 2 figures fought back to back, Abel and the long-haired man from before. They fought side by side, the 2 of them alone against a swarm of people, without a moment's respite. Mr. Abel, I think we've gathered enough souls. You should fall back. It seemed Abel's companion thought it was enough, and that danger still loomed, so he urged him to retreat. However, at that moment, he uttered 3 words coldly, not enough. What exactly was enough or not enough? We need more. This was the only way, but the only way to what? He didn't clarify. He was agitated now, but anyone who looked closely at his expression knew he didn't want to be. Just a second of turning their backs was enough for them to let their guard down, and something had already lunged towards them. Fortunately, Cain managed to shout, "Behind you!" Abel saw it too, but it was too fast and too dangerous. It didn't look human, and it was difficult to dodge. It slashed across Abel's chest, causing him to lose his balance. Crimson blood flowed from his body. The attack was excruciating. Like an ordinary person, he might have fallen, clutching his body, feeling pain and fear, but he didn't. The physical pain barely affected him. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening, locking the pain away. It was as if his body hadn't been attacked, as if there was no wound. He continued to raise his hands, wielding his sword and slashing at it. The thing dissolved, emitting purple streaks, its nature still unclear. The fight was finally over. Covered in blood, Abel collapsed, exhausted, trying to staunch the flow with his hand. Damn it, Cain, he cursed under his breath. At that moment, Ryan rushed to his side, crying out his name. Seeing the terror on Karen's face, Abel asked with concern if she was all right. Noticing Abel trembling violently, Ryan said they needed to get back quickly so she could be treated. Ryan's words and actions were filled with care, but her thoughts were a whirlwind. Her arm hung frozen in midair. What if I just leave him here? Cain thought. He's dying anyway. The wound is deep. He's lost a lot of blood. He's already exhausted. It's bound to happen. Then I wouldn't have to bother with revenge. Despite these thoughts, Cain bit her lip, uncertain. She couldn't just abandon him. It felt too cruel. Or perhaps she had a more sinister plan of revenge in mind for Abel. Instead of leaving him as she'd initially thought, Cain helped Abel up, reassuring him, just hold on a little longer. I'll take you to the temple right away. Perhaps she simply faltered in the face of someone so injured and vulnerable. Though reluctant, Cain ultimately took the man she wanted to destroy to be healed. Her goal was to defeat Abel herself. Yet, it wasn't until the following morning that they reached a place where they could find help. Cain had been waiting, though for how long, she couldn't say. She simply stood there, still. Thorn looked up at Abel's blood-soaked hands. He appeared utterly blank, too weary to control his expression or emotions. He wondered how much longer he had to keep up this charade, feeling like he was forgetting who he was. It was the effect of prolonged exposure. From the beginning, Karen's purpose in seeking out Abel had been unclear, but it seemed there was no longer a chance for progress, as even the one carrying out the plan was losing himself. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to enact his revenge and would end up living as Abel's ally forever. Perhaps earlier, when Cain had been worried about her companion, Abel, it had been genuine. That feeling made him realize this wasn't why he had sought Abel out. His purpose was revenge, was killing. exhausted, lost in thought, unsure of what decision to make. He heard a voice behind him. "So you're here, Karen. I've been looking for you." It was Ryan, the girl who loved Abel and wanted to spend her life with him, running towards him, frantic. The priestess Abel had kidnapped not long ago. Karen recognized her instantly. It seemed he remembered everything about Abel. He felt a flicker of something strange. "Why were you looking for me?" When Ryan saw Karen's blood-soaked hands, she didn't hesitate to take them in hers. "I heard you were injured in the hunt today. It's right here," she said, worried about Abel's teammate. Karen simply nodded in response. How did her concern and gentleness form those red strings of fate? Or was it just Karen's imagination? Perhaps he rarely received such attention. "Well, that must have hurt. I'll treat your wounds right away." "No need. Leave it. It'll heal on its own, even if you don't treat it." Karen, slightly stiff from the unexpected care, replied with a touch of humor. "Seeing you so strong that even when someone cares and asks about you, you refuse, just like Abel. Abel might even get angry in this situation." Ryan immediately looked up into Karen's eyes. "Untreated wounds can heal themselves. Any wound will hurt. If it hurts, remember to say so. Never stay silent like Abel, hiding it behind a facade of toughness." At that moment, Karen realized how truly kind and gentle the girl seemed. That was the impression he had of Ryan. "She's the only one who ever said such things to me." And that impression was now gone, replaced by the present, where he held the shears meant to sever those very connections, to cut the final red string linking former allies and the person he loved. Perhaps Karen now felt something for Ryan, cared only for her. If he used that to destroy Abel, she would never forgive him. Yet he stood there, tool in hand, still hesitant, just as he had been that day when he ultimately decided to take Abel back to be healed. This time, he was determined to go through with it, no matter the cost. He needed revenge. Despite his resolve, he still hesitated outside. Suddenly, a voice called his name from the distance. It was Abel, walking towards his death. A former ally, with the gentle familiarity of an old comrade, greeted him. "You really came back, Abel." A single step forward, coupled with that greeting, startled Karen. As Abel approached, she immediately recoiled, Pensilla's shears clutched in her hand, her stance defensive. "What do you know?" Before she could finish, Abel responded, already aware of what Karen would ask upon seeing him like this. "Asen already told me. You went and got Pensilla's shears, didn't you?" He greeted her thus, but he didn't want to rekindle old feelings. It would only bring more pain. Abel looked at Karen with a resolute gaze, prepared for what was to come. "Use them to kill me now." Seeing Abel's expression, perhaps different from what she had imagined, Karen grew wary. "What are you planning now? If you use them, you'll be trapped in hell forever with no escape." But she didn't care as long as Ryan was saved. Karen was utterly shocked. This ruthless man standing before her now spoke with a tone that suggested he possessed a heart. Someone who had never shown kindness or compassion was now offering himself as a sacrifice to save an ordinary girl. At this moment, he didn't know why, didn't know what he was imagining, but he gritted his teeth, each word laced with anger. "Don't come any closer." Karen lunged forward, grabbing Abel by the collar. "Don't pretend you care about anyone. You're Abel, the god of death. You're cruel and selfish." Yet, even as Karen erupted, Abel allowed her to vent. Perhaps that was the true him, the him of the past. Karen was frustrated. Abel was apologizing. He was so different from the Abel she wanted to avenge, the Abel she wanted to destroy. It was this change that fueled her anger. Was it because of him that she had to hesitate, to abandon her initial resolve? "I understand why you despise me." Abel even knelt. It wasn't just the words, but the action itself. Abel not only knelt, but bowed his head. "I really am cruel and selfish, only knowing how to hurt those around me. I think I've hurt you a lot too." Naturally, Abel's words and actions stunned Karen. He gripped the ground, struggling to finish his sentence. "But Ryan has never done anything cruel. His only sin is being too kind and repeatedly being dragged into trouble because of my selfishness. I can't let him die because of me." The wounded one didn't blame others, but took all the blame upon himself. Abel truly did still have a heart. "Karen, I beg you." He might as well have lowered his head to the ground, leaving Karen utterly bewildered. "Please save Ryan." For someone who had never asked for anything, to now take such an action was clearly difficult. But Abel probably thought they were all going to die anyway. Karen, still deceiving herself, thought the opposite, questioning Abel. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You think I'll forgive you just because you do this?" Karen believed Abel was merely pretending, putting on an act to make her think he had changed, so she wouldn't kill him. That couldn't happen. but I will never forgive you. This second time will definitely be completely different from the last. She lunged towards the figure kneeling motionless before her. Suddenly, something shimmered between them. Ryan, somehow bursting forth from the pitch-black space, charged forward without hesitation, knocking the shears from Karen's hand. Just like Abel, she was fearless in protecting the one she loved. Seeing this strange turn of events, Abel was equally surprised. Ryan's eyes flashed with an unprecedented determination, her gaze fixed on Karen, perhaps with a hint of disappointment. How could he not see how pitiful she was? She stumbled out of the spatial rift and landed on the ground. Her sudden dash sent Karen flying, forcing her to brace herself with her hands to stop. Abel was shocked. He loved her, yet he always considered her an ordinary person, incapable of handling this kind of situation. Ryan, how could you? She bit her lip, forgiving him once more. Because he didn't know what she had been through. Because he deserved to be forgiven. Because she loved him. She walked steadily toward the boy, clumsy in his attempts at affection. But Abel still didn't understand. A mask of indifference settled on his face as he told Ryan to go home, that he had nothing to say to her. He hadn't even finished speaking when something suddenly flew at him and clung to him. It was Ryan. She'd launched herself at Abel, not only forgiving his transgression, but comforting him, offering him another chance. She told him, she said she could handle it. Why didn't he trust her? In love, the most important thing is trust. Two people in love need to trust each other and create enough sense of security for each other. Even as she came to save him, before the man she loved so deeply, she couldn't help but let the tears flow. She came to save you, so please give me a chance, Abel. Because she truly loved him, she was terrified he would remain stubborn and refuse to listen. Then, lowering her voice, she spoke to him. At that moment, tears streaming down his face, he realized how much being with this ordinary girl had made him understand. He truly was with someone who genuinely loved him, the only one who cared. He sobbed Ryan. Despite witnessing such a tragic and touching scene, Karen, with a resolve built over years, stood up resolutely, walking towards them with the deep-seated hatred she had harbored for so long. Ryan, please move aside. He picked up the shears she had intended to use to kill Abel without hesitation. This was his lifelong resolve, the hatred that had tormented him since that moment. If he couldn't take revenge now, it would only bring him more pain. Ryan seemed to have already thought things through and had a foolproof plan, which was why she had rushed here so desperately. Seeing that Karen was still obstinate, she stood up and took the first step of her plan. You said you would kill Abel to save me, right? Are you sure you're doing this for me? At that moment, she seemed to sense something in Karen's heart and asked him with a determined look, as if she wouldn't stop until she got an answer. Aren't you just using me as an excuse to get revenge on Abel? She had realized this a long time ago. After interacting with Karen many times, she quickly understood his true intentions and sensed a hint of cowardice when Karen refused to acknowledge his resentment and instead made another excuse. Ryan's words struck Karen's heart, and he didn't rush to confirm or deny, but just stood there in surprised silence. She understands you, blames Abel for making you lose your parents. She was someone who knew and understood the hearts of others, so she quickly grasped the other party's weakness. She had a strategy to manipulate psychology to crush Karen's malicious intent. She gradually walked towards him, calmly and firmly taking the shears from his hand. What she said at that moment stunned him. She knows you're hurting more than anyone. But she didn't just take the shears. She also gently touched his hand, as if to soothe the anger and hatred he had held for so long. You already know it was just an accident. At this moment, she held his hand tighter. This was a statement, not a question, forcing the other party to accept the truth. It was an answer, not a doubt. Back to the past, the day Karen's parents left him forever. Abel was with his father, covered in blood. At that time, he was just a weak boy who could only cry out in fear. Dad, please stop, it hurts. But his father showed no sign of stopping and said calmly, Be good, Abel. Don't make things difficult for Dad. You should help him. He knew that no matter how much he begged, his dad wouldn't stop, and the boy was scared out of his wits. He still didn't understand what it meant or how it worked, only feeling fear and pain. She will use you as my final ingredient. Abel's father looked like a demon, yet he had the wings of an angel. At that moment, he reached out to touch Abel, aiming to become the most powerful god. Abel couldn't understand what his father was saying from beginning to end, and he trembled all over. in extreme panic. What was his father going to do to him? The immense fear triggered a tremendous power within him, erupting in all directions, and he screamed, "No!" Perhaps it was this power that killed Abel's father, the one who looked like an angel. It turned out that he had only released his power to avoid being killed. He never intended to destroy, lose, or harm anyone. He was simply a child consumed by fear. Ryan, having spent considerable time with Abel, truly understood this. Because she dared to stay by his side, she could comprehend his true nature, helping him to change and grow. Ryan loved Abel on behalf of everyone, and in this moment, Abel felt it too. He allowed this delicate girl to expose all the weaknesses he had kept hidden, and she, in turn, boldly protected him. Some might consider it shameful for a man to allow such a thing, but Abel didn't think so. He believed that if she protected him once, he would protect her 1,000 times over. Showing vulnerability in front of someone who loves you is never the wrong choice. Seeing Ryan repeatedly defend Abel, who in Karen's eyes was always the one to blame, Karen trembled and asked, "Why? Why is it always Abel?" The crux of the matter lay in this question. Ryan cried out, "Why are you always on Abel's side? He's not the only one who likes you." Do you think I'm doing this just for Abel?" she asked Karen sternly. On this point, perhaps she was indeed doing it for him. Liking and loving were two entirely different concepts. He merely liked her because she was the first person to care for him, but when it came to sacrificing himself for her, he had probably never considered it. Watching the two of them stand there, locked in a long gaze, Abel, as the protagonist, couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to intervene. He stood up and called out to Ryan, "If you don't cut the red string, then she'll." As it turned out, Ryan always prioritized the person she loved. While she spoke to Karen with reproach, when she turned to Abel, it was with a gentle reply and a radiant smile. "She told me she found a way for all of us to live without cutting the string." Returning to the moment she lost consciousness and met Sun, she wanted to find a way to avoid cutting the red string and dying again. At that time, she resolved to plead with Sun, her heart overflowing with love, her eyes brimming with deep affection. Even Sun, with all his power, couldn't refuse. He decided to try and change his mind. He laughed. "She thought you were just foolish, but it turns out you're selfish too. Standing before someone, putting on such a pleading face." Sun joked, scratching his head, but perhaps this was a sign that he had relented, giving the couple a chance. Ryan was overjoyed when she heard him agree. "Really?" she asked excitedly, grabbing Sun's hands and shaking them enthusiastically, her joy overflowing. "Thank you so much. I'll be eternally grateful." Although he had agreed to help the couple, his help alone wasn't enough. "앞으로 먼 길이 있습니다. 되어질 일은 왜 두고." It's too early to celebrate now. He explained that persuading the three fates wouldn't be easy. They were even more stubborn than they were, and with three of them together, the challenge seemed to multiply. The three fates? Why do I have to talk to them? Things weren't as simple as she thought, and they were getting increasingly complicated. Sun added, "They're the only ones who can change your fate." She was affected by the god of death-killing intent, because neither of them was whole at that moment. Sun illuminated a mirror behind them, a mirror that seemed designed to clarify everything, reflecting the truth of the mortal world. A being who was the god of death couldn't control his power because he had no heart, and she was a saint with a physical body. It was the worst combination, yet they still found each other and created an unbreakable red string of fate. She needed to heal the god of death's heart first, and the god of death here referred to Abel, who had no heart to begin with. Only then could he control the killing aura and lessen its effect on her. "You said you cursed Abel. Can't you fix it yourself?" At this point, Ryan was utterly bewildered. Why did everything have to be so complicated? The one who caused all this should be the one to end it. But no, even gods had some mistakes they simply couldn't rectify. Sun admitted sheepishly, "It's not that easy. Even gods have their limitations. They can't reverse a fate once it's been decided." She, an ordinary person, felt incredibly indignant, unable to believe such an excuse. She cried out, "You just threatened to cut the red string. Was that all a lie?" He immediately felt overwhelmed by this ordinary person's thunderous shout. She, an unkind, there's only a red string between her and him. She couldn't decide their relationship or the connection between them. "Go find the three fates," Sun pointed at Karen, his voice urgent. I've helped you this much already. She has no reason to yell at my benefactor. He added another reminder. They are the goddesses who govern destiny. They know how to lift the death god's curse. Ryan repeated Sun's final advice from before he woke, ensuring she'd never forget. Having laid out the entire story, she concluded confidently, so you just need to go there and ask them to lift the curse for you. Despite her assuredness, Abel seemed slow to grasp the situation. Abel's eyes welled with tears as Ryan called his name again, but this time they were tears of relief, born from the hope of a solution to their predicament. Abel, she said, her voice filled with emotion, we can live happily ever after with no chance of things going wrong. Most people might celebrate after a battle, but this moment of shared hope was vital, bolstering their spirits and resolve, ensuring they faced whatever came next with their best efforts and no regrets. The conversation over, it was time to address the lingering tension. Turning to the onlooker, Ryan spoke directly to Karen. Please step aside, Karen. If you still want revenge on Abel, I can't stop you. I've explained everything. If you still don't understand, I give up. But please don't say you're doing this for me. Because, she continued, her voice firm, he's the one I've chosen to stand by. At these words, Karen seemed to deflate, the fight draining out of her. Perhaps exhaustion had finally caught up, or the truth, arriving too late, had left her too weary to argue. The choice was my own, Karen finally admitted, her voice barely a whisper. The finality in her tone underscored a painful truth. Love must be reciprocal, not a forced obligation. How cruel, Karen choked out, tears streaming down her face. You're telling me that if I want to stop you, I have to abandon my feelings. It was all about love and jealousy, after all. The desire for revenge for her lost parents had likely faded long ago. You created the rift in space-time, didn't you? The recent one, too. So Ryan could witness you finishing Abel off. I did create a spatial rift, Sun confirmed, walking past Karen with a determined stride, but not for that. It was for both of them. He held out an object. Go on. Please return this to the fates. With that, Karen seemed to finally surrender. The long-held hatred that had consumed her seemed to dissipate, replaced by a sense of weary acceptance. She had made her decision regarding her unrequited love. You don't need to explain anything to them, Karen said, her voice resigned. No matter what they say, I'll make the same decision. Perhaps she had understood all along, but love, like a blinding fog, had led her to willful misinterpretations, clinging to a fragile hope simply to hold onto the girl she loved. Ryan, surprised by Karen's words, felt a pang of sympathy. She wanted to say more, to ask questions, but sensed that further probing would only deepen the wound. Had the fates foreseen this moment, Ryan's unwavering defense of her love? It seemed that fate, despite their struggles to defy it, had run its course. As Sun departed, he left behind a cryptic message. But Ryan, Karen clenched her fists, whispering to herself, for the first time in my life, I liked you. This is my choice. My own choice. Seeing Karen's hesitation and lingering reluctance, Abel immediately pulled Ryan back, calling her name urgently. In that moment, Ryan thought of Karen, a wave of sadness washing over her. Karen, she thought, I'm sorry for causing you pain. Your kindness, though genuine, is a flaw that captivates countless men. The first hurdle overcome, relief washed over Abel. Cupping Ryan's slightly thinner face in his hands, he began to speak, thank you, but Ryan, composed, chose to let go of the past. Regret wouldn't change what had happened, and dwelling on it would only spoil the present. Taking his hand, she said, let's go together. Everything is because we still need to protect Abel. From the moment Abel had captivated her, from the moment she recognized the wounded child within him, she had belonged to him. The spatial rift widened, wind howling from both sides. Together, they stepped through. Abel's gaze wasn't fixed on Ryan with the same intensity as hers on him. She wanted him to be happy, whatever the cost. With unwavering determination, Ryan looked ahead, her steps purposeful as she closed the distance to their destination. Before them loomed a colossal castle, a massive, unmistakable gem glittering at its peak. Truly, she thought, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. This was the temple of the three fates, and they had finally arrived. Now, all that remained was... Ryan mentally reviewed their plan one last time, ensuring every detail was accounted for. Suddenly, Abel's voice broke through her concentration. The day we went mad was that the day the entire Goryo clan was meant to die. Even the one who unleashed the power seemed unaware of this fact. His naive tranquility would surely be looked down upon by the Goryo people. Ryan felt a pang of worry for Abel. She feared he would dwell on this, torturing himself further, unable to forgive himself or accept a second chance. Yes, she answered softly, her voice laced with empathy. It must have been incredibly difficult to be by his side. Even now, apologizing to him wouldn't solve anything, would it? You didn't know. All this time, you were blinded by being the god of death. But now, perhaps your growth, your striving to be better, is the most perfect apology, even if it doesn't fix everything. Ryan reached for Abel's hand, her touch a lifeline. Each contact radiated love and gentle reassurance. But I will stay by your side. Her grip tightened on his arm, a silent vow of unwavering support. No matter what happens, I won't let go. If we can see this through, I won't run. I'll stay with you always. With every word, her resolve seemed to shimmer in the air, radiating outwards like a beacon. Her unwavering devotion moved him deeply, and he trembled, overcome with emotion. He surged forward, embracing Ryan tightly, drawing strength from her embrace to face the three fates and the sins of his past. After experiencing all that loss, all that felt like separation, I'm so glad I met you. In that moment, they felt inseparable, a bond unbreakable by any force. A wave of happiness washed over them. Abel's mind drifted back to the night Ryan had sought him out, the night their connection was forged, the same night he had been so utterly exhausted. I'm glad you were the one she met, the one who saved my life. Ryan rested her cheek against his shoulder, enveloped in a warmth more profound than any she had ever known. This warmth, this feeling, this scent, it was all new, all precious. She, too, was profoundly glad, but their tender embrace was shattered by a sudden voice. Who's there? A girl with thick glasses approached, her gaze scrutinizing. She had likely been observing them for some time. You can't come in without permission. Her expression was stern, her tone brooking no argument. She was clearly in charge of this area. Without further ado, she demanded a name. We're here to see the fates. Ryan stated their purpose first, omitting her name. She likely knew that revealing her identity without an appointment would lead to their immediate dismissal. By stating their objective first, she hoped for some understanding, a chance to plead their case. The other girl placed her hands on her hips, introducing herself. Well, I'm Clotho, the first of the three fates. So what's your business? Ryan, who had come to return the scissors, found herself unexpectedly face-to-face with one of the goddesses outside the temple. Holding the scissors reverently in both hands, she continued, the Atropos scissors. So they finally returned, have they? What else did she want to ask? Before Ryan could finish, one of the fates interrupted sharply. No, you must go back now. This isn't a place where you can make personal requests. The gods here were truly perplexing. They could clearly distinguish right from wrong, good from evil, yet they refused to listen. Glancing at the other fate, she continued, leave this place quickly and, wait, that name? Don't tell me that's Abel, the god of death. It seemed the gods here were remarkably slow to grasp earthly affairs. Surely, if they knew the scissors were returned, they should also know why. The fate who had spoken Abel's name caught the attention of the other two. Across the vast space, their heads turned sharply towards the source of the sound. Abel? Abel is coming here. Curiosity and surprise mingled in their voices. In a blink, the three fates materialized, their gazes fixed on Abel with open curiosity. They couldn't quite believe he was still alive. This was their first time encountering him face to face, and they found him utterly fascinating. Unreserved in their interest, they clustered around him, chattering excitedly as if he were a newly acquired and particularly intriguing statue. Of course, with the metaphorical flower now gone, Ryan quickly stepped in. Excuse me, do you know Abel? Their demeanor shifted subtly, a touch more amicable now. Certainly, a god who lived on without a heart was no ordinary being. They had assumed he would perish soon after the curse, yet here he remained. One of the fates finally nodded. Most impressive. They spoke of Abel as if he weren't one of their own kind, more like a lab specimen under observation. Ryan thought, so if you know him, then this all makes more sense. The fate continued. Can you help lift the curse on his heart? This time, Before Ryan could even finish her sentence, the three fates readily agreed. Relief washed over her. She began to say, then, but they cut her off. We won't do it. If we fix it, we lose the wager. We can't knowingly lose a bet by removing the flaw. It was unbelievable. They would gamble with someone's fate over a wager. Ryan wondered, what wager could possibly hold such power over them? What could be so important that it kept Abel and her love apart? The three fates revealed the nature of the bet with chilling bluntness. It was a wager concerning rebirth. Ever since the last saint vanished from Valhalla, no new saint has emerged, no matter how hard we've tried. That saint's attire bears a striking resemblance to the one in Sun's memory. Ryan's mind flashed back to her conversation with Sun, the god of death, who also mourned for Abel. It seemed fate didn't want them to succeed. Elsewhere, a completely ordinary female student with short hair walked down a street, happening upon a red notebook. The fates explained, fate doesn't want us to interfere, so we had no choice but to pull a soul from another world. We believe we finally found the right candidate. We even made a prophecy, meaning the contents written in the notebook the girl from another world had read. In that moment, realization dawned on Ryan. She's talking about the original story, she thought, referring to the narrative from the girl's world. Just then, a mysterious figure appeared, proposing the wager. The fates, however, didn't know who this figure was. The wager was simple. Each side chooses a saint candidate, and whoever's candidate becomes the true saint wins. Not only that, but the winner gets any wish granted by the loser, meaning they had to orchestrate their own loss. It was an offer we couldn't refuse, a chance to become the creators of this world. It turned out that everyone, gods and mortals alike, craved recognition. So it was the creator who initiated this wager. Now, Ryan was about to propose a plan beneficial to both sides. We were certain we would win. You're clearly at a disadvantage. Without a saint's body and full power, what can you do? They knew who Ryan was from the start, yet feigned ignorance, initially asking for her name. Yet, she persisted, not in an ordinary way, but within this world, alongside the relentless god of death. She had always known how to carve her own place in this world, forging connections by joining hands with others. These bonds grew tighter, stronger, ensuring she wouldn't be separated from this world, and more importantly, from certain someone within it. Abel, it turned out, was no ordinary being. Isolating him from the world required a meticulously crafted plan. Honestly, for those of us who can control fate, you're someone we truly admire. But we're sorry, we can't help you. We have to win this wager, no matter what. Wait, do you really think we just accept this because of some silly story? Indeed, when people fall in love, their love becomes paramount, a peaceful coexistence with each other. At this moment, Ryan spoke up. First, you dragged me here without my consent, and now. At this point, the fates interrupted, surprised. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what that person said? You received their signal, so we assumed you knew. Even Sun, the bespectacled god of death, looked on in astonishment and confusion. She still remembered it clearly. The bespectacled goddess had casually gestured to her own body and said, "Inside me? How is that even possible?" Ryan stammered, "Is that really possible?" She fumbled at her own body, surprised to find something within her, drawing a sharp breath. It appeared to be a tarot card, most likely from the deck of the blonde man who had stood in Karen's room the day the little bat had brought the news. Wasn't this the same card she'd received from Caesar? Wait, don't tell me. She trailed off, recalling the strange moment when Caesar had handed her the card and immediately left. She had been confused at the time, never anticipating this. A man's voice came from behind them. Impressive. I didn't expect you to get this far. It was none other than Caesar. Speak of the devil, though the real god of death was already standing beside her. He strolled forward casually, as if eagerly anticipating a self-directed performance. I didn't have high hopes, but it seems I need to see you in a new light now. She had heard everything, and then witnessed Caesar appear at the last moment, uttering words that sent a shockwave through her. She truly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Caesar, the man who stood as a formidable obstacle to their love, would he be a stepping stone, helping them rise higher, stronger, and more resilient? Both Abel and Ryan wore expressions of alarm. Abel placed a hand on Ryan's stomach, pulling her closer, protective. Ryan, however, was more focused on the newly arrived man. She couldn't help but demand, "Wait, what's going on? Why are you here?" Before Ryan could finish, Abel cut her off, his handsome face etched with wariness. Donji, step back, he said. We don't know why, but he's completely different this time. Hearing this, Ryan calmed down, no longer as panicked as before. Inwardly, she silently called out to Abel. While they were still regaining their composure, the man opposite them spoke, his voice laced with sarcasm. It seems the two of you are still madly in love. As always, he continued, his face now fully revealed. It was Caesar, a dangerous yet captivating smile playing on his lips. A potent aura of darkness radiated from his gaze and demeanor. The more he spoke, the more sardonic he seemed, so blindly in love, even when the object of your affection has no heart to feel anything. Panic rising in her voice as Caesar approached, Ryan blurted, "Wait, Caesar, are you really the creator?" But in the original text, you were Sisyphus's son. Abel, too, couldn't maintain his composure. A deep unease settled over him. He told Ryan, "Don't overthink it," his gaze fixed on the figure advancing towards them. Just before him, Caesar held a blood-red card depicting a monstrous skull entwined with a serpent. Holding it up for the two to see, he declared, "This card is the symbol of the creator." His footsteps echoed steadily as he continued his measured advance towards Abel and Ryan. Caesar continued, "Therefore, the Caesar who gave you this card is the creator." With that, Caesar stopped before Abel and Ryan. He carried himself like an older brother guiding his younger sister, despite the expressions of fear etched on both their faces. Abel even held Ryan tightly, as if afraid Caesar might harm her. Caesar went on, "It's easy for the creator to write a few arbitrary lines in a prophecy." "Right," Ryan responded, "but why go to such lengths?" Caesar cut her off immediately, as if bored. He replied casually, with a shrug of his shoulders, feigning nonchalance. "It's far more entertaining to participate than to observe." "How could you do this? Just for fun?" Ryan repeated his words in a low voice, disbelief coloring her tone. The confusion and fear that had previously dominated her expression were now replaced by anger. "You find it amusing to watch Abel and others suffer?" Ryan's attitude only made Caesar's smile widen, his words sharpening. "Is this story really worth getting angry over? He said you were like this before, too." At that moment, memories of her past life resurfaced. Hearing Caesar say this, as she cursed the madman in her mind, left Ryan utterly dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say or how to explain. Caesar, seeing her reaction, burst into laughter, but then feigned covering his mouth as if restraining himself. "Well," he said, "she didn't mean to criticize you, but thanks to it, I've been amused by many things she couldn't have foreseen. A lot has happened since you came here." She pacified the indomitable spirit of death in her own way, and the one who swore allegiance ended up betraying his people. Even the one who sought revenge all his life could give it all up. This entire situation arose because of one person, and that person is her. Caesar pointed at Ryan's face as he spoke, rendering her speechless, quite literally stunned into silence. Both were taken aback by Caesar's words. Just as Ryan was about to respond, Abel interrupted her. "Is that enough now?" Abel told Caesar, "You should lift Ryan's curse quickly. You said she was a bright person, so you should at least do that much." Abel's words took Ryan by surprise, and she silently called his name in her heart. "Abel." Caesar tilted his head slightly, a smile still plastered on his face. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. How can I interfere in this wager?" Caesar opened his sharp eyes and looked directly at Ryan, continuing, "Even if I'm the one who set the rules." Caesar brought his face closer to Ryan's, lifting her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. But Abel was still standing there. How could he leave Caesar? How could he do that to Ryan? With a loud thud, Abel pulled Ryan into his arms, pushing Caesar away. Then, gripping his scythe tightly, he said, "Don't touch her. Let go of Ryan." Caesar didn't seem to mind Abel's aggressive behavior and attitude. From beginning to end, he remained calm and composed. Caesar waved his hand dismissively. "Touch. Indeed, the god of death fears death, and risks his life to seek it out, all for love." Caesar snapped his fingers lightly, and suddenly, red threads appeared from nowhere, wrapping around Abel. Before he could react, Abel gritted his teeth, struggling to break free from the ropes binding him. Mustering all his strength, the moment he broke free, he immediately grabbed his scythe and swung it with force, aiming straight for Caesar. Despite the sudden attack, Caesar didn't show any signs of shock. He merely shifted his footing, stepping back, as if every move Abel made was within his expectations. In contrast, Ryan was terrified. Abel, she cried out. Caesar and Abel were locked in a struggle. Abel kept attacking with all his might, but Caesar did the opposite. He effortlessly dodged the attacks, not bothering to retaliate at all. It's bad, Ryan thought. If Caesar really is the creator, then there's no way Abel can defeat him. Ryan quickly turned and shouted at those around them who were watching the spectacle unfold. Stop Caesar. Stop him now. Aren't you all still in this wager? This is against the rules. One of them spoke timidly, not even daring to meet Ryan's eyes. Well, if we don't directly influence her, it's not against the rules. Tears welled up in Ryan's eyes. Is a person's life so worthless to you? She cried out. You toy with others at will, then turn away when danger comes. Clenching her jaw, she roared, only abiding by the rules that suit your own interests. You're all a bunch of bastards. Then, Ryan swiftly snatched the shears from the girl's hands and rushed into the fray with the man before her, ignoring the others calling her name. Ryan charged forward, a single thought consuming her. If no one will help us, then I'll save him myself. She would save Abel. At that moment, Abel, seeing her rushing towards him, was momentarily distracted and instantly panicked. Ryan, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Suddenly, her shears were pointed directly at Caesar's neck. Stop, she shouted, her face a mask of determination and resolve. You think you can do whatever you want just because you think you're the creator? Ryan declared, end this wager now, or else. Caesar ignored her words, talking about something she considered completely irrelevant. He remarked, a smile playing on his lips, that even in another world, she was incredibly bold. Scenes from Ryan's world flashed before her eyes. Rushing to save a cat trapped in a car, ignoring the fact she was late for work, searching for the parents of a lost child. This, he explained, was the essence of her soul. As Caesar spoke, Ryan seemed to fall under a hypnotic spell. Abel, standing beside her, cried out in alarm, Ryan, it's dangerous. Let me handle this. But before he could finish, Ryan collapsed. It happened so suddenly, right in front of him, that Abel's heart skipped a beat. The girl lay on the ground, murmuring in confusion. Ryan, after the initial shock, he immediately knelt down and lifted her up. Ryan, I'm so confused right now. I can't even imagine what I would do if something happened to you. Abel felt helpless. Ryan, what's wrong? Wake up. As Abel panicked, something startling occurred. Ryan's eyes opened again, but there was no light in them. Her gaze felt like that of a lifeless corpse. Caesar stood before the two witnesses, a smirk twisting his features. My, your master is gone. What are you going to do now? Abel immediately glared at Caesar, gritting his teeth. You bastard. He lunged forward, unfazed by Abel's attack. Caesar's face remained a mask of mocking amusement, as if he saw nothing more than an ant before him. Even as Abel roared and landed a few blows on Caesar, someone restrained him. A firm grip held him back, preventing him from taking another step forward. Seeing him nearby, Caesar greeted him. Well, about time you showed up, Hayden. At the same time, Hayden stared back, uttering his name. Caesar. Caesar looked at Hayden, his usual smile in place. How did you get in? This is the castle. Not just anyone can enter. Hayden replied, the dog tag you left the other day. I've been watching it. If you use your power, she'll be summoned to your location. Caesar burst out laughing. Haha, so that's the underhanded trick the Dark King pulled. She really didn't think this through. Hayden, paying him no mind, continued, not at all. You knew full well. You left that tag for me, knowing exactly what she would do. Caesar smiled but didn't answer. While the two conversed, Abel continued to writhe and struggle. Meanwhile, Hector growled, let me kill that bastard. This prompted Ryan, who was still restraining Abel, and Hayden to try and calm him. Abel, Hayden whispered in his ear, Ryan isn't dead. It seemed Hayden's whisper didn't quite work, as Caesar still heard. How can you be so sure? Deceiving death to comfort him, isn't it? Hayden cut Caesar off. She has proof, but she won't tell you. Shortly after, Hayden cast a spell. Azula. As soon as he finished speaking, a multi-headed, multi-limbed monster appeared. It quickly rushed towards Ryan and gently scooped her up. Azula looked at Hayden, and they nodded to each other. Azula extended a hand, opening a portal in midair. Hayden urged Abel, who was still glaring hatefully at Caesar, to leave quickly. Let's go. The text here appears to be gibberish and untranslatable. It likely represents a sound effect or distorted speech. They then all vanished. Caesar paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. She thinks we'll meet again soon, he thought. Later, in another space, Ryan. The name was called repeatedly, jolting Ryan awake from a deep trance. She bolted upright, still not fully aware of her surroundings. Just now, she was telling Caesar to leave Abel alone, wasn't she? Her memory only went as far as the moment before she fainted, when she was still threatening Caesar with scissors. Did I faint again? Ryan thought to herself, but my chest doesn't hurt at all. A voice suddenly interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Hey, focus. Do you really want to stare into space until you die? Ryan looked up in surprise. Hector, why are you here? I thought you said you couldn't leave. Hector sighed wearily and glanced around. Look around, Ryan echoed, her gaze sweeping over the area where they stood. We're not outside anymore, Hector began. We're in that zone. That zone, Ryan questioned. What is that place? Hector scratched his head. Simply put, you can call this place the afterlife. It's where people go after they die, and where they lose their last chance at judgment. Ryan was stunned. What do you mean? Am I dead? Hector's voice rose slightly. That's right. Do you understand now? Do you know how shocked Abel was when you disappeared for a while and ended up drifting all the way to the depths? She kept calling out to you, but you were just sleeping, never caring, drifting with lightning speed. Sometimes she even thought of giving up. Ryan spoke thoughtfully, but I swear, just a moment ago, I was threatening Caesar to protect Abel. So that means Caesar. A realization struck her. Wait, Hector, is Caesar actually the creator? Yes, Hector replied. She knew that guy left this world to me and then secretly set up this wager. She even thought they had a reason to leave. What a jerk. Ryan felt a pang of sadness. But Hector continued. Resting his chin in his hand, Hector sighed. Anyway, that doesn't matter now. What matters is that she safely got out of there at the right time. Ryan asked again, what do you mean by the right time? Hector didn't answer, instead directing her to look at her hand. Ryan immediately did so and was startled by what she saw. Her fingers were gradually becoming transparent. Are they disappearing? Ryan stammered, terrified as her hand became hazy and spectral. What's happening? What's wrong? I told you, Hector said, that place is another world. Another name for that realm is the phylactery. Souls that linger there, without any fate, will wander endlessly until they slowly fade away completely. Then they'll merge into the waters of the river Styx there. Once immersed in that current, they'll completely forget who they are and the life they once had. The existence of Ryan will vanish forever. Ryan thought of the scenes, memories, and moments with Abel. Will I forget everything? Unable to accept it immediately, Ryan clutched Hector's mirror. I can't forget. Calm down, Hector soothed. It's not like there's no way. Ryan, what were your instructions? Confused by Hector's question, Ryan asked, instructions? Hayden, with Abel, had turned and left the battlefield. Hayden and Abel walked ahead, while Azula carried the unconscious Ryan. After Azula exited the spatial rift and followed the two, Hayden turned around and instructed Azula, set up a barrier around this room for me. Hayden continued, we can't completely avoid being tracked, but at least we can buy some time while we use magic. Azula gently set Ryan down, nodding with all three heads. Understood. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. It was Abel slamming his fist against the wall. His entire body trembled, every feature contorted with rage. He was utterly furious, consumed by hatred for Caesar and a sense of helplessness at his failure to protect Ryan. Why is it always like this? Why can't I protect her every time? Ryan. Hayden interrupted him. Placing a hand on Abel's shoulder, Hayden spoke firmly. There's no time for regret. You need to save Ryan. She's likely in a place only you can find her because of the red string of fate connecting the two of you. But if you want to do this, you have to go there yourself. Holding up the shears, Hayden said, I can't guarantee the outcome. You might not find her or bring her back. You might end up trapped there yourself, slowly fading away forever. Abel echoed Hayden's words. Fading away. He suddenly snatched the shears, pressing them tightly against his neck. I don't care. Cut it, even if that means a world without Ryan isn't worth living in. Hayden sighed, reflecting on Abel's impulsive and reckless reaction. It was a desperate, futile gesture. He tried to reason with Abel. I was just testing how you'd handle it. She wouldn't want this. We'll find another way to get to hell. He spoke as he snatched the shears from Abel's grasp. Turning to Ryan's motionless form, he continued, she'll create a path with magic, so you have to bring Ryan's soul back quickly. She can only hold the passage open for 30 minutes, so you have to find her fast. He paused, then asked quietly, is Ryan actually still alive? He couldn't detect any breath. Hayden explained that Caesar could never truly kill Ryan. He turned back to Abel. as if reminding him to stay calm. While their wager was still in play, Caesar couldn't kill Ryan. He might be the creator, but once the law of causality was set, it couldn't be changed. Abel still looked confused. Karma, simply put, there are rules even the creator can't break. So even if she looks dead, it's just a deception. Knowing she was alive didn't ease Abel's anguish. He stared at Ryan's still form, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. Ryan didn't know where she was. Her body remained, but her soul seemed to have drifted somewhere else. There was no time to hesitate. He had to make a decision. He clenched his fists. What did she need him to do? He had to resolve himself. He would save Ryan. A steely calm settled over Abel. Normally, you can't sense anyone in the zone because it devours everything, Hayden explained. But those connected by the red string can still vaguely sense each other. As he spoke, Hayden extended a red string towards Abel, who stared at it in surprise. Hayden reached into his inner jacket pocket, searching for something. Just follow that feeling, find Ryan, and get back to the exit as quickly as possible. He handed Abel a spool of thread that connected to the red string. The exit, use this to find your way out. A spool of thread? Abel felt a surge of unease, but what choice did he have but to trust it? He reached out and took the item. Hayden needed to explain the zone in more detail, because there was only one chance. There's a labyrinth filled with traps in the zone, meant for those who try to escape. But if you use this thread, you can rewind it to return to where you originally came from. Gently pulling the end of the thread from Abel's hand, Hayden said, "I'll tie the end of the thread. Once you find Ryan, follow the red string tied to her arm and return neatly." Return, Hayden reminded Abel one last time. Only 30 minutes. Do you understand? Abel certainly did. Those 30 minutes were more precious than his own life, more precious than anything. He had to succeed. Abel gripped the thread tightly. If he failed, everything would be over. Seeing such resolve, Hayden didn't want to waste any more time. Then, let's prepare. But before he could finish, Abel interrupted him. You knew all along, didn't you? You knew Caesar was the creator, and everything would end up like this. Abel didn't even want to look directly into Hayden's eyes. He desperately wanted to hear the answer. Hayden sighed and turned away. I didn't know. I found out about his identity at the same time as you, but I knew he was hiding something. That was probably when Hayden, hidden behind the door, had overheard Caesar's confession to Abel and Ryan. I am the creator. Now, Abel could only blame himself. That bastard had already decided everything. That was why she couldn't protect Abel. Seeing the anguish on Abel's face, Hayden reminded him, don't get distracted. He insisted, we are the ones who decide our own fate. Your choices belong only to you. There is no predetermined future. Determination flared in Abel's eyes once more. Bolstered by the support, he resolved to rescue Ryan from that place. For everyone, and for himself, he clenched his fists again. Yes, no matter the cost, I will save Ryan. Hayden noticed the fierce resolve, tinged with anger, burning in Abel's heart. This is my decision, Abel declared resolutely to the Lord and Azula, his gaze unwavering. Hayden, brimming with satisfaction, replied, good, now we can succeed. A magical circle, shimmering pale violet and etched with intricate patterns, materialized in Hayden's hands. As he waited at the threshold, Abel couldn't help but think of Ryan, her face, her smile. She'd save you every time, just like you'd save me, no matter the cost. A black door, wreathed in motes of light like dust, swung open. Abel stepped confidently into the inky blackness beyond, Hayden offering only a simple good luck. From this point on, everything rested on Abel's abilities. Determination flickered in his eyes as he passed through the dark portal. Wait for me, Ryan. I'll bring you home. Ryan's soul was trapped within, lost in a towering labyrinth of thick, impenetrable walls. She stood alone, unable to find a way out. Time for some griping. This place wasn't built to be conquered. It was a truly old-fashioned but effective prison. When will this damned maze end? Ryan screamed into the empty space. No one knew. The only thing that was clear was that Ryan's hands had become translucent. She began to lower her head in frustration. It's too hard, she thought. I knew it would be hard, but now I don't know what to do. Sen's voice echoed in her mind once more. She'd already told her. The most important thing is to focus. As long as you focus, you'll feel a force coming towards you. It's the energy Abel emanates. As long as you get close to it, you'll feel yourself being lifted. She just had to follow the instructions. Simple, right? It's really easy to forget. Ryan didn't understand anything. She scratched her head in frustration. I don't understand anything. With that brain of yours, you need to truly feel Abel's real energy to understand. But now, Sun could only feel exasperated. Tired to death, are you? she raised her voice. I explained every single detail, down to the last hair, and you say you don't understand. So you want to stay here forever? She gestured towards Ryan. She was truly scared, but she didn't feel anything, see anything, nothing. Sin could only watch the girl, holding her head in helpless despair. If she couldn't feel anything, there was no way out of that maze. Hearing this, anyone would panic and hastily ask, "Is there really no other way?" She replied matter-of-factly, "No. This realm is a place where even I can't wield my power as I please. Creation, inheritance, destruction. These are the cornerstones upon which this world exists. This balance is absolute. Usually, I could tell her how to find her way out, but she didn't die and come here like the others. Sin saw it. Not to mention, she's still connected to someone outside." As soon as Ryan heard someone mention the outside world, she immediately thought of Abel. Sin also recognized that the person was Abel. It seems they're connected by the red string of fate. It's that arrogant death god. If she follows his energy, she'll return to the real world. It seems that doing so will lead to a way out. Ryan felt much more reassured by this. If that's the only way, I'll give it my all, even if I can't feel anything you described. Sin wasn't entirely sure if the girl understood what she was saying, if she knew she was on her own from now on. Ryan seemed cheerful. "Good, don't worry. You've already helped me a lot," she said, genuinely happy. "I'll figure it out." However, despite her bold words, she searched and searched, but couldn't find anyone. How could she find Abel's energy? She had been walking for so long that her eyes no longer trusted her legs. "No matter how far I walk, I can't feel any of Abel's power, and I still can't see anything. Now I'm starting to get tired." Clearly, something was wrong. She swallowed, her gaze fixed on something. Her arms were beginning to fade, turning a milky white, resembling a spirit's limbs more than a human's. Growing increasingly weary, she closed her eyes and thought of Abel. She wouldn't give up. She clenched her hands, bringing them to her chest. "I can't just let myself disappear, can I?" Sweet, intimate images of her and Abel flashed vividly, repeatedly in her mind. She closed her eyes, feeling tears stream down her cheeks. "No matter what, I'll come back to you, Ryan." A familiar voice echoed before her. She opened her eyes, stunned. It was Abel's figure. She was so shocked she didn't know whether to cry from joy or fear. The figure rushed forward and embraced her tightly. "I'm so glad, because I finally found you." But Ryan's face didn't betray any extreme reaction. She suddenly remembered Sin's words in the mirror. He had warned her that there was one more thing to be careful of when going out, and that was not to follow anyone she encountered. This zone might use illusions to prevent people from escaping. Understanding dawned. Ryan's eyes were fixed on Abel, right there before her, and she didn't even know what to do. "Ryan," Abel's mysterious voice echoed, making Ryan wonder if this was really just an illusion. Abel pulled Ryan along forcefully, seemingly in a hurry. Their footsteps echoed on the floor. Ryan felt lost, unsure of what to do in this situation. What now? She watched Abel's back as he pulled her along, but something felt off. Although he looked like Abel, both in appearance and voice, there was still something different. The turmoil in her heart was intense. Even though she knew Abel was still waiting outside, what if this was just an illusion? She decided to try and communicate more with the Abel in front of her. "Do you remember where you confessed me?" Abel seemed anxious, suddenly surprised that Ryan could ask such a question in this situation. "Why are you suddenly asking this?" he said. However, she tried to act cute, sensing something was amiss, thinking that this might not be the real Abel, just a love test. If it was the fake Abel, he might not be able to answer this question, right? The Abel in front of her answered with a laugh. "Haha, where did this come from? You're so cute. Back in the Dark Ages, you rejected me, saying you had to go back to Bell." Abel's words really hit the mark, which made Ryan feel a little relieved. However, as she relaxed, Abel became puzzled by her bewildered expression and asked, "Don't you remember?" Abel began to pace back and forth, muttering in frustration. You don't know how upset she was, and now that we're talking about this, how could you abandon me for a cat? Ryan was at a loss, managing only a forced smile. Abel continued, "What's so cute about it if the cat scratched you and left a scar?" Hearing this, Ryan was suddenly startled. "Wait, what?" Ryan grew more and more suspicious and asked again, "How did you know Belle scratched me?" Abel replied, as if it were the most obvious thing, "You told me. You said it scratched you when you picked it up and even made you go to the emergency room." At this point, Ryan finally realized that the person in front of her was not her beloved Abel. She had never told him about this, and she didn't even remember it herself, let alone the emergency room. Abel couldn't possibly know what that was. Ryan began to tremble with fear in front of the fake Abel standing before her. Instinctively, she took a step back without hesitation. Ryan spoke directly to him. "You're not Abel. You're just an illusion, right?" A look of worry began to show on Abel's face. He froze when she said that. "Ryan, why do you have to be so smart?" The surprised expression on his face completely disappeared. He smiled gleefully with Abel's face and figure. The false Abel clenched his hands, controlling Ryan's movements. He began to confess. He thought he had completely read her memories. However, thankfully, blood began to pour uncontrollably from his mouth. This Abel was fake, and he was instantly destroyed before he collapsed. He managed to say one last thing to her. "Abel will do better next time." She still found it insane. Witnessing Abel's figure disappear left her in shock. She was stunned for a moment. "Kia, Abel!" she screamed, urging Abel to wake up. It was a complete bolt from the blue. Ryan was extremely panicked by this situation, constantly witnessing the death of her loved one, even if it was just an illusion. She needed to find a red string, but now she couldn't see anything. Her eyes were completely dark. "Ryan," a voice called from the other side, but it was Abel's voice. The more they heard it, the more everything about Abel in this place felt false. The call continued to echo. "What are you doing there? Come on, we have to get out of here quickly." Even that small part of human nature that relies on others was absent in Ryan, simply from hearing that voice. Ryan would never again trust anything she saw, because that too could be a lie. In the sky, a pair of black wings soared, seemingly searching for something. The one who spread those wings was Abel himself. "Damn, these walls are so high and tightly packed together, it's impossible to see anything inside. This is so frustrating. We need to find her quickly." Abel suddenly caught sight of a figure. It was Ryan, sitting below with a sorrowful expression on her face. He hurriedly landed and approached her again, calling out the name that had been echoing in her mind. "Ryan, you're finally here. I'll come to get you. The Dark Lord has cleared the path. You just need to return to the exit on time." But in Ryan's eyes, there was only emptiness. Abel grabbed Ryan's hand and pulled her up, but there was nothing they could do. Ryan immediately withdrew her hand. This labyrinth was playing with them too much, and Ryan no longer wanted to trust anyone. Ryan spoke with a tone of utter exasperation, sighing, "You've said that 13 times already. Do you really have nothing else to say?" She didn't even dare look Abel in the eye as she spoke. "Stop it," she cried. "I'm never leaving this place, so please, I can't take it anymore." Abel moved closer to Ryan, confused by what was happening. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "It's no use, Abel." Abel spun around, unsure whether to be surprised or remain neutral. "What is this? He looks exactly like me." Abel truly didn't know what to do next. He had to observe the situation first. He said countless Abels come here endlessly. Then, the false Abel pointed to Ryan sitting there. "Look, those are Abel's corpses, lying on the ground, their blood already spilled. This is the pain she has to endure, constantly witnessing the death of her loved one, only for another to appear." He leaned closer to Abel's ear. "Ryan can no longer tell which is the real Abel, because we are illusions created from Abel's own memories. Give up. No one who enters this hell can ever leave." He said this as if trying to inflict psychological trauma on Ryan, but shaking Abel's spirit wasn't that easy. He was truly angry. "Those who want me to give up on Abel because of this nonsense." He grabbed his scythe, intending to deal with the false Abels. He swiftly turned and swung upwards, catching the false Abel off guard. His eyes seemed to be bloodshot, flashing with a deep crimson light, the true essence of death. He slowly said, "She will never give up. She will definitely take her with her, no matter the cost." "We knew you'd say that." The voice came from the false Abel corpses on the floor, which had become loose and stood up. "If that's the case, we have no choice but to force you out of here." Abel felt a chill down his spine. He turned his head, sensing something moving rapidly, preparing to rush at him. Utterly startled by their persistence, he exclaimed, "Damn," but swung his scythe again. "Ryan, wake up now. Your life depends on it. If we don't leave this place in time, we'll be trapped here forever." Ryan, her eyes no longer bright, had lost hope against the array of false Abels. But this call made her feel a light emanating from her chest. Her heartbeat quickened, and she suddenly awoke. A voice echoed in her mind, telling her that by simply focusing, she could feel a surge of power the energy emanating from Abel. Merely being near it gave a sense of elevation. Just follow the guidance. It was that simple. She touched the source of the light. Was this the surge of power she had heard about? She turned, her gaze landing on Abel, locked in combat with a throng of menacing figures. The radiating energy signature confirmed it. The real Abel was close. Her eyes flicked to another Abel, deceptively near, but a monstrous arm snaked from behind him, poised to strike a fatal blow. Abel knew the blow was coming, but his reactions were sluggish, leaving him powerless to evade it. Just then, Ryan surged forward, grabbing him and yanking him back a crucial step, narrowly avoiding the attack. "This is the real Abel," she cried. "The rest of you copies better disappear." As if obeying her command, the illusory Abels began to dissolve into nothingness. Abel was stunned by Ryan's sudden composure and immensely relieved, but Ryan felt more than relief. A surge of something profound coursed through her. Without hesitation, she pressed her lips to his. The kiss was swift, urgent, leaving even Abel surprised and bewildered, momentarily frozen by the unexpected sweetness. "I missed you," she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. "I miss you so much, Abel." He knew what to do, not urging her to move, but comforting her bewildered spirit. He gazed at her tenderly, gently wiping away the tears. "I missed you too," he murmured, "so don't cry anymore." But to Abel's surprise, Ryan's tears flowed even faster, her sadness deepening. It was understandable, he thought, for someone so gentle. She clung to him tightly. "I'm sorry," she choked out. "I just feel safer this way." "It was terrifying," she continued. "Even knowing they weren't real, watching you die over and over. I couldn't bear it." She hesitated, but he seemed to understand, to grasp the ordeal she had endured. He had been there too, and he understood perfectly. He held her hands, noticing, with a jolt, that they were becoming translucent. Why hadn't he noticed sooner? A sudden fear gripped him. "What does that mean?" he asked, his voice tight. Ryan quickly withdrew her hands, her expression strained. It just means I've been here too long," she replied. "I'll be fine once we're out." A surge of anger coursed through Abel. How much longer would he have to endure this torment? "We can't waste another minute," he declared, scooping her into his arms. "Let's get out of here." His dark wings unfurled, beating steadily, lifting them both higher. Ryan, still shaken, gave a small cry. "Do you know the way out?" Ryan asked. "The Dark Lord gave me this," Abel replied, handing her an empty spool of thread. "It's connected to the outside. Just wind it back and follow it." Though curious about what had happened to Abel, Ryan pressed on. "The Dark Lord helped you escape?" she asked. "Just this once," Abel answered. "Azura placed a barrier around the Dark Realm. Don't worry, she'll protect you, no matter what." She couldn't bear the thought of losing you. Touched by his apparent sincerity, Ryan felt tears prick her eyes again. But then, a sudden realization struck her. "Abel," she asked, "are we going to the Dark Realm now?" Abel looked startled. "Yes," he replied. "Why?" "You need to go faster," she urged, her voice taking on an edge. Abel was clearly confused. "We'll explain as we go," she said. "You need to hurry," she insisted. Abel looked weary, but he pushed onward. "All right, hold on tight," he said, suddenly accelerating, his pace becoming significantly faster. He was worried about frightening Ryan, sensing something was amiss. The sudden burst of speed startled Ryan, and she squeezed her eyes shut, a cry escaping her lips. "Remember what Caesar said?" she asked, her voice strained. "Interfering with the stakes is considered cheating." She recalled Caesar's words, his hand beneath her chin. "Even for me, the one who made the rules." Another voice echoed in her mind, a voice she remembered. "As long as we don't do anything that directly affect her, you haven't broken any rules." "But Caesar did this to me," Ryan continued, her grip tightening on Abel. "That clearly breaks the rules. We have to get back to the three goddesses." Abel still seemed bewildered, but he nodded. "Right," he said. "So," she continued, "we must point out that all lies need to be met with punishment to resolve everything, and we will use this punishment to declare Caesar a complete failure." Abel watched that determined face, kept watching, never tiring of it. He smiled happily. Ryan began to feel embarrassed, a blush rising on her cheeks. "What are you smiling about?" Abel slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, realizing why he loved her. Suddenly feeling overly sentimental, she blushed crimson, burying her face in Abel's chest to hide her embarrassment. As Ryan moved forward quickly, she suddenly saw something below. Pointing towards the inside of the gate, she said to Abel, "Abel, is that the exit?" A bunch of slimy liquid monsters are surrounding it. Those are the mannequins from before. What are they planning to do? A mass of black flames erupted from Abel's hand. With one final surge, he slashed downwards with force, the flames obediently following the movement. Boom! A massive black explosion swallowed the entire area. However, the fakes were completely unaffected. The crackling of the flames became clear. Not a single one of them had perished. It's useless. There are too many of them. Ryan tried to persuade Abel again. There was no time to fight them anymore. Her hand suddenly started to disappear. However, while talking to Abel, she gradually felt herself becoming transparent. She looked back at her hand. It was even more blurred than before. When did she become like this? Fear gripped her, tightening its hold until she could no longer speak. When Ryan abruptly stopped talking, falling into silence, Abel also sensed something was wrong. He called out to Ryan. There was no time. He made up his mind, turning to look at the clamoring creatures below. You think you can win just by buying a little more time? But now he had no time to think, no time at all. He had to gamble everything at once. Abel held Ryan and charged towards the gate. This was a gamble. He had to succeed, otherwise who knew what would happen to Ryan? He gritted his teeth. Please, please, let us make it in time. Ryan's body had become over 80% transparent, only half of her face still normal. She felt incredibly uncomfortable. It felt like she was suffocating. Outside, the Dark Lord and Azura guarded the portal. Ryan's real body was still out there. If they didn't leave soon, who knew what would happen? The howling sound from outside were unsettling. The crackling of the barrier seemed to indicate the monsters were trying to conceal it from within. The Dark Lord was still trying his best to maintain the portal, even though he felt something was seriously wrong with it. Azura, deeply worried about everything inside, asked, 30 minutes have passed. Will they fail? My lord, are you all right? Making a mistake when reaching the polar region would consume a massive amount of energy, so he said she was fine and stopped talking about it. Azura, quickly bring Lucia here, just as we discussed. Azura still felt somewhat confused. Are you really planning to bring her here? She tried to kill Ryan. I don't think she'll be of any help. But the Dark Lord didn't care much about that. He simply said that she would definitely be useful, that she would help, and that they needed her power now. All three entities of Azura's side, even if they weren't very willing, they seemed quite unhappy about it, but they had to obey. Since you say so, Azura suddenly vanished from the doorway, leaving only a gradually fading red light. The Dark Lord remained vigilant, noticing the gate had been shaking and changing earlier. He had been certain from the beginning that something must have happened. I need to hold on for a little longer, he thought. Deep down, Hayden could only pray for their safety. Please be safe. But he seemed exhausted. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Lord Azura, came a voice. Azura walked in, leading a familiar figure with a knife held to Lucia's throat. Azura continued, but there's another guest. The guest Azura mentioned was curling her lips into a smile, offering a greeting. Long time no see, Dark Lord. You seem to be in a good mood today. Mind if she joins us? A familiar face, the last one Hayden wanted to see, sparked intense irritation. He watched the shimmering portal before him as a sandy figure pressed a blade to Lucia's throat. This is forbidden spatial magic, isn't it? You need her to keep the gate open, don't you? Lucky for us, she didn't remove the tracking spell, just in case. Lucia, who ironically called herself a representative of the light, acted like a criminal, and even ordered a murder right there. There was no lower being to compare her to. Ascent smirked. Ordered? She doesn't remember doing such a thing. A suggestion? Perhaps. Speaking of murder, wasn't that a meeting with Miss Hahn? Lucia paled, hesitating. Hayden snapped, then addressed Ascent. Lucia, it's all right. Let me handle this. Since you came yourself, I assume you're not here to fight. So what do you want? Ascent smiled faintly, stating his purpose directly. Information. I want to know what exactly happened, especially the incident at the Temple of the Goddesses. Demand you speak the truth. Tell me the truth. He pressed the blade closer to Lucia. Hayden sighed. We encountered fate. Even the Creator was there. It seems they're engaged in a wager, with the fate of the world at stake. And the Creator recently came to this world. The Creator's identity is Caesar, a member of Apocalypse. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Ascent stroked his chin, perplexed. This might be related to Sun's recent madness as well. The ultimate goal is Hayden shrugged. We're still unsure of anything. Why did he join Apocalypse in secret? Or what his purpose is? But he doesn't seem to have any connection to this world. When I asked him his purpose, before he knew his true identity, he simply said he did it because he enjoyed it. Even though he needs Ryan to win the wager, he still attacked and took her to the domain. Ascent continued his questioning. So, the newcomer is forced to keep the space open, even at the cost of their own life? That saint lying over there, it seems the Grim Reaper, having some emotional management issues, has gone to save her. You said she needs to win, right? So what exactly is the wager? Hayden answered in a low voice. Who the true saint is. Caesar bet on Ryan, and the three goddesses bet on Lucia. Ascent clicked his tongue. A wager between the most powerful gods. He chuckled coldly, retracting the hand threatening Lucia. It seems we have no choice. I don't want to interfere or side with the bad guys, so it looks like we have to tread carefully. Hey, fake saint, hurry up and heal Hayden. Lucia, about to rebuke him for calling her a fake saint, turned to check on the Dark Lord. He's extremely weak right now, Ascent reminded her. If you don't hurry and save him, he'll die. Even if you heal him, it'll only prolong his last breath. If he stubbornly refuses to close that gate, Lucia rushed anxiously towards Hayden, while Ascent sat down beside Ryan. Seeing this, Hayden asked cautiously, Ascent, what are you thinking? Ascent smirked, lifting Ryan's hand. I'm thinking of waking her up. She needs to wake up so she can know about that wager. Azure frowned, but Ryan's soul is still in the domain. Ascent spoke confidently, so we'll bring it back. He then grasped the thread in Ryan's hand, and with a sharp tug, he pulled. A loud rumble immediately echoed from within the spatial gate. Inside, Abel, holding Ryan, was busy dealing with the surrounding monsters. They weren't giving them a moment's rest. Ryan, realizing the dire situation, bit her lip, thinking this won't do. If this continues, there's no way we can make it. Abel was growing increasingly tired, and the number of enemies was rapidly multiplying, making it impossible to get near the gate. It's been over 30 minutes, and they're getting more and more crowded. Ryan began to panic, saying to Abel, if we continue like this, neither of us will survive. You have to leave me behind. Go quickly. Abel, frowning, replied, we'll talk later. I'm a little busy right now. Ryan hurriedly continued, listen to me. If we keep going, even you. Abel gently touched her face and said calmly, Ryan, I'll stay with you. There's no other way. You taught me that. Tears welled up in Ryan's eyes. Ryan said, but she can't let you die here because of me. Just then, a monster clamped its grip around her neck. Abel cried out anxiously, Ryan, you bastard. Abel's axe was firmly grasped by another monster, leaving him powerless to resist. The monster, seizing Ryan, took the opportunity to lunge towards them both. Ryan looked at him in despair. No, Abel, you're both surrounded. Suddenly, the wooden staff in Ryan's hand was yanked, a powerful force pulling her backward. She and Abel retreated towards the gate, the monsters in hot pursuit. When Ryan opened her eyes again, she realized with a jolt of surprise, she was outside. Ascent quipped from below, oh my, looks like she prefers someone a little bolder. Are you sure you want this? Your current position is all wrong. Ryan is on top of Ascent. Ascent continued with a chuckle. Your lover is over there. The current situation was incredibly awkward and embarrassing. Ryan was bewildered, speechless. What's going on? Why is Ascent suddenly here? Wait, this position is easily misunderstood. Ascent said with a laugh. If you still don't answer, we can take that as permission to do as we please, right? He pulled Ryan's face closer to his as he spoke. Of course, Abel immediately appeared, pulling Ryan back and scolding Ascent, who was lying on the ground. Get your hands off her! Who do you think you're touching? Ascent gave a sarcastic smile. That's not fair. She's the one who pounced on me. Abel shouted furiously. Do you want to die that badly? Ryan, finding it odd since Ascent was fond of jokes, said, who knows? Maybe she's his type. Abel, unable to keep his composure, grabbed his shirt. What the hell are you talking about? She is his type. Ryan stood by helplessly. Can you two stop and explain what happened? Hayden sighed from behind them. It's just a small matter. They hadn't returned for a long time, so Ascent tried to pull that red string to bring them back. As a result, just as Ascent pulled the string out, Ryan's soul left the gate and entered her body, and Ascent didn't have time to pull his hand back. So she instinctively lunged at him, and that's how this awkward situation happened. That's how it all went down. Ryan held her head and gave a wry smile. Well, that makes sense. I was worried I might have caused trouble. Ascent continued, you should be honored. Not only did she bring you back, but I also became your landing cushion. You You're the first person to knock me down like that. The saint. Abel flew into a rage, about to charge forward. That bastard. Ryan quickly stopped him. Calm down, Abel. You said and loose you would suddenly. She remembered. Wait, isn't this the Dark Realm? Why is Ascent? Hayden explained to her. He took Lucia hostage and barged in. It seems he knew we were at the Temple of the Goddesses and wanted to hear about the wager between the Creator and the Goddesses. Ascent shrugged. I'm the type who likes to stay out of things unless I'm being stabbed in the back. So I just wanted to understand the situation. Ryan cursed him silently. Oh yes, I'm well aware. No one doubts she'd be the one drawing her sword first, not getting stabbed in the back. Hayden then said to Ryan, it's good that you're back safely. You were gone for so long, I was starting to get worried. Did something happen in the domain? Ryan said, a touch awkwardly. Well, that place kept throwing all sorts of distractions our way, but luckily, Sang's advice was helpful. Aslan immediately seized on the crucial point, interrupting to ask, Sang, you're still in contact with Sang? Ryan glanced over, replying, yes, sometimes. Aslan smiled, intrigued. Really? Seeing that expression, a flicker of regret crossed Ryan's face. She realized she probably should have kept her meetings with Sang a secret. Otherwise, she might get dragged into something else. Aslan turned to Ryan and Lucia, asking, so, what are you two planning to do? Shouldn't one of you disappear? I believe the Creator is using you and Lucia as a wager. Perhaps I could help. Ryan's immediate refusal stunned everyone. No need. Why should I play along with their stupid wager? I'll go there and tell them myself. I won't follow their arrangements. At the mention of the wager, Aslan looked momentarily surprised, but quickly masked it with a smile. Seeing that smile, Ryan asked, what's so funny? Aslan laughed, tears welling in her eyes. Haha, it's just so amusing. Someone who has nothing planning to confront the greatest god. It's truly a sight to behold. So she'll go with you? Ryan cursed inwardly. Does he really want to see me destroyed? Is he insane? Just then, a hand extended towards her. I'll go too, Hayden offered. Ryan looked up in surprise. Hayden, are you sure? Hayden nodded. Yes, I don't want you to go alone. Besides, I have a few things to say to them myself. Abel stepped forward, facing Ryan. I won't leave your side this time. Left with no other choice, Ryan said quietly, all right, let's go together, everyone. Their every move was closely observed. Caesar watched them and remarked, just one person. She was supposed to bring only one person here. Now, everyone is starting to act on their own accord. One takes on the color of one's company. Isn't that a fitting explanation? Behind him, Clotho looked at him, her face etched with confusion. Creator, why are you doing this? At first, when you proposed the wager, I thought you had some deeper reason. But now, it seems you don't care about the wager at all. Do you simply enjoy watching people struggle? Caesar smiled faintly. You've changed too, showing no personal feelings towards anyone. That's one of the rules for a fate keeper, isn't it? His words gave Clotho pause. She raised her hand, focusing her power. Very well, I will strictly adhere to the rules now. A luminous scale appeared. If you violate the rules of the wager, you'll have to pay the corresponding price. I trust you know what that is. This rule has no exceptions, not even for you, Creator. Please make amends. Back with the others, Aslan raised her hand and asked, so, tell me, what do you plan to do once you get there? I heard you were sent to that place because you argued with them. I assume you're not going there just to repeat the same mistakes, are you? Hayden handed over a gleaming object. You can use this. Ryan looked at the wooden piece in her hand, realizing, this is what Abel gave me earlier. Hayden nodded. That's right. It's a spool, or more accurately, a binding spool. He tossed it up, continuing, before it could only help you find direction because it was incomplete. But after you, a saint, touched it, it regained its original power. It has the ability to unite those bound by the threads. Ryan gazed at the shining light, unable to look away. It's beautiful, she murmured. Then she asked, how is this binding thread different from the red string of fate? Hayden explained in a low voice. It was formed later than the red string, so it's easier to break and has less influence on people. He tossed the spool up, and it immediately began to glow. Thin threads connected two people. Hayden continued, if connected like this, you can slightly sense each other's presence. Since I can see the threads here, I can pull everyone towards me, just like Aslan did to counter Caesar's attack. Ryan heard him, but worry still gnawed at her. Hayden, are you sure about this? If we connect, you'll be attacked too. Hayden replied, it's all right. It's better than doing nothing and letting things get worse. More importantly, if you can connect with more people, its effects will be stronger. You should ask around if possible. Abel appeared behind Ryan, suggesting, "Let me go first." He placed a hand on his chest, gathering his power as threads of energy surged outwards from his body. Ryan asked Abel anxiously, "Are you sure? We're already connected, so there's no need." Abel gently kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Ryan, you won't feel any pain." Ryan blushed, covering her face, silently screaming, "Ah, you should have warned me." I almost exploded. A wave of confusion washed over her as she realized Lucia was nonchalantly twisting the knife, a spool swirling in her hand. Ryan hesitantly asked Lucia, "Why are you?" Lucia crossed her arms, a teasing lilt in her voice. "What? You don't want me to join?" Ryan forced a smile, replying, "It's nothing, just wondering why." Inwardly, she seethed, "Lucia hates me this much? She wants me dead." Unexpectedly, she heard Lucia say, "That's my problem. Don't worry, she won't interfere." With that, Lucia turned and walked away without a backward glance. Ryan pursed her lips, bewildered. Even now, she couldn't comprehend what Lucia was thinking. But since they were already connected by the thread, she probably wouldn't hurt her, right? Another voice chimed in, throwing Ryan completely off balance. "This sounds like a marriage proposal, doesn't it? Think about it. Always knowing where the other person is, needing to protect each other. This sudden development has me flustered." Ryan cursed him silently. What in the world is he rambling about? Abel roared furiously. "Are you insane? What nonsense do you think you're spouting to my woman? Do you want to die?" Ryan reached out to him. "Abel, calm down. He just likes to provoke us a little. That's it." She patted her head, figuring he probably didn't want to help. Ryan spoke up. "Don't worry. She wasn't planning on asking for your help anyway. Lucy has to remain neutral, after all." Who would have thought? When she glanced at Ascent, he was already calmly pulling the thread towards himself, saying, "There's really nothing much to see." Abel immediately bristled, wanting to lunge forward, interacting rapidly to spit thread at this jerk. "Let go of me. I have to." Ryan quickly embraced Abel, comforting him, muttering curses at Ascent under her breath. "Ascent, why are you?" Ascent smiled faintly, opening his mouth to speak. "You heard her. As Lucy's leader, she won't act on impulse. My choice is Lucy's choice, so I've decided to gamble, just like this." He suddenly pointed at Ryan's face, declaring, "Once this is over, I want you to officially become a saint. That's my condition for helping." Ryan hesitated, about to refuse, but Ascent cut her off. "Stop using that crazy Grim Reaper name. In Lucy, if you say you want to be a saint," Ascent stated, "Ryan, I will do everything in my power to help you." Then, he left a lingering, theatrical kiss on Ryan's hand. Predictably, Abel was successfully provoked by this dog. He grabbed Ascent's shirt, threatening, "Get your hands off Ryan. What do you think you're doing?" Ascent laughed loudly. "What's wrong with wanting to help?" Abel frowned, stating bluntly, "You can't possibly be helping us for no reason. There's definitely a trap here." Who would have thought Ryan would step forward and say, "Fine, but I'll make the final decision after everything is resolved." That sounds reasonable to you, right? After all, if things go south, you can always abandon me. Ascent chuckled, brushing off his shirt, retorting, "At least someone understands me." Abel turned around, irrevocably asking Ryan, "Are you sure? This guy might." Ryan smiled sweetly, reassuring him, "It's all right, and even if I said no, he probably wouldn't just walk away quietly. Not to mention, I don't plan on being used by him, so don't worry. You trust me, right?" Seeing that bright, spring-like smile, Abel's face suddenly flushed red, and he covered his mouth, hiding his embarrassment. "If you say so, of course we trust you." Ryan smiled faintly at him, thinking, "If I make any mistakes, I'll make Ascent turn everything upside down." Hayden finally broke the silence, asking, "If we're ready, shouldn't we be going now?" Azura nodded, confirming her preparedness. Turning, she ripped open a portal with a series of resounding cracks. The 5 figures stepped sternly through the gateway. "Let's go," Caesar said, turning to Clotho after hearing her finish her bargaining. "What price are we to pay?" he inquired. "Of course," Clotho replied, summoning a set of scales with a severe expression. "This is it," she declared, gesturing towards the balancing instrument. Who would have thought Ryan would suddenly appear with a group, interrupting the proceedings? "From now on," she declared, her voice ringing with authority, "I will be the one to make that decision." Caesar rose from his chair, a calm smile playing on his lips, while Clotho, utterly shocked, questioned, "How could a human possibly escape the underworld?" Ryan retorted, "Does that matter now?" "What matters," Ryan continued, her voice laced with indignation, "is that Caesar deceived me, and I was framed. I was dragged into this mess without my consent, a direct victim of Caesar's deceit. I will be the one to decide the price." Caesar chuckled at this. How interesting, he mused, for one to decide the compensation for their own losses. So, what kind of compensation do you desire? Ryan's response was unwavering. Let me join the wager with you. Not as a stake, but as a participant. Caesar smirked. Ha, you want to gamble too? Ryan affirmed, yes. Isn't that fair? Caesar ran a hand through his hair, a smug look on his face. Even if I let you join, he replied, you still need to put something on the table. So, what do you intend to wager? Ryan's voice dropped to a low murmur. I will wager my existence. Abel cried out in alarm. Ryan, that's too dangerous. Ryan cut him off. Even if we don't do this, the outcome will be the same. If this continues, Ryan pressed on, I will die. So all that will be left is you and the curse that remains in your heart. That would make us no different from Bongtash or Azura and his Silverwings. This might be our last chance to set things right. If I have to die, I'd rather use my life to take a gamble. At these words, Caesar clapped mockingly from behind. What an impressive resolve. Since every wish seems to involve me going against everyone else's will, let's proceed this way. We'll split into 2 teams and continue the wager, shall we? He stepped in front of Ryan. There will be 3 rounds. The first side to fulfill each other's wishes will win, best 2 out of 3. If you win, he continued, reaching for the scales in Clotho's hands, I will save you, cure the god of death, grant the goddess's wishes, and make amends for the other unfortunate lives in this world. Ryan's face lit up instantly. Really? But before she could finish, Caesar interrupted. But if you lose, your soul will be forfeit. You will fall into the abyss and suffer eternal torment, life after life. Do you still accept? Hearing this, Ryan's face tightened slightly, but she steeled herself. She couldn't give up now. I've come this far, she thought, then said aloud. I accept. Good, Clotho declared firmly. Since everyone agrees, let's begin. It seems we have no choice but to accept Darien's challenge. Then let's begin. The first match is fair to both sides. Musical instruments. The scales before her began to rapidly transform, taking the shape of a violin. The side that plays the better piece will win, Clotho announced. Ryan asked sharply, huh? Why suddenly playing the violin? Clotho smiled, replying, I thought it would make the battle more balanced. Wouldn't you agree? It's an instrument from your world, but you don't know how to play it, while the creator is unfamiliar with objects from other worlds. Ryan scratched her head, hesitantly saying, but if neither of us knows how to play, how can we create music? She froze, hearing the room fill with a melodious sound. It was Clotho who, it turned out, knew how to play the violin. Ryan was even captivated by the soothing melody, unable to deny how beautiful it was. After a few seconds, she suddenly remembered, oh, now's not the time to appreciate music. She stepped forward, annoyed. Wait a minute, she said. I thought you said you couldn't play. Caesar lowered the instrument, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. You underestimate me, goddess. Unfortunately, I've seen this kind of thing before. Once you know how the basic notes are produced, it's quite easy to play. Ryan was astonished, thinking that Caesar must have visited that world before. Clotho said apologetically, she's too naive, but since the competition has already begun, we can't back down. Ryan, what are you going to do? Ryan, feeling a little bewildered, thought, what about me? She really can't play the violin? Wait, the violin? She stepped forward and asked the 2 of them, if Caesar is competing against all of us, it doesn't necessarily have to be me playing, right? Clotho nodded. That's correct. Hearing this, Ryan eagerly pointed to Lucia behind her and said, then I'll have Lucia play in my place. Lucia was startled and sat up. Why me? Ryan replied, didn't you learn the violin? Not to mention you even won 2nd place, right? She had read about it in the original text. Lucia hesitated for a moment and said, that's true, but why should I be trusted? I had designs on you before. What if I deliberately sabotage this competition? Ryan smiled awkwardly, scratching her face. Yeah, that's true, but she can't play at all, so even if she did that, I'd still lose. Besides, I believe you're actually a good person. Ryan's words visibly swayed Lucia. Ryan sighed and continued, you never believed me. Even though she kept repeating that she wasn't interested in playing the main character, you kept bothering me, but you also helped me. Ryan left some words unspoken, thinking to herself, honestly, I'm not angry at all because she's like a child. It feels like arguing with a kid. Hearing this, Lucia angrily walked up to Ryan, her face full of displeasure. You're really annoying. No matter what she does, you let it go so easily, as if she doesn't matter to you at all. But she always felt relieved knowing that someone actually wouldn't hate her no matter how many terrible things she did. Maybe that's why she kept arguing with her, because she wanted to test it again. Seeing her expression, Ryan was quite surprised. Lucia picked up the guitar and said before playing, "I'm sorry for causing you trouble, so consider this song my way of repaying you." As soon as she finished speaking, the melodious sound of the guitar soared, captivating everyone's attention. After the music ended, Clotho smiled and said, "It seems there's nothing left to consider." Caesar chuckled inwardly indeed. Ryan walked forward excitedly and praised, "Wow, Lucia, you played so well." Lucia replied modestly, "It's nothing. I could play this with my eyes closed." This round, Ryan had won completely. Caesar spoke up, "All right, I admit I lost this round. I'm still confident. After all, we still have 2 rounds left. More importantly, Ryan, why don't you choose the theme for the next competition?" Ryan asked sternly, "Are you sure what I'll get if I win?" Caesar replied indifferently, "You'll get everything promised. I know, but I believe I'll defeat you. Let's wait and see." Before he spoke, Ryan pursed her lips, thinking, since that's the case, I have to choose something that's advantageous to me, but I'm not stronger than a god. Fighting with weapons or magic won't work, and neither will using the red string. What should she do if she accidentally loses at the moment when she's most anxious? Abel stepped forward and gently held her hand, encouraging her. "Ryan, it's okay. We still have one more chance. Even if we lose, we just need to win the last round. Even if we lose the entire competition, it doesn't matter, because I will do everything in my power to save you, even if it means going to the deepest hell or the ends of the world." Ryan looked at the earnest young man before her, deeply moved. "Abel," she said, feeling stronger than ever, "yes, I just need to do my best." Ryan quickly made up her mind. Then the next round, we'll have a competition. The first one to reach the finish line wins, of course, but you have to race with the physical abilities of an ordinary human, and no attacking your opponent during the race. Caesar chuckled, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "So you want to race against me in the most human way possible? Fine, I accept." Clotho, with her usual dramatic flair, raised a hand. "Now that both parties have agreed, let us begin the second round." With a touch of magic, a racetrack materialized before them. Just as both sides were getting ready, Clotho began to speak, only to be unexpectedly interrupted. "Hold on a moment," Clotho said suddenly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "I'd like to add a little something extra. This race seems a bit too peaceful. After all, this wager involves lives, doesn't it?" With a snap of her fingers, a roaring fire erupted along the floor. "Once we begin," Clotho continued, her voice laced with a hint of dark amusement, "this wall of fire will follow closely behind. In other words, anyone who falls behind will get burned. And this fire won't be extinguished easily, so if you happen to get caught in it, you'll certainly be in quite a bit of pain. Do you still intend to race?" Ryan responded sternly, her voice unwavering. "Fine, we race." On the other side, Hayden asked anxiously, "Are you sure about this, Ryan?" Ryan, tying her hair back, replied confidently, "I'm fine, Hayden. Don't worry." She couldn't back down now, and she was confident she wouldn't lose. Both sides took their positions, the race about to begin. Both sides ready? On your mark, get set, go. Ryan shot off like an arrow, the 2 figures sprinting down the track. "He may not look it, but I've never lost a race before," she thought, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "He probably hasn't heard about that. She could win this. Finish the race. Rush over to Caesar. Demand her wish." Suddenly, she saw a cat sprawled out on the track. It was still licking its paw, completely oblivious. Ryan slammed on the brakes, anxiety flooding her voice. "Belle, what are you doing here?" She glanced back. The flames were right behind her. If she ran past, the cat would be incinerated. Gritting her teeth, Ryan scooped it up. "Fine, whatever." Even knowing it was a trap, she couldn't leave Belle behind. "If we hurry," there was another cat on the track. Ryan closed her eyes. "No way. This has to be a trap," Caesar said. There was no way she could run with 2 cats in her arms. But the cat was looking at her with impossibly pleading, luminous eyes. Gritting her teeth, she realized she couldn't do it. She quickly scooped it up. "Why are you looking at me like that? I can't just leave you." Just then, Caesar sped past her, his voice laced with mockery. "Looks like I've overtaken you." Ryan gritted her teeth, cursing him under her breath. "You coward. It's not over yet." She could still beat him. Just then, 7 or 8 more cats appeared on the track, lying around and staring at her. Ryan could only stop, collapsing to the ground. Damn it, trying to save all the cats had cost her. She came in second. Caesar sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Clearly, that was a trap, and you knew it. Think about it. You lost a race you were sure to win, just because of these cats. Isn't it a bit weak to save all of them? Ryan retorted angrily, her voice tight with frustration. She didn't want to hear that from someone who used others' weaknesses to win. And what's so glorious about winning like that? Caesar remained silent, listening as she continued. I entered this wager to save everyone. If I ignored the danger in front of me, I wouldn't have gone through all this trouble in the first place. Even if I did win, I probably wouldn't feel like I won. Instead, I'd be haunted by nightmares of those poor cats for the rest of my life. So, thanks but no thanks. Caesar was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, clutching his sides. Ryan silently cursed him. What's so funny? Does he think I'm stupid? Just then, a hurried voice called out to her. Ryan, are you all right? Abel rushed over like a rocket. Looking up, she said she was fine, but apologized for losing. Abel gently pulled her close, comforting her. It's okay, Ryan. Everyone saw the cowardly tactics that Creep used. We just need to win the next round, so you don't have to apologize. Hearing this, Caesar wiped away his tears and let out a dry chuckle. How interesting, he thought. She had deliberately set a trap, knowing full well that someone with Ryan's personality would fall right into it. But even with her life on the line, she still resolutely chose to do it. Well, he said aloud, a bet's a bet. This round is ours. Clotho stepped forward and nodded. Indeed, the second match recorded a victory for the creator, Caesar declared. It seems the next round is our choice. For the final round, we choose Russian roulette. Ryan's eyes widened in shock. What? Russian roulette? No way. You mean that Russian roulette? Caesar shrugged, confirming precisely. The game from her world, isn't it? 1 bullet, 6 chambers. Quite the gamble, wouldn't you say? Ryan frowned, her voice rising. Wait, this isn't a wager anymore. Caesar countered, and why not? We're both taking a chance. No cheating, no tricks. Isn't that what you'd call a fair game? That's not the point. Ryan exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. Let me take her place. It was none other than Abel. Ryan's panic intensified. She wanted to stop him, but the words caught in her throat. If it has to be done, let me do it. Even if she loses, I'll reach that realm. Abel caressed her face and asked, have you forgotten she's deaf? She'll play it better. Tears streamed down Ryan's face. You say better, but how can you even suggest this? You don't have a heart, so you're not immortal. That's why you've been worried about her life all this time. Abel pulled her into a gentle embrace. Not anymore, he murmured. I'm more afraid of losing you than of death. I'm still your lover. Don't you think you should let me do something for you? Ryan sobbed, struggling to speak. But, Abel, this... He soothed her. Don't worry. We just need to win. That's all. Caesar, having listened to their exchange for a moment, smirked. Such touching devotion. Beside him, Clotho spoke. Since both parties have agreed and are prepared, let us begin the final round. She raised the azure cup and began to explain the rules. There are 5 cups here, all filled with identical tasting wine. However, one of them contains death. Even if either party stops midway or drinks the cup containing death, once I determine the game cannot continue, that party loses. Caesar gestured to Abel. You may choose the first cup as a sign of respect for your courage. Abel glared at him, then picked up a cup and drained it without hesitation. He set down the empty cup. You'll regret that choice, he stated coldly. Caesar smirked and picked up a cup of his own. Regret? Considering the bad blood between us. He drank it down without flinching. Well, I don't think we'll be thinking that now. All right, your turn, Death. Ryan bit her lip, anxiety gnawing at her. Only 3 cups left now. 1 in 3 chance of life or death. Come over here, Asani said. Hey, Hayden, Azura can open a portal to get out of here right away, right? If you give him the signal, Hayden confirmed with a nod. Maybe, but why are you asking? Asani frowned. I think we might need a little more insurance. Abel finished another cup. This one's gone too, he announced, setting it down. Caesar narrowed his eyes at the 2 remaining cups. It seems it's down to these 2. My choice will decide who lives and who dies. Ryan stared at him, tension coiling in her stomach. She swallowed hard. Caesar raised his cup. Good luck, he said, and drank it in one gulp. He placed the empty cup on the table, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. That's it. Tough luck. I win. Fear choked Ryan's voice. So that's the last one, Abel. Beside her, Abel replied. Who knows? I haven't given up yet. Ryan frantically tried to grab the final cup from Abel's hand. What are you doing? Put it down. That's... Abel calmly spoke her name. Ryan, it's all right. I'll be waiting for you in the realm. We'll see each other again soon. You said you'd save me. Ryan shrieked, her voice laced with terror. You said you were only going there to save me. Abel offered a sweet, sad smile. I'm sorry, Ryan. She planned this from the beginning. She couldn't bear to watch you die anymore. With those words, he snatched the wine cup and brought it to his lips, despite Ryan's escalating cries of, "No, don't." The cold glass slipped from Abel's grasp and clattered to the floor, followed by Abel himself. Ryan stood frozen, paralyzed by shock. Abel lay unconscious, a trickle of venom escaping his lips. A venom that brought instant death. Ryan trembled, fear gripping her. No. Tears streamed down her face as she witnessed the horrific scene. Caesar stood nearby, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. Overwhelmed with fear for her beloved, Ryan cried out, "Abel, wake up, please." Caesar strolled over to the pair, knelt down, and asked with cruel mockery, "Death, afraid of death, yet dying to save the one he loves." A beautiful story, don't you think? Tears blurring her vision, Ryan approached him. "Why would you do this? She's supposed to be the creator. Aren't all people her children?" Caesar offered a thin smile. "If I had to say, it's probably because she's bored." Rage surged through Ryan. "How can you say that?" Caesar held up a hand. "If she only had 1 or 2 children, if they died, she would surely be heartbroken. But what are we supposed to feel when we have millions, billions, trillions, an infinite number of children? I've lived longer than anyone, and in that time, I've witnessed countless lives and deaths. There are beginnings far more tragic than what happened to her boyfriend, and deaths far more miserable. All these things, I've seen far more than she could ever imagine. As I continued to witness these things again and again." He turned and stood up, his voice taking on a distant quality. "One day, I reflected on myself and decided to give up. As long as this world exists, life and death will continue, though the details may differ. If that's the case, we might as well end it all now. But when I thought about ending it all, it felt a bit boring. The people of this world are surprisingly obedient. If you tell them it's fate or God's will, if you tell them to die, they will die without hesitation. So I proposed a gamble to the goddesses who were looking for a saint. I said they should bring someone from a world where a god has never descended. Ryan, thanks to you, I've experienced so much joy these past few years. The heartless god of death found love when he met her. The sword saint lost his ambition. The guardian began to crumble, and the death-seeking vampire chose life. She herself is their hope, and now, once I crush her, they will understand true despair." His eyes turned cruel as he reached out to grab Ryan. A voice boomed, "Now's your chance, my master." Hayden instantly shouted, "Azura!" A door opened, and a figure burst through, lunging towards Caesar. He moved with lightning speed, dodging the attack. Another person rushed to Ryan's side, their voice filled with urgency. "Are you all right?" Ryan stared in surprise. "Carlin, why are you?" She thought. Carlin reached her side and offered her an ice box. "We'll talk later. First, you have something urgent to do, right?" The box shimmered with an enchanting glow. Carlin opened it, revealing another gleaming object within. Ryan felt a surge of confusion, wondering if it was Abel's heart. As if mirroring her thoughts, Abel placed the heart against her chest. He spoke, his voice steady. "I've returned Abel's heart, but the trouble is just beginning. The curse was lifted the moment he died, but because of that, fate will try to prevent his resurrection. That's when you need to act. Keep breaking fate's red strings, healing him, so his heart can recover." Ryan nodded, determination hardening her gaze. "Okay, I'll do my best." Another voice cut in, laced with menace. "We can't let that happen." Caesar, somehow already beside them, raised a hand, his expression grim. "We already know the final outcome." "Don't interfere," Hayden called out, appearing alongside Shah as they attacked Caesar from both sides. "We'll hold him off as long as we can, so heal him quickly." Ryan nodded quickly in gratitude. Her lips pressed together as she looked at Abel. Now, she needed to focus. Looking at the threads binding Abel, a wave of anxiety washed over her. There were so many, and they were multiplying. Why were her hands trembling? If she didn't act fast, Abel would. As panic threatened to overwhelm her, a reassuring hand landed on her shoulder. "It's all right, calm down. I know you can do it," Carlin's voice soothed. Ryan took a deep breath, whispering, "Carlin, I thought I'd never see you again." Carlin offered a faint smile. "I thought the same. To be honest, if it weren't for this emergency, I wouldn't have shown up. How could I face you again after causing so much trouble? Still, I want to thank you if I get the chance. What you said back then truly liberated my mind. Fundamentally, my feelings for Abel are still complicated, but I've realized that my obsession with these emotions was making me lose sight of what truly matters. What I want most is to see you smile, Ryan. Ryan was slightly taken aback by this confession. The urgency of the situation, however, remained. A shout from behind startled her. Ryan, look out. By the time she turned, the blow had already landed. Carlin, unexpectedly, shielded her, holding her close as he uttered his last words. Please, be happy. I'm sorry. Ryan watched in horror. Carlin's strength left him, and he collapsed before her. Ryan trembled, fear gripping her. No, stop. Please, I don't want to see this again. Please. Suddenly, a familiar voice called her name. Ryan. She turned towards the sound, but a blinding light prevented her from opening her eyes. When her vision cleared, Abel stood before her, wings spread from his back. He spoke, his usual warm voice a balm to her frayed nerves. Ryan, who made you cry? Minutes earlier, in an unknown space, Abel had been tightly bound by the threads. Ryan's cries had reached him. Wake up, Abel. He'd bolted upright, staring at the surrounding threads, a thought forming in his mind. She's clearly... Ryan's sobs echoed in his ears. Abel, stop. Panic seized him. She's crying, Ryan. She's here. He tried to move towards her, but the threads held him fast. He grasped at them, anger rising. What is this? Thread? Damn it. Let me go. Just then, a youthful voice questioned him. Why are you struggling? Even if she only hurt you, why do you still want to go back? Sometimes, stopping can bring more peace. It was Abel's younger self. Abel answered firmly, Don't be ridiculous. Ryan needs me. The first person to truly be on my side needs me. Do you think she would give up because of a little pain? The child sounded curious. Even if he likes her, she's only human. She'll die someday. Abel frowned, impatience creeping in. Go there and find out. The child persisted. You can't predict humans. What if she betrays you? Abel replied, I don't care. The child sounded panicked. You'll be sad again. Ryan will hate you and leave. Abel's voice was resolute. Even so, I will still love Ryan. Because all these emotions and feelings, it's thanks to her that I can experience them. The child was momentarily stunned, then accepted it with a smile, emboldened. You don't have to cry alone anymore. The boy glowed, transferring the strength to unravel the threads entangling Abel. Tears in his eyes, the boy said, Remember to take good care of Ryan. That way, you won't be alone anymore. Then he vanished. When Abel opened his eyes again, Ryan was right in front of him. She called his name, confusion evident in her voice. Abel. The scene was almost romantically dramatic. Abel leaned down, gently caressing Ryan's face. Ryan, he murmured softly, don't cry. Ryan sobbed, heartbroken. Are you all right? Are you okay? You've regained your strength because the curse is broken. Just as they spoke, Shah and Hayden were forced back. Caesar approached the pair, a sneer twisting his lips. She thought the Sword Saint would remain completely uninvolved, he scoffed, but it seemed she was mistaken. However, Caesar continued, that changes nothing. It's over. Victory is ours. Accept it. Abel slowly rose to his feet. No, he declared, Ryan hasn't lost yet. The condition for defeat is for both sides to give up or to drink from the cup of death. But you can clearly see she's still alive, Abel pointed out, which means my cup didn't contain death. So, this game isn't over yet. As he spoke, he lunged towards Caesar. Caesar remained motionless, brimming with confidence, waiting for Abel to approach. Even if you charge at me, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance, it won't change a thing. He didn't finish his sentence. Abel's sword struck him. Caught off guard, Caesar staggered back 80 meters, wounded. He struggled to his feet, disbelief lacing his voice. Impossible. How could a mere mortal harm a creator? Abel raised his hand, summoning power. Other gods might be powerless, he stated, but she is the god of death, and my power is to bring death and destruction. At my full strength, I could even harm the creator herself. Caesar gritted his teeth in agony. Nonsense, he hissed. That's impossible. He charged towards Abel. Abel murmured under his breath, You don't have to believe me, because you're about to die here. With lightning speed, Abel ducked and rushed toward Caesar. A tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. Caesar's entire body smoldered, slowly catching fire, slowly burning. Ryan rushed to Abel's side, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Are you really okay? Abel leaned close to her face. I'm fine now, he reassured her. I'm sorry I frightened you. Tears welled up in Ryan's eyes. Don't do that again, she sobbed, suddenly rushing out to protect me. Abel smiled. Don't worry, he interrupted. I won't do it again. He took her hand and placed it over his heart. Ryan realized with a jolt. Abel, she whispered, I can hear your heartbeat. Abel nodded happily. Yes, he said, I won't die again. I'll always be by your side. Tears of joy streamed down Ryan's face. She embraced him, her voice overflowing with happiness. Abel, thank goodness. Let's get out of here with everyone else. We won. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Who said it's over? They turned to see Caesar staggering to his feet, his entire body enveloped in a dark aura. His eyes wide, he declared, the gamble isn't over yet. Ryan cried out, stop. You've already lost. You can't continue. Caesar let out a chilling laugh. No, it's not over. The story isn't finished yet. Ryan stared at him, bewildered, wondering why Caesar was going to such lengths. Abel spoke up. Ryan, step back. There's no point talking to this bastard. Ryan raised a hand to stop Abel, urging him, Abel, wait. It's over, Caesar whispered coldly. The true ending only comes when all obstacles are completely destroyed. Suddenly, a blast shot toward the two of them. Abel's voice rose in alarm. Ryan stood frozen. Caesar's memories flooded her mind. Caesar's voice echoed in her thoughts. From the very beginning, she existed to create this world. Our mission was to create countless life forms and let them evolve. As for me, how could I arrange everything without giving it much thought? I created light to illuminate the world, darkness to cover everything, and fate to connect me to the world. We used fate as the essence to create all life, including plants and creatures, gods, humans, and other species. And the world we created was so beautiful. Everything seemed perfect. But when you were having fun, a little girl suddenly bumped into you. She was very sorry. A man, clutching a bottle, bellowed after her. Where do you think you're going, you little brat? Get back here. Caesar, observing the scene, surmised that this man must be her father. His tone softening, he asked the little girl, Do you want me to help you? I can stop him from hurting you. Unexpectedly, the girl replied, No, sir. The gods destined you to have a father like that. They must want you to endure this. Caesar was taken aback by her words. What? She never intended for you to. He suddenly heard the countless lamentations of those suffering outside. It hurts, but this pain is the will of the gods. I must be strong. I don't want to die. Oh, gods, I'm willing to die for you. To die here is fate, and fate is so cruel. Caesar, utterly bewildered, said, No, I never brought you any sorrow. He grasped at the threads of fate, gritting his teeth, telling himself that if this was how things worked, he might as well destroy it all. A voice warned him, If you destroy all fate, everyone will die. Every life form is a crystallization of fate. If destroyed, they will all vanish. We need to find another way. She left fate to the goddesses and this world to the sun, and then left to find the answer in this infinite universe. We found a result while walking. He saw a cat trembling on the main road and thought, a stray animal. It'll get hit if it stays like that. Poor thing, but I can't interfere. However, he was suddenly shocked to see Ryan run into the street, stopping the driver, shouting, Wait, I'm so sorry, wait, I'm sorry. She picked up the cat, saving it just in time, leaving Caesar utterly astonished. His first impression of this girl was indeed foolish. Whenever someone needed help, she would forget what she was supposed to be doing and go help them instead. Even going this far to help a stranger. Does doing these things help her? Can't you weigh the pros and cons? However, the moment she thought of this was the very moment she saw that smile. She was completely filled with a premonition. She will be my answer. She still remembered when she returned. Clotho rushed over. Creator, you finally returned. Please stay, we don't have enough. Before she could finish, Caesar called her Goddess of Fate. Do you want to make a bet with me? Back in the present, Ryan was utterly astonished after hearing this story. Wait, so from the very beginning, you've already... Caesar nodded in agreement. Yes, bringing her to this world, granting her imperfect healing abilities. Ryan's eyes widened, listening as he continued. Everything is because of you. You're my answer, Ryan. Ryan, bewildered, asked again, Answer? Yes, I want it. Caesar told her, I am about to disappear. Death isn't easy for someone like me, so it requires some work. But now that Abel has truly become the god of death, things have become much easier. Ryan was surprised, asking, Wait, why are you saying you're about to die? If that truly is your memory, then you're not our enemy, right? Caesar replied with a smile. Because that's the only way you can live. Your fate stems from me. I must completely disappear for you to truly break free from the shackles. I'm sorry for involving an innocent person like you in the matters of this world. I had a feeling that the answer I'd been searching for was you, but I still needed to confirm it again. Therefore, I gave her a flawed power, sent an opponent, and forced her into a situation where she had to fight to survive. During all those times, I only hoped that you would overcome everything. I observed her and decided to send her back to her world. If she completely gave up after arriving, he smiled, reaching into his shirt to retrieve something. Naturally, she passed all the tests with flying colors. He handed her a rose. Ryan was extremely confused. But why? Why go this far? Caesar whispered, because she will become my heir. Taking that flower, give me a badge. Caesar placed it in Ryan's hand, bestowing the power. Ryan, I will grant you the power of the Creator within me. With this, you will possess the power to heal all. If it's you, someone who wouldn't succumb to selfishness under any circumstances, she knew you would make good use of this power. Ryan hesitated for a moment, then asked, wait, don't tell me you intentionally became a villain. Because of this, Caesar moved a little closer and asked, starting to feel sorry for me? Weren't you just trying to kill me? Ryan answered frantically, she never intended to kill you. She just wanted to stop you from hurting others. Caesar smiled with satisfaction, his body gradually dissipating like mist. So that's it, huh? Well, there's nothing to be sad about. Death isn't a sad ending, is it? I've lived for a very long time. It's time to rest. This can be seen as a long vacation. Ryan hurriedly said, but at least you should have told everyone the truth beforehand. Caesar chuckled, seemingly not answering Ryan. I entrust this world and my children to you. Promise me you'll take care of them with all your heart. Ryan choked back a sob, biting her lip as she promised him. Caesar, satisfied, uttered his last words, thank you. Thank you very much. She didn't know how much time had passed when a cat suddenly rushed in, calling out, Saintus, Saintus, you're here. The preparations for the Saintus ritual are complete. Saracen sent me to escort you. Ryan nodded, replying, just a moment. She's almost finished. Lucia, standing with her arms crossed, quipped, I told you to let me handle it. You're already swamped with other matters. Ryan laughed. You're busy too. She feels really pressured, wandering around idly. All right, the treatment is complete. Remember not to move around. Ryan gently patted her little patient's head. Just then, someone called out, Ryan. Ryan turned around and saw Carlin and Hayden. She stood up anxiously and asked, are you all right? You didn't have to come all this way. I heard you were very busy. In the Dark Ages, too, people spoke in turn. She's fine. She couldn't miss such an important event, and my work is almost done. The desert climate and Azure's body have returned to normal. They both want to thank you directly. Ryan smiled brilliantly. That's wonderful. Please send them my regards. I'll visit next time. Lucia, standing beside her, asked impatiently. Next time, you won't even have time to sleep. I'll handle the rest of the treatment. You go, or you'll be late. Ryan agreed with a smile. Thank you. I'm counting on you. A while later, Ryan descended the stairs. She thought absent-mindedly, having to give a speech in front of all of Luce's Dark Ages, and even Rimda. Could she speak properly? If Abel were here, she wouldn't be so nervous. Ryan muttered under her breath. He said he'd arrived before the speech, but where was he now? Lost in thought, she tripped and stumbled forward. She covered her face, bracing for impact. Over you go, a teasing voice said. I can't take my eyes off you. Abel caught her just in time, sweeping her up into his arms. Smiling, looking incredibly handsome, he asked, so you really want everyone to know how clumsy you are on your first day? Ryan blushed, hopping down. Clumsy? No, she was just a little distracted. Abel chuckled in agreement. Of course. I believe you. Ryan cleared her throat, changing the subject. Where did you go? You said you'd be back soon, so I started to get a little worried. Abel said, I'll handle it. He took out a glittering ring and placed it on Ryan's finger. Ryan was utterly surprised. A ring. Abel continued, I heard that in your world, if you want to spend your life with someone, you have to give a ring as a promise. Ryan, marry me. Ryan covered her mouth with excitement. Abel stood up, his expression serious. She used to worry that she wasn't perfect enough. Perhaps that's why you wouldn't be happy. So we kept hesitating. Now I believe she can guarantee your happiness forever. And once you become a goddess, those villains will watch you even more closely. I'm not sure she could ignore that. So what's your answer, Ryan? Ryan, laughing through her tears, replied, what other answer could there be? Yes, she agrees. The red threads of fate bind people together. Once entangled, you're bound forever.